Chapter 1. Aaron Moriath glided toward the sun-dappled clearing, stalking through the green undergrowth of the forest floor. It was a warm day, and the emerald canopy overhead sealed the heat beneath the moss-grown trees. Not a breath of wind stirred the leaves and branches. Sweat stained his homespun shirt and trickled down his back. Moving without a sound, Aaron raised his bow and drew back the arrow until the rough fletching scraped against the corner of his jaw, just under his ear. Eyes narrowed, he sighted along the shaft. He'd get one shot, and he didn't want to miss. 20 yards away, the lean hare sensed danger and sat up, its nose quivering. With the quiet perfection of long practice, Aaron released the bowstring. The weapon strummed softly in his ear as the gut string burned his fingertips. The rabbit kicked and jumped, shot clean through just behind its forelegs. Aaron straightened with a satisfied grin. Rabbit, squirrel, and other small game were plentiful in the meadows of the Mayorchwood. In the hot, lazy days of summer, he could bag 3 or 4 rabbits in an afternoon's hunt. He broke out of the underbrush, blinking in the burnished gold light that illuminated the glen, and trotted over to dress his kill. The sun was hot in the clearing. Aaron shook the sweat from his unruly halo of golden hair and paused to strip his coarse linen shirt from his torso. He was a slight youth, no more than 5.5 feet in height, with a wiry and resilient frame. Keen intelligence gleamed in his dark eyes, set wide apart in a proud, confident face that showed signs of elven blood. He drew a wide-bladed hunting knife from a sheath at his belt and knelt by the rabbit. Sweat streamed down his face as he cleaned the small carcass. In the southern heartlands of Chesenta, the Mayorchwood never grew very cold. The summers were invariably long, hot, and humid. Aaron had lived with the sweltering summer weather all his life, and was about as used to it as one could get. He finished dressing the hare and looped a rawhide thong through the cleaned carcass, slinging it over his shoulder. Whistling between his teeth, he stood, brushed himself off, and set off for home. The Adder River and Mayorchlin, Aaron's home, were 10 miles away, but he could easily make it in a couple of hours. Heading northwest from the clearing, he followed a long ridge of hills for several miles. The ridgeline rose clear of the woods, providing a rugged but serviceable path into the heart of the Mayorchwood. Aaron ran in the sunshine, his torso glistening with perspiration, bounding from rock to rock. The ridge gradually tapered away into a jumble of thickets and deadfalls. Aaron turned west and followed a dark, swift stream for 2 miles more before he picked up a forester's trail that led back to Mayorchlin. The trail wound alongside a slower stream that ran west toward the village. Here, Aaron encountered signs of settlement again, stump-choked swaths cleared by loggers and vacant trappers' cabins. The people of southern Chesenta had been harvesting fur, timber, and game from the edges of the Mayorchwood for a dozen generations. The Moriaths had been among the woodland's first settlers, more than 3 centuries ago. Aaron often wondered what it must have been like in those days. In his ancestors' time, the Mayorchwood was 2 or 3 times the size of the woodland he knew, home to ancient elven courts and untold secrets. Aaron had spent more than one afternoon dreaming of the old mysteries and forgotten deeds of the ancient elf realms. The Mayorchwood was in his blood. Aaron settled into a walk as he got closer to home. Despite his stamina, the heat was wearing him down. About a half-mile from the forest's edge, he rounded a sharp bend in the trail and found himself face to face with 3 young men of Mayorchlin, coming the other way. Foros Rayadel was the son of Lord Rayadel, the master of Mayorchlin. Mirok and Ragos were high-born kinsmen of Rayadel's, and his constant companions. They were big, aggressive fellows, several years older than Aaron, and he'd been bullied by them more than once. Rhaegos was passing a wineskin to Rhaedel as Aaron blundered around the bend. Aaron stopped in his tracks, recognizing his danger. It was too late to avoid Rhaedel and his friends. He'd walked right into the middle of them. He scowled, berating himself for not watching where he was going. The warm rustle and hum of the forest died as the older lads exchanged crooked grins and blocked his path. This was a familiar pattern. Rhaedel and his friends would think of some torment for him, and he'd fight back with the fury of a wildcat, but numbers would carry the day. Or he could accept whatever humiliation they dealt him and delay the inevitable. But Aaron decided he wasn't going to give Foros the satisfaction. He squared his shoulders and defiantly refused to drop his gaze. "Well, what do you want?" he demanded. "What have we here?" said Rhaedel, his face stretching into a cruel smile. He was a tall, well-muscled young man, his body hardened by years of weapons training in the keep's practice yard. His face was square-jawed and heavy. He and his companions carried crossbows over their shoulders. Aaron guessed they were going shooting, which was a bad sign for him. It was likely they'd been drinking all day and were looking for trouble. Rhaedel glanced over at his companions. "Look, fellows, it's the elf boy." "Where have you been, elf boy?" said Rhaegos. He was the strongest of the three, but he was a follower. "Let me pass," Aaron stated flatly. "I'm no elf, and you know it." It didn't help that Foros's words found their mark. It didn't show much in Aaron. His ears had the subtlest of points, and his light frame and quick mind might have been inherited from elven forebears, but the Moriath name was suspect in Maerchlin. Lacking any living kin, Aaron had spent much of his youth lashing back at his taunters. "You heard Rhaegos," snapped Rhaedel. "Answer him." "I spent the day hunting, my lord," Aaron replied, repressing a sneer with the title. Rhaedel's father was nothing more than a glorified brigand who'd seized Maerchlin with his sword fewer than 40 years ago. Money and men-at-arms didn't make a lord, not as far as Aaron was concerned. He tossed the hair to the ground as proof of his words. His sarcasm wasn't lost on Rhaedel. The young lord widened his stance, blocking the path. "Hunting? In my father's forest? Who gave you permission to do that?" "Use your eyes," Aaron said, nodding at the skinned rabbit. "Small game isn't against the law." Rhaedel's face darkened. "I say you have been poaching my father's deer, and you'll have to pay for that. Don't you think so, my friends?" Miraak, the third fellow, moved past Aaron to cut off his retreat. He wasn't much taller than Aaron, but he carried 50 pounds of beef high on his torso, giving him a curiously top-heavy appearance. He drank deeply from his wineskin. "Stinking elf boy poacher," he pronounced. "Ought to cut off his stinking elf ears, I say." Aaron backed away, trying to keep the older lads from surrounding him, but there was nowhere to go. "You know Kestrel would have my hide if I shot one of your precious deer, Foros. Now let me go." He looked about, planning a retreat. The stream was to his left, and a dense thicket to his right. No one else was in sight, and the relative safety of Maerchlin was still some distance away. Rhaedel caught Miraak's arm and dragged him back. "Wait a moment, Miraak," he said. "Of course Moriath hasn't done anything wrong." His eyes were cold and keen as he looked at Aaron and stepped to the landward side of the path. "Please, be on your way. Don't pay us any mind." Aaron hesitated. Rhaedel wasn't done. Not yet. "Is my leave not good enough for you?" Rhaedel added, arching an eyebrow. Steeling himself, Aaron stepped forward, edging past the three young nobles. The stream bank dropped away almost under his feet, but he refused to get within reach of any of them if he could avoid it. He kept an eye on all three nobles as he walked past, not caring if he looked defiant. As he passed abreast of Rhaeadel, Rhaegos grunted and launched himself forward, arms straight out to shove Aeron into the water. With a snort of surprise, Aeron ducked and twisted away. Rhaegos sailed high, stumbling over Aeron and knocking him to the ground before he crashed down the short bank and sprawled into the stream. Aeron grinned with momentary triumph, then scrambled to his feet. Too late. Rhaeadel's broad hands clamped down on his shoulders, hauling him to his feet. "Oh no, you're not going anywhere. I think you owe Rhaegos an apology," the young lord hissed. Below them, Rhaegos kicked and sputtered. "By Chazar, I'm going to kill him!" he shrieked as he gained his feet. Blood streamed from his mouth, where he'd apparently struck a rock in his fall. He thrashed his way up out of the water and drew his knife from his belt. "You are dead, you stinking half-breed!" Miraak seized a fistful of Aeron's hair and pulled his head back.
"Want to cut his throat?" he asked. "Or maybe cut off his elf ears, then cut his throat?"
Rhaeadel snorted in disgust behind him. "He doesn't have elf ears. See? You can hardly see the points." A moment later, he added, "Maybe we should give him elf ears, fellows. Would you like that, Moriath?" Aeron's heart hammered in his chest. He twisted against Rhaeadel's iron grip, but he was held too securely. Rhaegos scrambled up the short slope and approached, steel gleaming in his hand. Absently, he drew one sleeve across his face to wipe away the blood, pausing as he glared into Aeron's face. "Hold him still," he said. Rhaeadel seized Aeron's right arm, and Miraak his left. They set their feet and leaned into him, locking his torso like a stone vice. Rhaegos grinned and abruptly struck Aeron with the hardest open-handed slap he could manage, snapping the helpless captive's head to one side. Dark spots danced in Aeron's eyes, and he tasted blood in his mouth. For a long moment, he couldn't see or hear anything. When he came to his senses, Rhaegos was standing close, looking past his face. One hand clamped the side of his face, and the other hand... Aeron felt the cold kiss of steel by the side of his head. A hot sting slid across the top of his ear. A small, pale sliver of flesh pattered from his shoulder and fell to the muddy earth. Warm blood trickled down his neck. He bucked and screamed in rage. Rhaegos cursed and tried to tighten his grip. "Stop moving, damn you!" Miraak leaned away from Aeron in distaste.
"Hey, watch the knife! You're getting blood on me!"
For an instant, Aeron felt Miraak's hold on him relax. Howling with fear and anger, he stamped his foot down on Miraak's and wrenched his arm away. Miraak yelped and released him. The knife scraped across his skull as Aeron struggled, but he didn't stop. His left hand darted to his belt, and he drew his hunting knife. As Rhaegos tried to capture his arm, he brought the knife up in a lightning slash that laid Rhaegos's arm open. He turned and ducked just as Rhaeadel's heavy fist crashed against his head. Aeron staggered and nearly fell, still held up by Rhaeadel's other hand clamped around his arm. Rhaeadel drew back for another punch, but Aeron reversed his knife and rammed it into Rhaeadel's shoulder. The nobleman gaped and fell away. Aeron clamped one hand to his injured ear. Miraak hopped backward and sat down with a thump, holding his foot. Rhaegos leaned over, holding his injured arm. The blade with which he'd cut Aeron stuck in the ground, quivering, its grip slick with Rhaegos's blood. Beside him, Rayadel reached up to touch the hilt of Aaron's knife, buried in his left shoulder. A spreading stain of bright red marked his elegant white tunic. He looked up at Aaron, dazed. "I'm going to kill you for that," he stated. Aaron backed away 2 steps, vaguely surprised by what he'd done. "You cut me first, you bastard," he rasped. "You got what you deserved." Foros Rayadel dropped his good hand to the hilt of a plain longsword he wore at his belt. He drew the blade with a ringing rasp of steel against wood and brass. Nothing short of murder was in Rayadel's face. Aaron retreated another step, and the hot forge fueling his resistance suddenly failed him. Foros means to kill me, he realized. Abruptly, he turned and fled toward the village. He darted and leapt down the trail with the swiftness of a panicked stag, not daring to look behind him. "Come back here! Come back here, damn you!" Aaron didn't look back. He kept up his sprint until the older lads' voices faded into the forest behind him. Half an hour later, Aaron burst out of the forest into a small holding on the edge of the woods. Gasping raggedly, he came to a jarring halt, his chest and legs burning. The house where he'd grown up was a rough-hewn woodsman's cabin, sealed with mud and thatched with straw. A small farmyard penned goats, chickens, and a handful of pigs nearby, and around the house plots bloomed with green, even rows of radishes, turnips, and potatoes. A brown-haired girl in a blue linen dress straightened up from scattering feed as Aaron staggered into the yard. She was a year younger than Aaron, with a lean and athletic build. "Aaron, where have you been? Her voice died as she spotted the dusty red streak of blood on the side of his head. "Oh, Aaron, what happened?" "It was Rayadel," he panted. "I think I'm in trouble, Ariel. Is Kestrel here?" "He's splitting wood behind the barn." Ariel picked up the hem of her skirts and hurried past Aaron, circling the barn. Now that Aaron had a moment to listen, he heard the dull chunk of an axe biting wood. "Father, Aaron is back!" The rhythmic strokes fell silent. A moment later, Kestrel ambled into the yard, dusting off his hands. He was a small, gray man, only a few inches taller than Aaron. Like the younger lad, he had a wiry frame, but he seemed more weathered than fit. His coarse mustache and dark, close-set eyes gave him the appearance of a sea otter. When Aaron's parents died, Kestrel and his wife had taken him in for the sake of old friendship. He and Ariel were all of Aaron's kin now.
"What's the trouble?" he asked. "Swords and spears, lad, what happened to you?"
Aaron leaned over to set his hands on his knees, still trying to regain his breath. "I ran into Foros, Mirok, and Ragos on my way home," he said.
"The Lord's boy and his friends?"
"Yes. They'd been drinking. I tried not to provoke them, but they started in on me. Ragos fell into the stream trying to shove me in, and that angered him past all sense. He drew his knife and said he was going to dock my ears, make me look like an elf." Kestrel scowled. He carefully drew back Aaron's hair and examined his injuries.
"Damn, he notched your ear all right. You'll carry that for the rest of your days. And there's a long cut on your scalp, too. Did he slip?"
"Yes. I mean, I struggled, and that made him slip." Aaron narrowed his eyes, thinking of what might have happened if he hadn't got away from them. Swallowing, he looked up to Kestrel's face. "It's worse than that, Kestrel. I think I'm in terrible trouble." "Why? What did you do?" asked Ariel. Like a real sister, she usually delighted in making mischief for Aaron, but Aaron could tell by her voice that Ariel was more worried than she let on.
"Aye, Aaron. What else happened?
said Kestrel. I lost my temper when Rhaegos cut me. I used my knife. I laid open Rhaegos's arm, and I stabbed Foros.
The Lord's son?
Kestrel's eyes widened in horror, and he drew in his breath.
Aeron, did you kill the Lord's son?
I don't think so. I hit him in the shoulder, pretty high, and he didn't fall. He drew his sword after I got him, though, and he said he was going to kill me. Aeron found he was shaking with repressed emotion from his encounter. Kestrel, I'm scared. What are they going to do to me? The woodcutter paced away, rubbing his face. He didn't say anything. Aeron glanced at Ariel. She was watching him, her face pale. Aeron. She struggled to find something to say, and bowed her head. They might hang you. It's death to take up arms against a noble. Kestrel turned and nodded.
People might think you had a good reason to defend yourself, Aeron. But I can't imagine that Foros and his friends are going to tell the same story you just told. That will mean 3 accounts against 1, and your knife as proof of whatever they say.
I was defending myself. Anger boiled up to replace the fear that had galvanized Aeron into flight. Rhaegos scarred me and laughed about it. He'd have done worse if I hadn't gotten away from them. What do I have to answer for?
I know I always told you to be honest, boy, but use your head. Who's going to decide your fate? Lord Rhaedel, of course. These are his lands, and you're his subject. He's never denied anything to that son of his. He might not have you executed, but I can't see you going free.
Aeron whirled and stormed away, pacing in an anxious circle as he tried to think with his mind instead of his anger. He imagined himself standing in the cold stone hall of Rhaedel Keep, heavy iron shackles on his wrists and ankles. The old lord would be sitting above him on the wooden dais he used when he held court.
Aeron Moriath, I sentence you to swing by the neck until dead. Carry out the sentence, Constable.
Aeron's knees buckled, and he leaned against the farmhouse, his head spinning. They'd kill him for what he'd done. Or, if he was lucky, maybe they'd just bury him in a lightless hole of a dungeon and throw away the key.
Come on, lad.
Kestrel knelt beside him and threw an arm over his shoulders.
I don't think you can stay here.
What? What do you mean? The forester grimaced.
This is the first place Rhaedel's men will look, Aeron. You've got to get away from here.
Aeron's head reeled. You mean run away? Kestrel nodded soberly.
Aeron, I've tried to do right by your father. Before he died, he asked me to look after you, to raise you like you were my own boy. Lord Rhaedel sent him to the gallows 12 years ago. I'll be damned if I see you hanged, too.
I don't want to hang, Kestrel.
I know the way the castle lads treat you, Aeron, and I know you. Whatever happened, you did what you had to do, and it's wrong to die for that. But now you'd best get moving. I figure we've got a quarter of an hour, maybe a little more, before the constable rides up here to arrest you.
Kestrel rocked back on his heels, surged to his feet, and raised Aeron by the arm. He looked over at Ariel.
Fix up a sack of food, a water skin, and a bedroll of some kind. And get a knife, too. He'll need a new one.
Right. Ariel nodded and ducked into the house.
And get a second sack ready.
You're coming with me? Aeron asked. Kestrel shook his head.
If I do that, they'll think I put you up to it. That'll smell like a revolt to Rhaedel. He remembers who your father was. No, I'm going to send Ariel with you so she can tell me where you're hiding. I can always tell the Count she's gone off to visit her mother's kinfolk in Seyden.
What are you going to do? Kestrel sighed heavily and looked toward the stone towers of Rayadel Keep across the river.
I'm going to go down to the castle and try to set this straight. If it turns out right, I can always tell them you panicked and ran off when I left you. If I can't smooth things over, well, you'll be glad you're not here.
3 hours later, the long afternoon was coming to an end. The sky had taken on the color of beaten copper, with red streaks marking a storm front pushing in from the south. Aaron and Ariel rested by an old trapper's lean-to about 6 miles southwest of Mayerchlin. They hadn't spoken much during the march. Aaron couldn't bring himself to talk about what had happened, and Ariel's jibes and barbs fell flat when he was so preoccupied.
"It'll be dark soon,"
Ariel said, standing to gaze up at the sky. The lodge stood by a long field that stretched away to the west, and the red and gold of the sunset blazed in the soft, tasseled grasses. Ariel had changed into breeches and a rough shirt not dissimilar from what Aaron wore. It was much more practical for hiking than her skirts.
"Should we build a fire?"
Aaron glanced around at the watchful woods. "I've seen wolf tracks in this part of the Mayorchwood, and troll signs, too. It might be a good idea to have a fire." They scoured the forest floor for suitable firewood, gathering dry pine needles for kindling. As darkness fell, Aaron managed to get a good fire going. They broke into their supplies and roasted a hen over the campfire, singeing their fingers and faces as they ate.
"Do you think the constable's looking for you, Aaron?"
Ariel asked after they finished. She busied herself with banking the fire to burn all night. "Rayadel would never let me go," he said bitterly. "I stand up to him, and I'm going to lose everything for it. It doesn't seem fair, does it?"
"You're safe as long as you don't go home,"
she said quietly. She looked up at him, her mouth tight. Aaron and Ariel had grown up together, family in fact, if not in blood. He could read her moods with some accuracy. Ariel was a level-headed girl with a strong, stubborn streak, confident in herself and those close to her. She didn't worry without good cause, and Aaron could tell she was working to keep her concern from showing. She tried to put on an optimistic face.
"Perhaps Father can get Lord Rayadel to hear your side of the story."
He shrugged. "I doubt it, Ariel."
"What will you do?"
"I can live off the land as long as I need to." He reached behind him for his quiver and emptied it into his lap. 15 good arrows, 2 only fair, and the makings for a dozen more. He selected a rough shaft that was almost done and began to pare it carefully with a sharp fletching knife. Ariel watched him.
"All by yourself? No one to talk to? No friends?"
"You and Kestrel could come to visit me from time to time. As for friends..." He met her eyes. "I don't have many anyway. No one in Mayerchlin has much use for the last of the Moriaths. Not after my father pushed Lord Rayadel into setting Oslin's soldiers on us. You'd have a lot more friends yourself, Ariel, if your father hadn't taken me in." The forester's daughter smiled sadly.
"People misjudge you, Aaron. They don't know you like I do."
She spread out her bedroll by the fire and drew a thin blanket over her shoulders.
"We'll probably need to move again in the morning. Better get some sleep."
"As soon as I finish this arrow." Aaron turned his attention to the fletching. He lost himself in his task for half an hour or more. Ariel rolled over and started snoring softly. When he finished, he stood and walked away from the fire to gaze at the stars. By night, the forest was alive with the sounds of movement. Animals rustled as they moved through the brush. Frogs croaked and called to one another. Nocturnal insects chirped and buzzed quietly. In the distance, a hound bayed mournfully. Aaron smiled, closing his eyes to catch every song of the night. The hound bayed again, several others joining in a rough chorus. Hounds? Aaron's eyes flew open, and he wheeled to stare into the forest. It was hard to be certain, but he heard them to the west and slightly north, back toward Mayerchlin. The dogs barked and snuffled, the sounds of their approach gradually growing into a continuous gabble of grunts and howls. He smacked one hand against his forehead and bounded up to shake Ariel awake.
What? What is it?
She asked sleepily. The constable, Aaron said. They've got hounds on our trail. Ariel sat upright, cocking her head to listen. They can't be more than a mile away. Aaron turned and started stuffing his pack. Come on, we're going to have to run for it. Ariel scrambled up. She knelt beside the fire and scooped great armfuls of earth over the embers, smothering it. They'll know we were here, she said over her shoulder. There's no way we can hide all the signs. I know, Aaron said. He slung his pack over one shoulder, grabbed his bedroll, and stood. Got everything? Ariel crammed her blanket into her pack. Let's move. They set off toward the south, heading deeper into the Mayerchwood. Aaron moved fast in the darkness. From his unknown elven ancestors, he'd inherited exceptionally keen night vision, and he could see quite well by starlight or moonlight. Ariel kept up with him as best she could, but she didn't have his acuity of vision or endurance, and she stumbled over thick roots and tangled undergrowth time and time again. He hadn't gone a mile before Ariel began to rasp behind him. Aaron, slow down! He halted on the edge of a small clearing. The moon was rising in the east, casting a silver light through the treetops overhead. Very little reached the forest floor. He caught Ariel's hand in the darkness. Behind them, the hounds were baying with excitement. They'd found the campsite and picked up the new trail. He rested one hand on Ariel's shoulder. Let's get off the trail. They might miss us. They stood on the shoulder of a tree-covered ridge, surrounded by impenetrable shadows and scant traces of silver moonlight. Aaron caught Ariel's hand and led her uphill. They crashed through thick briars and undergrowth, scuffling through thick layers of fallen leaves. To Aaron, it sounded like the passage of an army. At the top of the ridge, Aaron turned and looked back to the west. He could make out angry lantern light bobbing toward them through the trees. They were close enough to hear the cries of the hunters. Aaron squeezed his eyes shut and pounded his fist into his hand, trying to think. How could they lose their pursuers? Aaron, they're right behind us, Ariel said. They're still on the trail. Come on, let's get down the other side of the ridge. He turned and started sliding down the hillside, kicking up dirt and dead leaves as he snaked down the hill's reverse slope. Ariel followed, a few steps behind. The weak moonlight didn't illuminate this side of the ridge at all. Aaron's night vision was keen, but he needed some light to see. He lurched and stumbled as the slope steepened under his feet. Aaron tried to arrest his descent, but suddenly there was empty air under him. He yelped in surprise and fell, tumbling through darkness, branches and briars stinging him like whips as he plummeted down the hillside. He fetched up hard against smooth, dressed stone. The impact knocked the wind out of him. A moment later, Ariel fell heavily nearby, gasping in pain. After the clatter and rush of the fall, the sudden silence was disorienting. It took Aaron a moment to gather his senses. Ariel sat up, a little more fortunate in her landing. Aaron? Are you here? Where are we? Aaron raised himself on one elbow, rubbing at a badly barked shin bone. "I'm here, Ariel." As to where they were, he looked around, trying to make out their surroundings. Gradually, he realized it wasn't completely dark. A shimmering fairy light hovered in the air, casting an argent gleam over the place. They were in the ruins of a stone building, overgrown with green vines. The glossy marble was veined with dark moss and strands of silver. The stones seemed unusual somehow. As he peered closer, he saw they were delicately scalloped with a fine tracery suggesting living trees and animals, a bas-relief of the forest. "I think we're in an old elf tower," he said in a hushed voice. "I didn't think there were any so close to Mayerchlin." Ariel traced the old lines in the stone. "It's beautiful." Faint and subtle, the old stones gleamed like soft silver in the moonlight. Despite the clamor of the approaching hunters, Aaron reached out to stroke the cool and perfect stone. Foxfire danced on his fingertips. He could almost hear the faraway cry of elfin horns in the forest, inhale the scents and sounds of vanished starlight. Who were they? He wondered aloud. Where are they now? Ariel could not reply. Her eyes wide and dark, she stood rooted to the spot. With a soft gasp, Aaron realized that he'd been holding his breath, afraid to break the fairy dream around him. Dogs howled and bayed on the hill crest above them. Slowly, Aaron rolled to his knees, then pushed himself to his feet. They're still on our trail. Keep moving. Ariel nodded and drew back from the stone wall. She turned to pick up her pack, then halted. Aaron, wait. What? What is it? He glanced over, alarmed by the strange tone in her voice. In a jumbled gap in the opposite wall stood a white wolfhound, an ethereal shadow of gray and pearl with dark, intelligent eyes. It watched them without moving. Ariel slowly backed away as Aaron straightened, facing the apparition. What do we do? She whispered. Aaron started to reply, but he noticed the spectral illumination was growing brighter. The entire place was glowing with pearly light. He blinked as a tiny mote of coruscating radiance danced and darted a handspan in front of his nose. The sphere retreated in the blink of an eye, hovering beside the white hound, and then it began to grow, expanding and dimming, until it had the outline of a man-shaped white radiance. The light brightened one last time, and then flashed silently, revealing a tall, thin man with fair skin and long silver hair. He was dressed in pearl-gray hose, over which he wore a soft white doublet embroidered with silver designs. His face was long and expressive, with a sad wisdom hidden in his perfect features. He reached down to stroke the white hound's head. "Cullen de Oiren, Bailey," he said softly, in a voice like liquid music. "Aaron, he's an elf lord," Ariel whispered. "We've trespassed in his house." Aaron glanced at her, then back to the tall elf. "Who are you? What is this place?" The elf gazed into Aaron's face with a hint of a smile. He started to speak, grimaced, and then tried again. "I am called Finnegal Kylian, though some know me as the Stormwalker. I have been waiting for you, Aaron Moriath," he said. An odd inflection weighted his speech, as if he hadn't spoken a human language in a very long time. "Who is your companion?" "This is Ariel, daughter of Kestrel the Forester," Aaron replied. A moment later, he realized the import of the elf lord's words. Waiting for me? How do you know me? The Moriaths are known to us of old, the elf answered, ignoring the rest of Aaron's question. Why do they hunt you? You seem too young to be an outlaw. I wounded 2 noblemen. I'm just a commoner. It's death to take up arms against a lord. Aaron had the uncanny feeling the elf prince could read the truth of his words, seeing the events he alluded to. The baying of the hounds grew louder, and he could hear men cursing and calling out as they came nearer. Damn, they're almost on us, he hissed. Come on, Ariel, we have to flee. The Silver Prince raised his hand. None will find us here if I do not wish to be found. He looked at Ariel and back to Aaron. You and your friend may shelter here tonight, under my protection. I will see to it that no harm befalls you. Aaron turned to look up the hillside. Red-faced soldiers in Rayadel's colors picked their way down the slope, dragged on by hounds that strained at their leashes. He quailed in fear as he realized the soldiers must be close enough to spot them, but the eerie silver radiance seemed to attract not the slightest notice. Why don't they see us? He asked. An enchantment on this place, Finnegal replied. I'd better help the hounds along, though. They're not so easy to fool as men. He lifted his hand and muttered a liquid phrase under his breath. Silver motes danced around his hand. Aaron was acutely conscious of a thrumming in his heart, a prickling sensation that tickled the center of his chest. He realized he had sensed Finnegal's magic at work. When the feeling faded, he had a sudden and fierce wish to bring it back. Outside the moss-grown walls, the hounds bayed louder and surged ahead, sweeping past the ruins of the Elven Tower and crashing off to the north. In a matter of moments, they had vanished into the silver night. More than a dozen men had almost walked right through them, without even glancing in their direction. Aaron breathed a heavy sigh of relief as they disappeared. Will they be back? He asked aloud. Not tonight, they won't, Finnegal replied. He returned his attention to Aaron and Ariel. I seem to recall that humans require sleep, he said. Rest now. In the morning, we can decide what must be done. He gestured with one hand and whispered softly in the Elven tongue. Despite his resistance, Aaron found his eyes growing unbearably heavy. Beside him, Ariel sank slowly to the stone, laying her head on her pack. He didn't remember reaching the ground. Chapter 2. The warmth of a golden sunbeam against his face woke Aaron in the early hours of the morning. He opened his eyes. Cold stone lay beneath him, and above him the green branches of the forest wove a tangled skein of light and shadow. For a moment, he was completely disoriented, but then the events of the previous night returned to him. The ruins of the Elf Tower seemed unremarkable by daylight. The silver tracery and elfin aura were gone, and the stones were simply mossy old stones again. He pushed himself to his feet, stretching. Ariel stirred close by, raising her head and blinking at him. Aaron? Where are... Oh, I remember. She sat up, clasping her arms and shivering. Was it all a dream? I don't think so, Aaron said. There was no sign of the hunters, and all he could hear were the normal small sounds of the forest. Bird calls sweet and high, the gentle sighing of the upper branches in the breeze, rustling and motion all around him as the forest began to wake. The ruins faced the sunrise, sheltered against the green hillside like a jewel in the hand of a gentle giant. He felt surprisingly well rested, considering the fact that he'd slept on a hard stone floor. "Do you think Finnegal's nearby?"
"The elf prince? I don't see him, or his hound."
Ariel stood and looked around.
"What do we do now, Aaron? Do we wait for him, or do we move on?"
"I'm not sure where I'd go, even if we left now. Rayadel's men might have missed us last night, but they won't give up so quickly." Ariel nodded.
"I hope Father's all right. The constable wouldn't have been happy to find us missing."
"I'm sure he's fine," Aaron said confidently. Inwardly, he was very concerned for Kestrel, but it would do no good to share that with Ariel. With a sigh, he reached down and shouldered his pack. In the warm light of the morning sun, the astounding encounter of the night before seemed nothing more than a dream. Aaron wanted to linger by the elf tower to see if their mysterious host might reappear. He'd never dreamed that he would meet an elf, let alone a lord of elvenkind, so close to Maerchlin. Ancient ruins, elven magic. He'd dreamed that someday he'd see these things with his own eyes. If I leave this place, he wondered, will I ever see them again? He ran his hand through his hair, sighing. Despite his curiosity, it was best for Ariel and he to move on quickly and make the most of their lucky break while the hunters were off their trail. "Come on. Finnegal's not here, so I guess we're free to go." Ariel frowned, but agreed.
"Where are we going?"
"South, I think. All of the Mayorchwood lies ahead of us in that direction. There's a lot of forest to hide in." They picked their way out of the tower, circling once to take in the full extent of the wreckage. Aaron decided it must have been a slender and graceful structure in its day, easily as tall as the turrets of Rayadel Keep, but much more elegant. It seemed sad that it stood no longer. With one last glance, he squared his shoulders to face the day's march.
"Aaron!"
Ariel reached out for his arm and pointed back at the tower. There, on the fallen wall, sat the white wolfhound of the night before. It seemed much more solid and tangible by daylight, as if its ghostly form had returned to its own rightful body. The hound barked once and trotted down from the old stones, heading south. It paused to look at them, wagged its tail, and barked again.
"I think she wants us to follow her,"
Ariel said. Aaron glanced around. The forest he knew, the forest he'd grown up in, still surrounded him. But the old elven ruins and the white hound beckoned to him, emblems of a mystery he'd never suspected. He turned without a sound and trotted after the wolfhound, Ariel just a step behind. The hound led them deeper into the forest, choosing faint game runs that Aaron might have missed without her guidance. She stayed well in front of them, sometimes pressing so far ahead that all Aaron could make out was a glimmer of silver in the shadows beneath the trees. After an hour's march, steep walls of moss-covered rock rose on either side of them. The sound of rushing water grew louder as the hound beckoned them on, now prancing eagerly. They finally emerged into a bowl-shaped gorge. A tall cascade plummeted down the opposite wall, pooling beneath the wet, gray rock. Cold and clear, a stream ran south out of the vale, sluicing over a flat sheet of bedrock at the base of the escarpment. Above Aaron, the forest clung to the lip of the gorge, and an ephemeral rainbow shimmered in the morning light. He gasped in delight, sensing the cool spray on his face. Sitting cross-legged before the misty plume, eyes closed and hands folded, Finnegal waited. He glanced up and rose to greet his hound as she barked and played in the water that ran past his feet. "My thanks, Bailey," he said quietly. Then he turned to Aaron and Ariel, springing lightly from boulder to boulder as he came down to meet them. His garb had changed in the daylight to a deep green and russet brown. Aaron could still sense the otherworldly aura mantling the elf lord, but it struck him now as a sense of health, vigor, or rightness. Finnegal belonged here. "Welcome, Aaron Moriath and Ariel of Meathlin. You honor me by accepting my invitation." Aaron couldn't think of any gracious response. Instead, he asked, "Where are we?" "This is my home. Or one of them, anyway. All of the Maechwood is my home, but I require some place to abide. I took the liberty of coming ahead, but I see that Bailey showed you the way." The elf's expression was difficult to read, wry and self-deprecating, yet not bitter. He gestured behind him to a small satchel that lay beside where he'd been waiting. "If you have not yet eaten, I've some breakfast to share." "Thank you, Lord Finnegal," Aaron said. "I'm hungry." Finnegal held up a hand. "Please, I am simply Finnegal, and I'll have no one at my table call me Lord." He sat down on a low shelf of stone, and Aaron and Ariel joined him. From the satchel, he produced a number of small cakes, apples and pears, honey, cheese, and a flagon of fruited wine. While they ate, Aaron related the story of his encounter with Foros and subsequent flight. Finnegal listened, his eyes never leaving Aaron's face. When Aaron finished, Finnegal looked toward the north and Meathlin. "They hunt for you still, Aaron. Fortunately, they can't find your trail from the tower to this place." "Another enchantment?" Aaron asked. "The tower was a place of refuge many years ago. Those who came to it in need were not meant to be found or followed." Finnegal seemed lost in his recollections for a long moment before he returned his attention to Aaron and Ariel. "So, young Aaron, what do you intend to do now?" "I can't go home," Aaron said. "I can't even stay close by. I'll have to go somewhere far from here. I thought I might live off the land until things calm down, but it might be years before I can return to Meathlin." "If ever," Finnegal replied. "You have no kin?" No, Finnegal. I was orphaned when I was young. My father, Stish Moriath, led a revolt against Lord Rayadel 12 years ago. He was hanged for it, and many other people with him, including my mother. It seems hard to believe that the Moriaths could ever come to grief in Meathlin, Finnegal mused. I remember a time when the Moriaths were held in great honor, both by your people and by mine. In fact, there were Moriaths who married elven folk a long time ago. Aaron grimaced. Foros and his friends used to call me a half-breed for that. I can see traces of elven blood in your features. It must have been hard for you, Aaron. In my experience, Chesentans are not forgiving of such faults. They fell silent for a time, listening to the wind in the trees and the rushing of the water. Finnegal, you said the tower was a place of refuge, Ariel asked. What did you mean by that? The elf glanced at her. Centuries ago, the Maechwood was home to Kal Meakor, a small elven realm akin to great kingdoms of the Chondlewood or distant Cormanthir, he said. In those days, elven lands such as Kal Meakor were scattered across all of Faerun, but the elven folk have many enemies. Dragons and orcs, giants and goblins, and even human, with their lands that grew up around our borders. The people of Kal Meakor fought the troll kings of the mountains that men call the Riders to the Sky, the fire creatures of the smoking mountains, and, finally, the power of ancient Unther. Our forest, which once stretched from the Adder Peaks to the Sky Riders, has been burned, logged, and settled a piece at a time. and we have been diminished while our old foes have grown more numerous. Unlike the elves of Myth Draenor or the hidden fastnesses of other lands, we didn't place our faith in cities or fortresses. Instead, we built watchtowers to hide our people in times of danger. The first were built to thwart the trolls and salamanders, but as humans migrated into what is now Chesenta and brought axe and fire against our forest, we hid from them as well. In time, the towers all fell, sniffed out by human sorcery and pulled down one by one. "What happened to Kal Maerkor?" Eren asked. 200 years passed. We decided to withdraw from the Maechwood and leave these lands to the Chesentans. I am one of the few who remain. "Why do you stay?" asked Ariel. Finnegal straightened and swept one arm out to indicate the cascade, the glistening rock, the rich forest. "I cannot bear the thought of leaving," he said. "I miss my people, but having lived under these trees all my life, I can't imagine living anywhere else. There is magic here still." "You must have lived here a long time," Ariel said. Finnegal looked up at the sky overhead. It was as bright as burnished brass, promising another day of summer heat. "As humans reckon time, about 1,000 years," he said quietly. "The very stars have shifted since my youth, yet it seems like no more than a long summer's day." Eren stared at the Elven Lord. 1,000 years. If he lived to be 100, Finnegal would have lived his lifespan 10 times over. "Beit Chazar," he murmured, awestruck. 1,000 years. Finnegal smiled sadly. Time doesn't touch the elves in the way it touches humans. Although you may find, Eren, that your elven blood is stronger than your human blood, I suspect that the years will pass lightly for you. With a fluid ease of motion, Finnegal came to his feet and stood over Eren and Ariel. "I am afraid that I must leave now. I have responsibilities elsewhere within the forest's bounds. You are welcome to remain here, both of you, as long as you like. No humans will find you here. Come and go as you please, Ariel. Eren, you would be wise to abide here for a time to avoid those who seek you. Perhaps matters will settle themselves in a few months." "You're leaving us here?" Ariel asked. The elf nodded gravely. "I ask only that you do not reveal this place to anyone else, and that you treat it with care. Harm nothing that lives within this dell." He paused, and then added, "I may be back in a month or two, certainly before autumn. Ariel, Bailey can show you a hidden trail back to Maechlen." He picked up his thin pack, slung it over one shoulder, and started down the gorge, lightly stepping from stone to stone in the white-rushing stream. Bailey wagged her tail and followed with a yip. Eren and Ariel exchanged puzzled glances. "Did we say something to offend him?" Ariel asked. "I don't know," Eren replied. Finnegal's offer was generous. The valley would make an excellent campsite, with good water, plenty of fishing and hunting nearby, and Maechlen only 10 miles away when he chose to go home. But as he watched the noble elf striding off into the emerald shadows of the Maechwoods, he found that he longed to know more. He could remain here, but he would be a peasant squatting in a king's castle, never understanding the many fine and beautiful things that surrounded him. A strange intuition coalesced in his mind, a certainty that his meeting with Finnegal was no accident, no fortunate coincidence, but the intangible hand of fate at work. Finnegal had said that he'd been waiting for Eren, but Eren realized that he had been waiting for Finnegal, too. A sign to shape him into the man he was meant to be. Without thinking, he splashed across the cold, swift stream and scrambled down the wet gray stone after Finnegal. Desperation gripped his heart. He forgot Ariel, gaping after him. "Wait, Finnegal! Wait a moment!" The elf turned, his face impassive. "Yes, Aaron?" He stopped 10 paces short of the elf, his breeches darkened to the knee with cold water, breathless and suddenly horrified by his own temerity. What in Faerun was he thinking about? Finnegal waited patiently as Aaron wrestled with his fears. Closing his eyes, Aaron forced himself to speak what was in his heart. I want to come with you. I want to know more about the elves, about the forest." His voice trailed off as he fumbled for the words to express what he felt. "I want to know about the old magic." Finnegal studied him. "Aaron, the power that I wield is no magician's trick to be learned and forgotten on a young man's whim. It is a road that will chain your feet from the moment you set foot upon it. Should you take this step, there will be no turning back for you." "You were waiting for me," Aaron said. "Why? What's special about me?" "More than you might guess, Aaron Moriath."
"Aaron, have you lost your mind?"
Ariel stood, pale as a ghost, her mouth open in shock. Aaron ignored her, his attention fixed on Finnegal. "I can keep up. I'll do anything you ask. I need to see what you see, to learn what you know. I have nothing to lose." The elf faced Aaron, measuring the boy with a long, serious glance. An hour ago, Aaron would have wilted beneath that searching gaze, unable to confront the scrutiny of the elf's ancient wisdom. But as he met Finnegal's face, the turmoil of emotion in his heart calmed. His destiny was bound up with the elf lord. All his life had led to this confrontation beneath the soaring spray of the cascade. Finnegal's cool gaze softened. He recognized the unbending purity of purpose that infused Aaron at that moment. "All right, Aaron. I will let you come with me. If you consent to a test." "A test?" "Yes. Before I try to teach you, I must know whether or not you can be taught." "Anything," Aaron replied. "You should think before you answer so quickly. There may be a time when you discover that your heart's desire is not what it seems." Finnegal shook his head. "I can see it would be useless to ask you to reconsider." "Very well, then. Come with me." With a rueful glance at the misted dell, the elf turned and started down along the stream again, moving slower this time. Aaron and Ariel hurried after him. Bailey skipped and bounded from rock to rock behind them, bringing up the rear. Finnegal chose a nearly invisible path that wound southeast, crossing the rocky ridge and snaking through the rugged country beyond. By midday, they were deep into the spine of the forest, the great range of tree-mantled hills that ran through the heart of the Mayorchwood. Finnegal led them on a steep trail that eventually climbed clear of the trees altogether, bringing them to a windswept spire of weathered stone. "This will do," he announced, as Aaron and Ariel collapsed on the ground.
"What is this place?"
Ariel gasped. "The Kumara Mi," Finnegal said over his shoulder. "In common, Forest's Stone Mantle. It's a place of strength and purpose, a place of magic." "This is where you'll test me?" guessed Aaron. Finnegal turned his ancient eyes on Aaron. Despite himself, the young forester quailed. "Aaron, you will imagine that you are in another place, facing a dire threat. The test varies for every person who attempts it. The place and the peril are locked within your heart. But anything you can imagine, you can attempt. Is it dangerous? Ariel asked. Magic is dangerous, Finnegal replied. If Eren succeeds, he won't be harmed. If he fails... Many have sustained injury in tests of this kind. The girl frowned. Eren, maybe you should... Eren cut her off with a curt slash of his hand. I'm ready, he told Finnegal. As you wish, Finnegal said. He raised his hand, pointing at Eren, and hummed a soft melody under his breath. A strange, prickling sensation danced across Eren's entire body, and the hollow of his chest reverberated with a chord-like resonance that drew his breath away. For the second time in the span of a day, Eren felt magic at work nearby. He gasped in astonishment, closing his eyes. The world tumbled away in darkness, vanishing like a bird taking wing at dusk. His heart fluttered in his chest in sudden panic, and his hands scrabbled at the nothingness that embraced him. Before his panic could master him entirely, light silently flared around him. He gaped in amazement at what he saw. He was standing in the great hall of Rhaeadel Keep. Every detail was perfect, down to the tiny crack in the flagstone by the door, the stale sunbeams that slanted in through the leaded glass windows, the dancing of dust motes in the yellow light. Eren had only been in the great hall half a dozen times, and never alone, but here he stood. A ghost-like flicker caught the corner of his eye, and he saw a pale lord hovering behind him. I am here, Eren, Finnegal said silently, inside his mind. This is the test you have created for yourself. Be strong. Eren turned slowly. He could sense the dreamlike quality of the vision, the inordinately still air, the rhythmic beating of his heart in his ears, the impression that things wavered and vanished when he wasn't looking directly at them. Why Rhaeadel Hall, he wondered. Ghostly shapes began to fill the chamber, becoming darker and more substantial. Phantom guards in black mail lined the walls, holding gleaming halberds. In the empty wooden seat before him, an image of Lord Rhaeadel materialized, a stout man with a blunt, unforgiving face. He scowled past Eren. Turning his head, Eren saw the tall figure of a proud, golden-haired man in chains. A cold lance of pain seared his heart. Father? He whispered. Behind Staish Moriath, a young and beautiful woman stood, holding the hand of a small, thin boy with a bright mass of yellow curls atop his head. Eren realized that he was looking at himself as he appeared that day. The wraiths ignored him. In an eerie absence of sound, Rhaeadel stood and spoke, his eyes cold flecks of granite in his stone face. The beautiful woman sagged to her knees, her open mouth wailing in perfect silence. The boy hid his face in her skirts. The guards seized Staish by his chains and dragged him away. The scene faded suddenly, the ghostly figures vanishing. Eren reeled and shifted his weight. The rough scrape of iron on iron startled him. He looked down and saw that he was chained at his wrists and ankles. The silence was gone, broken by a murmur of voices and clattering weapons and armor. His eyes leapt to the wooden seat where Foros Rhaeadel, no phantom but a real and living enemy, leaned back, sneering at him. "Are you prepared to follow your father to the gallows, Moriath?" he hissed. "We should have let you swing the same day he danced on the rope." Eren tried to retreat, but the shackles held him fast. Rusty iron abraded his wrists. "Damn you, Foros!" "Silence!" Foros gestured at the guards on either side and rose from his seat. "Take him to the gallows." Two heavy-set guardsmen in black armor caught his arms and dragged him backward, through the hall's great doors and into the bright sunlight of the castle courtyard. Foros sauntered after him, one hand cocked on the hilt of his sword. Aaron tried to struggle, but it was no use. The guardsmen merely tightened their grip. Their boots clomped on the wooden steps of the gibbet. The weathered planks barked his shins as he tried to get his feet under him. "Let me go!" He roared in desperate fury. "You can stop this, Aaron," said the Wraith of Finnegal. The elven lord watched dispassionately from the side, his arms folded. "If you have the will, you can end this, or turn it to any course you desire. Defend yourself, escape, do anything you want."
"But how?"
Aaron shouted. One of the faceless guards pinned his arms, while the other slipped the coarse noose over his head.
"What do I do?"
"Magic begins in the heart and is shaped by the will. Decide what you want, then want it with all your being. Use your will to shape it into what you need." Aaron gagged as the noose was drawn tight around his neck. For a moment, he panicked, too stricken with terror to do anything except thrash and struggle. But then he tried to make sense of Finnegal's cryptic words. Decide what you want. Right now, he wanted the noose off his neck and the fetters removed from his limbs. The guard stepped back, clearing the gallows for its grisly task. The structure creaked and swayed slightly in the wind. He kept his attention on the manacles, fiercely wishing them to fall open. A faint vibration or prickling seemed to hum softly in the center of his chest. He sharpened his desire to a white-hot fury, driven by his old grief for his parents and his simple desire to live. He became aware of a sea of discordant melodies surrounding him, a chaotic maelstrom of light and life and energy. The wind currents danced and sang in his ears. The faded life of the wood that made up the gallows smoldered dimly, a memory of water and sunlight. Multicolored auras burned around each of the men who stood by the scene, the potent fire of their life forces burning like brands in the night. The rush he felt in his heart was the echo of his own life, the great magical power of being. Aaron flailed out, trying to seize the strongest auras and bend them to his will. They seemed to slip through his grasp, and he felt panic rising in his throat. Shape yourself to the weave, Aaron. No one can bend the weave to himself. The executioner threw his lever, dropping the trap door from beneath Aaron's feet. The world wheeled slowly as he felt the aura of his body fluctuate, gaining energy as he started to fall. A fleeting resonance sounded between the wind currents in the courtyard and his own motion, and with a sudden act of will, he altered the energy in his heart, matching the wind again, imitating it, imagining it beneath his feet. He stood on a column of air, his fall arrested. Tentatively, he reached out, feeling through the stone and earth beneath his feet, until he detected a faint resonance that matched the iron chains that bound him. With care, he softened them, until they glowed cherry red and sagged from his legs and arms. He basked in Finnegal's silent approval. "I can do anything?" A long silence stretched out for a dozen heartbeats, as Aaron marveled at the sensation of magic in his grasp. "Anything," Finnegal replied at last. Aaron turned to confront the frozen statues of Foros Rayadel, the guards, and the ominous towers of the castle. He listened for a deep, powerful force far beneath him, heat and crushing power from miles within the earth. Finnegal's approval turned to astonishment as Aaron coaxed the incalculable energy upward, linking it to the cold and ordered stones that surrounded him. At the last moment, Finnegal raised a hand in warning, but Aaron was too caught up in his task. From the center of the courtyard, a gigantic fist of red-hot rock smashed its way into the sky and shattered the castle like a man kicking apart an anthill. The towers almost exploded with the force of their destruction as Aaron deliberately battered Rayadel Keep to pieces, allowing the hot fire of his rage to strike again and again. Foros and the guards disappeared beneath tons of seething lava, crushed and burned past recognition. The white fury burned hotter in Aaron's breast as the world dissolved in raging chaos and incandescent destruction, until he lost himself completely in the storm of violence. Aaron awoke on the forest stone mantle, weak and disoriented. The sun was red and low in the west, and the air had taken on the cool damp of evening. The dark stone bluffs around the heights gleamed with ruddy light. Finnegal gazed silently over the forest, wrapped in a cloak that fluttered softly in the wind. Aaron pushed himself upright, studying the elf's tall, weathered figure against the sunset.
"Aaron, you're awake!"
Ariel scrambled to her feet beside him, rubbing her arms against the damp breeze.
"Finnegal wasn't sure if you would return."
"I'm here, Ariel," Aaron said. He pressed his hand against his head and stood. I think I'm all right now." The elven mage turned at his words. His mouth was a thin white line across his face, and he regarded Aaron with a look of such intensity that the forester took a step back. "What do you remember of your test?" he demanded. "I was in Rayadel Keep. I watched my father hang. And then they were going to hang me. But then... Go on."
"I touched the magic,"
Aaron whispered, staring at his hands with unseeing eyes. He remembered the sweet fire singing in his heart, in his blood. "I wielded magic." "Aye. And you used it to destroy Rayadel Keep."
"Azuran's tears,"
he breathed. "Is it truly destroyed?" "Why?" asked Finnegal. "Is that what you wanted? Is that the best use you can think of for the marvelous gift you possess?" The elf lord trembled with suppressed emotion. With a visible effort, he forced himself to relent. "The castle is unharmed. It was only a test, an illusion you wove for no one but yourself. Did I pass?" Finnegal barked acerbic laughter. "In the sense that you demonstrated that you can grasp and wield magic. Oh, yes. You passed, Aaron. You have extraordinary potential. You nearly exhausted my power in your enthusiasm to raise the castle. I never expected such strength in a stripling."
"Is Aaron going to be a mage?"
asked Ariel. The elven lord nodded. "He must be, Ariel. He will consume himself if he does not learn to wield his power." "What power?" Aaron asked crossly, rising to face the elf lord. "I've never even thought of magic before today. What's so special about me?" "You don't understand yet what you are," Finnegal said. His expression softened. "Whether you know it or not, most people can't do what you did. Almost anyone can learn to touch the weave, if only for a moment, but those who can truly perceive it and seize it with will alone are rare indeed. It's your elven blood, Aaron. It runs strong in your veins." Aaron hugged his chest, pacing away in amazement. The memory of power tantalized him, and he furrowed his brow as he tried to reach out and gather the living magic again. "But I feel nothing now," he said. You will learn to see with new eyes, to hear with your heart. My spell of testing allowed you to borrow my strength, if you had it within you to touch the weave. So, you'll let me stay and study with you? Finnegal's expression became stern. Yes. But you must swear to abide by my judgment of what you will learn, and when, and how you will employ your knowledge. You have great potential, Eren, but it is potential for harm as well as good. Do you understand me? I think so, Eren said slowly. But deep within his heart, a dark, triumphant voice added, He fears me. He fears what I can do. Good, said Finnegal. He held Eren's gaze for a long moment before turning back to Ariel. Now, Ariel, let's see you home. Your father must be worried about you. He started down from the wind-swept cliff. Eren scrambled down after him, but Ariel caught his arm as he passed her. She gazed into his face, her open features taut with concern. Do you know what you're doing, Eren? He attempted a reassuring smile. Ariel, if you could have touched it, you'd understand. I have to go with him. She held his eyes for a long moment more, and then smiled weakly. If you think this is right, Eren, then I won't worry about you. She caught him around the shoulders and hugged him spontaneously. Just promise me you'll be careful. Chapter 3. Eren expected Finnegal to begin by teaching him how to summon and control the magic, but he was disappointed. In the weeks that followed, the elven mage barely spoke a word about the working of spells. After they returned Ariel to Kestrel's house and retreated into the depths of the forest, they traveled from sunrise to sunset each day. Finnegal seemed absorbed by his own thoughts, leading the way with an easy, absent-minded stride that Eren found hard to match. Bailey ranged far ahead, bounding through the green shadows like a silver phantom. Sometimes they rested in the vine-covered ruins of elven towers, but most of the time Finnegal passed the night in clearings beneath the open sky. By starlight or moonlight, he taught Eren the names of the creatures and the growing things of the Mayorchwood, as the elves knew them when the world was young. The ancient elf rarely slept. Instead, he gazed at the stars as Eren drifted off to sleep. Slowly, Eren learned Tel Kasir, the elven language, and Finnegal shifted his lessons to his native tongue. Tel Kasir is a language made for magic, he explained one night. It will be much easier for me to teach you when you can read and write in the runes of Espruar. Do all mages speak their spells in Elvish? All elven mages do, and some humans, but others study ancient human sorceries and use forgotten human tongues. Eren sat up straight, intrigued. There's more than one way to wield magic? Finnegal smiled, a ghostly expression by the clear starlight. Oh, yes, he said quietly. When an elf creates a spell, he beckons to the magic, calling to the weave that surrounds us. The old human ways are different. A human wizard's words force his will upon the weave around him, demanding compliance. Which way is better, more powerful? I know only the elven spells, Eren. I can't teach you human magic. Since you ask, it is my opinion that human magic is easier to employ and a more dangerous weapon than elven magic, but it exacts a greater toll. When will you show me how to cast a spell? Be patient, Finnegal said. You have much to learn yet. He fell silent for a long time. The long summer of the Mayorchwood passed swiftly, and the short, wet fall came over the forest, drenching the land with cool rains. Aaron and Finnegal had circled the forest several times in the months that he'd journeyed with the elven mage. From one end to the other, the Mayorchwood was almost 100 miles in length. Aaron had seen the golden Mayerth Hills to the west, the fiery peaks known as the Smoking Mountains, and the wild, rushing waters of the untamed, winding river. He was beginning to gain a sense of the immeasurable moods of the woodland, the pace of life in different regions and in different seasons. Hardened by his endless trek, he could now keep up with Finnegal without trying, and he moved through the trackless maze of the forest's hidden depths with the skill and silence of a full-blooded elf. On a clear, cold day late in the season, Finnegal led Aaron to a dark, rock-walled valley in the heart of the forest, a place Aaron knew as Banyan's Deep. They halted by a cold, rushing stream that tumbled out of the stony heights and into the forest below. Finnegal shrugged his slim pack from his shoulders and surveyed the clearing. "This will do," he announced. "Why are we stopping?" Aaron asked. "I think it's time for your first lesson." Aaron blinked. "My first lesson? What have I been doing for the past 3 months?" "Well, you've learned to speak passable Elvish, and you've learned a little about the forest. Any elf would have known these things before he began his studies," Finnegal said over his shoulder. "Now we can move on to the working of magic." Aaron remembered the intoxication in his heart when he'd touched the weave in Finnegal's test. He'd almost forgotten the sensation of rightness, of strength, that he'd tasted before. "I will do it," he thought proudly. "I will shape magic with my own hands, like one of the great wizards of old. I will do it." He scrambled to his feet, shrugging his pack to the ground. "I'm ready." Finnegal regarded Aaron with his customary detachment. The young woodsman waited, his keen eyes hungry with anticipation. "There are 2 things you must do in order to work magic. To cast a spell, as humans say," Finnegal began. "First, you must summon the energy for your spell. We live in a magical world, Aaron, surrounded by unseen powers and forces. Every living creature carries a spark of magic, but the very stones, earth, wind, and waters multiply this living magic 1,000-fold. So magic comes from the land around us? Yes and no. The life of the world around us is the power that makes magic possible, but it is a force without direction, without volition, unrealized potential. In order to tap this energy, we immerse ourselves in the weave." Aaron frowned, thinking. Aren't magic and the weave the same thing? Almost, but not quite. The weave is the soul of magic, the manifestation of all the untapped energy around us. It is the surface that we can perceive and shape to our purposes. I don't understand. Finnegal steepled his long, graceful fingers before him. A fire can be used for hundreds of useful things, warming you in the winter, cooking food, heating iron that it might be worked into useful shapes, and so on. You might say that wood contains the potential for fire, just as the world around us contains the potential for magic. The elf lord smiled and picked up a small piece of deadwood near his seat by the stream. He tossed it lightly to Aaron. Cook your dinner with this stick. Aaron shrugged and reached into his pouch to retrieve his flint and steel. Finnegal held up his hand and laughed. Stop. What are you doing? Getting my flint, Aaron replied, mystified. And why do you do that? To start the wood burning, of course. So, in order to release the potential within that branch, you must strike a spark. The fire within that old branch sleeps until you find a way to release it. Similarly, the weave is the means by which the potential for magic is transformed into the shape a wizard seeks. I think I understand, Aaron said slowly. Now, wielding the weave is only part of casting a spell. The other part is shaping the spell with your will. You've seen me gesture or heard me speak words under my breath when I work magic. I was creating the pattern for the magical energy to follow.
You've lost me again, Aaron said bitterly.
Finnegal grimaced. Here's another analogy. Let's say that you want to make a house. Living trees represent the unshaped potential, the raw magic of your effort. The weave shapes the living wood into a form you can work with, finished boards and planks ready for your hand. Finally, you'll need tools and skill to work the finished wood into the form you desire. This is your spell. Aaron nodded, imagining the work he'd put into crafting the bow strapped to his back. Magic required raw material and a tool to work it. That made sense. Is there any difference in what kind of magic you gather, or the tools you use to shape it? He asked. Yes and no. The weave is the same in all spells, but there are all kinds of purposes to which this energy may be bent. The dark magic of necromancy, the fragile veils of illusion, and so on. I have always studied the magic of wind, stone, fire, and water, the elements around us. Most of my learning lies in spells of this sort. Finnegal pointed at the dark, cool stream beside them. Here, observe what I do. He fell silent, furrowing his brow in concentration. With one hand, he reached toward the water. His hand turned to one side. Aaron shivered as he felt the touch of magic at work, the cool flutter in the center of his chest. Finnegal murmured a few words in Elvish. On the surface of the stream, a knuckle of water formed and then rose into the air, taking the shape of a slender arm and silvery hand. It hung, shimmering wetly in the air, defying gravity, as Finnegal continued to guide it with gentle motions of his hand. The watery hand reached out to touch Aaron's outstretched fingers. It felt cold and damp, but left no moisture on his hand. With a wry smile, Finnegal released his spell. The watery limb lost its cohesiveness, returning to the stream with a splash. Aaron grinned in childlike delight. "Bring it back," he pleaded. Finnegal shook his head. "Alas, I cannot." "Have you exhausted the magic?" The elf laughed. "No, not by any means. I could power a spell dozens of times greater than that with the magic that surrounds us in this place." "Then why can't you do it again?" "Because I do not have that spell in my mind anymore. You see, Aaron, any wizard may speak a spell only once, and then it is gone. In shaping the magic, the tool is expended, destroyed, used up in the creation. A trained wizard like myself may hold dozens of spells in his mind, but each time I work magic, the shape of the spell vanishes." Finnegal glanced up, taking in Aaron's bewilderment. He sat back on his heels with a sigh. "One more analogy, then. A spell is like an arrow. Once you fire it from the bow of your mind, it is gone." "But you can retrieve an arrow," Aaron said. "Well, these arrows you cannot. If you have 3 spell arrows in your quiver, you can carry them with you infinitely. But once you speak the words and shape the magic to give it form, a spell performs its purpose and vanishes. You'll have to make a new arrow in order to work that spell again." "How do you do that?" Finnegal groaned and rubbed at his temples. "By the stars, I forgot how many questions live inside a young human. Trust me, Aaron, we'll get to that when it's time. Let's return to my original intent in this lesson, which was to show you how to speak a spell. Do you recall the words I spoke when I made the hand of water appear?" Aaron thought for a moment. Alag, wait, don't speak them. Even if you don't have the spell ready, it's not a good idea. Save the words for the casting. Now, did you see how I held my hands? Awkwardly, Aaron tried to mimic the gesture he had seen Finnegal perform. The elf reached out and corrected his posture. With your will, you summon the magic. With the words, you shape it. And with your hand, you hold it in the place you want. He reached into his belt pouch and produced a small, smooth stone. Engraved on the stone's upper surface was a curving sign or diagram. Here, examine this sigil and lock its shape in your mind. What's this? It's the shape of a spell. I keep most of my enchantments as sigils drawn on water-worn stones. Other wizards write them out as formulae in great tomes, or record them as long pronouncements or rhymes in old tongues. It doesn't matter, really. But this symbol, with the words and the gesture, will give you the key to unlocking the magic and making the spell. Aaron took the stone and peered at it. He glanced up at Finnegal, who nodded. He looked back down at the stone, studying the simple curve and whirl. Okay, I've got it. No, you don't. You'll know when it's fixed in your mind. Finnegal set his back to a tree and stretched his legs out in front of him. Stare at it intently. Forget everything around you until nothing exists but that one simple sign. Aaron shot another look at Finnegal, but the elf was holding up another stone, gazing at it with an absent expression on his face. He shrugged and returned his attention to his own stone. Time passed, and he almost felt that he was sinking into the one small symbol. And then finally, it was in his mind, a curved bar of stone that lay just under his tongue, like a word he hadn't given voice to yet. He yelped in surprise. Finnegal! The elf looked up. I know that look. It's in your mind? I think... Yes, it's right there. The spell you've just committed to memory is a simple cantrip called Water Hand. Now, in order to cast the spell, you'll first concentrate on the symbol in your mind. While you do that, you'll reach out to gather a tiny bit of the weave around you. You know what that feels like already. Try to borrow some from the stream here, since that is appropriate to the spell. Once you have touched the water's energy, speak the words and make the gesture. Finnegal paused, measuring Aaron. Are you ready? Aaron nodded. He summoned the stone symbol to the forefront of his mind. Distantly, he became aware of the play of the weave around him, the rushing of the stream, the sighing of the wind, the green and rich vitality of the trees and grasses nearby, his own bright spark. He concentrated on the stream. The cold water seemed to wash over him, a chilling, vaguely frightening sensation. Alarmed, he barked out the words, remembering to lift his hand just in time. Before him, the water stirred and surged. A crude pillar of coherent liquid rose free of the stream, groping blindly as Aaron struggled to control it. It started to sag, and he desperately reached out and caught it with all of his strength. Suddenly, the pillar loomed over him like a small mountain of cold water, arching toward him as he scrambled away. Finnegal, help! He cried. As his concentration broke, so did the spell, and a deluge of icy water drenched him completely. He spluttered and shook his head. Congratulations, Aaron. You've just cast your first spell, Finnegal said, laughing. Next time, we'll work on your control. But that was well done anyway. A wide, proud smile brightened his ancient features, and even Bailey yelped playfully, dancing in delight. Aaron scowled at the elf's amusement and began to wring out his shirt. I'll get it right next time. You'll see. In the months that followed, Aaron practiced the speaking of spells over and over again under Finnegal's tutelage. The fall of that year, the one later named the Year of the Helm, was long and glorious, with bright, clear days and cold, starry nights. Aaron virtually ignored it. He drove himself to master each cantrip and enchantment that Finnegal demonstrated, refusing rest until he'd conquered anything the elven mage placed before him. A hidden flame or spark in his spirit that he'd never suspected ignited with the thirst to excel, flaring like a brilliant hunger. Finnegal viewed magic as an art, an expression of harmony with nature, concerning himself with the why of things. Aaron's intelligence and temperament ran in a different direction. He aspired to an unfailing technical perfection, always asking how something could be done. Finnegal endured his apprentice's intense drive with patience and grace. As the good weather finally came to an end, and the ceaseless rains of Uktar descended over the Mayorchwood, Finnegal and Aaron settled for the winter in a lonely white tower overlooking the white waters of the winding river. It was the only one of the ancient watchtowers still standing, and it served as Finnegal's home. The wizard called it Caer Huan, the Storm Tower. The narrow windows of the tower's study looked out over the green, spray-misted gorge, and its paneled walls were carved with intricate woodland scenes by long-vanished elven craftsmen. By the ceaseless crescendo of the river below and the rattle of cold rain against elven glass, Aaron devoured every scrap of knowledge that Finnegal shared with him. As he'd promised, he learned swiftly and gained in skill. He was blessed with an instinctive grasp of the weave, a graceful and easy command of the flow of magic around him. He lacked only the knowledge of the spells to unlock this gift, and one by one he drove himself to learn their names, their purpose, and the details of their working. Aaron learned that the price a wizard paid for his power lay in endless hours of studying spells, casting them briefly, and returning to the tedious process of memorization again. While he could not retain the shape of a spell once he spoke it, the record remained in Finnegal's collection of enigmatic glyph stones. The most powerful of my spells require dozens of sigil-marked stones, each of which must be studied in exact order to lock the spell's shape in my mind. At any given time, 20 to 30 are in my memory, Finnegal explained. So you might say that I own more arrows than I can carry. I must decide which I will take with me before I set out on a journey. Aaron grimaced. I have a hard time keeping more than 3 or 4 simple ones straight, he said. You are still a novice, Aaron. There is much you have yet to learn. Finnegal drew one of his stones from his pouch and held it between his fingers, lost in a moment of reverie. In time, you will need to shape your own spellbooks. You cannot rely on mine forever. Absently, he stared out the window, falling into a silence that lasted for the rest of the day. As the months passed, Finnegal proved to be a patient but silent tutor. When Aaron asked questions, the ageless elf directed him to the ordered shelves of his library. It was not unusual for Aaron to pass days at a time without seeing Finnegal. Sometimes the wizard ventured out of the tower to walk the forest's eastward slopes, Bailey at his heels, while on other occasions he fell into absent reveries that lasted for hours at a time. While the young forester spent many hours poring over old elven histories and discussing the nature of magic, it was not in Aaron's nature, or Finnegal's for that matter, to spend too much time indoors. From time to time, the Elven Lord allowed Aaron to set aside the books for a few days and accompany him on his treks through the forest. Under the early morning frosts of winter, the forest was breathtakingly beautiful, alive with the constant trickle of ice and water from every branch and rocky face. On one occasion early in the winter, a week or so before the end of the year, Finnegal sent Aaron to the tower library to search out a text on the ancient history of the elven folk. "You've asked me enough questions about the old lands of the elves," he said. Go read about them for yourself. With an exasperated sigh, Aaron returned to the library and began to search for the text in question. Finnegal's library was not very well organized. The ancient elf had read every tome within, and his memory for such things was so phenomenal that he almost never needed to refer to them again. Even if he did, the elven sorcerer welcomed the excuse to ransack his bookshelves and surprise himself with what he happened across while in search of the book he really wanted. Like him, Aaron could rarely resist the urge to rummage and wander through the hundreds of tomes, plates, and scrolls. An hour or more passed as Aaron explored the depths of Finnegal's collection, browsing through a dozen books that had nothing whatsoever to do with elven history. He'd just given up on one corner of the shelf when he spied a slender spell book in a tooled leather jacket. "What's this?" he asked himself. Fishing it out, Aaron moved over in front of a window and began to page through it. The cover was marked with an unknown wizard's sigil, but the frontispiece was a thin sheet of beaten gold, stamped with arcane lettering. Aaron peered at it for a moment before he recognized the script as ancient Elvish. "Rhymes of magic and wonder?" he murmured. "A bardic spellbook." His curiosity piqued, Aaron carried the book to a table and sat down to read. He skimmed over a pair of simple spells he already knew, past a dozen or more that he didn't, and then found himself hovering over a page marked, "The Changing of Form." The changing of form, Aaron thought. He glanced out the window, where a lonely hawk wheeled and cried over the rocky cliffs. Involuntarily, he glanced at the door, even though he knew Finnegal had left the tower to walk the nearby forest. So far, Aaron had spent his time working with lesser magics, until he had a number of those well in hand. But this seemed a much more formidable spell, an enchantment of some potency. "I wish I'd known how to do this when Rayadel and his friends set after me last summer," he thought bitterly. To turn into a bird and fly away. Or to change into a bear and tear their arms off, that would be something. I'd never need to fear him again. Finnegal would be angry, Aaron said aloud. He hadn't attempted to lock a spell in his mind using rhymes such as this book contained. He'd only attempted the feat with Finnegal's spell tokens. He took a deep breath and composed himself, studying the long set of lyrics, trying to impress them into his memory. After an hour, he finally rubbed his eyes and admitted defeat, leaning back. "It's a rhyme," he thought. "Maybe you commit it to memory by reading it aloud." Steeling himself, Aaron began to read aloud the lilting words of the spell. Even as he spoke the first words, he sensed the gentle stirrings of the weave at work, while the printing in the spellbook vanished as he read it. He recognized two unpleasant facts at the same time. First of all, he was actually casting the spell, not committing it to memory. Second, he would have to read swiftly and certainly in order to finish it before the words vanished altogether. Trying to remain calm, Aaron picked up his pace until the words tumbled from his mouth in a high-pitched declamation that rang throughout the tower. A shimmering emerald glow began to play over his hands and arms. Aaron kept reading, pushing his wonder and growing fear to the back of his mind. He considered abandoning the enchantment altogether, but decided that he could carry through with it. "I can do it," he muttered aloud during a break in the lyrics. Then he plunged into the last stanza, blindly channeling all his strength into the effort before him. He spoke the last word, and his world exploded into emerald agony. Terrible pains racked his entire body, shooting through each joint. His skin flared with pain, as if liquid fire had been poured over his body. Aaron screamed, and in mid-shriek, his howl changed to the raucous cry of a seabird. The pain receded almost as quickly as it had started, leaving him floundering on the floor awkwardly. He blinked his eyes, trying to make sense of his surroundings. There was something wrong with his vision. The colors were washed out, and there seemed to be a dark bar in the center of his view, making it difficult to look straight ahead. He turned his head to one side and realized that his body had changed to that of a seagull. It worked, he thought exultantly. Experimentally, he spread his wings, wondering how one actually took flight. His wingtips began to glow green. He opened his mouth to protest, but nothing but a squawk came out. The horrible agony of the change came over him again, even worse than before. In a matter of moments, his feathered wings shrank and vanished as he writhed on the floor. He thrashed his legs, but a dark, scaly coil twisted through his fading eyesight. When the pain stopped, he tried to right himself, but only succeeded in rolling over. What am I now? He thought miserably. As it turned out, he didn't have time to concern himself with the question, since he started to change again almost immediately. This time, the green fire left him as some kind of mouse or rat, lost in the now titanic library. He chittered in fear and ran in a small circle, uncertain of whether he wanted to remain in this shape or to chance something worse. The spell gave him no choice, and after an eternity of bone-snapping agony, he found himself encased in an armored shell with ridiculously tiny limbs. Something seized him and lifted him into the air. From an impossible distance, Finnegal's face peered into his. The elf spoke, but Aaron heard not a sound. He tried to reply, but he couldn't tell if he'd even opened his mouth. With a thump, he was set down on the table, and he watched the gigantic figure gesticulate with his hands. The emerald aura flickered brightly, and Aaron endured one final transformation. When he was capable of coherent speech again, Aaron looked up shakily at Finnegal and said, "Thank you. How did you end it?" "A simple dispelling," Finnegal snapped. "May I ask how you started it, Aaron?" Weakly, Aaron pointed at the leather-covered book. "I read it out of that tome." Finnegal's eyes widened. "Do you have any idea how foolish that was? How easily you might have been killed? Think, Aaron. What if you had changed yourself into a fish? You would have asphyxiated right here on the floor." "I only wanted to see if I could do it," Aaron replied. "Then why not throw yourself off the roof of the tower to see if you've learned to fly?" Finnegal barked. "If you didn't want me to read some of these tomes, Finnegal, you should have warned me," Aaron retorted. "How was I to know that what I did was dangerous?" "I placed more trust in your common sense." Finnegal snorted and turned away, examining the book. He looked at the blank page in disgust. "Do you realize that you also erased a very rare and valuable copy of that spell?" "Erased? How?" "It's possible to cast spells of this sort by reading them out of the book, but the magical energy must come from somewhere, so if it was not locked in your mind, it consumed itself. It is gone." "I tried to memorize it, but I couldn't," Aaron said. "That's simple. It was beyond your skill. That should have warned you against your course of action, Aaron." Finnegal sighed and sat down. He scratched Bailey behind the ears, staring out the window for a long time before he looked back to Aaron. "Yet this was not entirely your fault. I, too, share some blame for this. I should have paid more attention to ensuring that you were aware of the dangers your studies may pose. I did not mean to erase your spell." The Elf Lord glanced up at him. "I know you did not. But perhaps it is time for you to have a spellbook of your own. You've borrowed mine for long enough." "Allmark stones, like yours?" "That depends. There are dozens of methods for recording the shape of a spell, Eren. We taught the bards of old to keep their dweomas as poems in ancient Tel Qasir, and many human wizards have borrowed from this tradition. Finnegal nodded at the spellbook open on the library table. You have some passing familiarity with this now, I see. What's the best method? Eren asked. It depends on the wizard. I chose to mark signs on stones because it worked, and so I carry a pouch of stones at my hip, and will do so for as long as I practice magic. Finnegal rose and moved to the door. He took down Eren's bow from its place on the wall. I've noticed that you are a fair hand at fletching. My father was a fletcher, Eren replied, and a bowmaker too. Kestrel taught me some of my father's craft to help me honor his memory. He glanced at the weapon in Finnegal's hands, and the intent of the wizard's remark struck him. Could I mark a spell on an arrow? He wondered aloud. I'd use a length of wood a little shorter and stouter than an arrow's shaft, but the idea is sound, Finnegal replied. The type of wood you choose, the way you shape it, the design you trace, you could represent a complicated enchantment with ease. Do other wizards mark their spells this way? Finnegal smiled. My master of old did, long years ago. He called them Duaran glyphwoods. With a glance outside at the pale winter daylight, he continued. It's an hour or two until nightfall. Why don't we see if you can find a form for the water hand in a piece of driftwood? Within a week, Eren had carved his first 3 glyphwoods. As winter slowly slipped away and the rains of spring returned to the Mayorchwood, he struggled to master as many of Finnegal's signs as the Elf Lord would allow, adding to his store of knowledge. With painstaking care, he crafted a sturdy leather pouch to hold the Duaran and wove simple spells of preservation and protection over the growing collection. Despite Eren's progress, or perhaps because of it, Finnegal began to exercise more control over the spells that Eren chose to study. A number of the Elf Lord's sigils marked spells of war, enchantments that could wreak grievous harm to the wizard's enemies by fire, lightning, ice, or subtle terrors of the mind. But Finnegal discouraged Eren from these enchantments, giving him instead spells of learning, concealment, and evasion. Eren ached to wrestle with more difficult topics, but Finnegal simply deflected him with more reading, more research, and quiet challenges to learn more of the forest around him. Finally, Eren openly broached the matter as they gathered their traveling gear and prepared to leave Caer Huen for the summer. I would like to study some new spells, he told Finnegal. The incandescent missile, or maybe the charm of blindness. Finnegal considered in silence as he pondered which of his books to take with him. Those are dangerous enchantments, he said at length. I'm ready for them. They're within my skill. I do not doubt that, Eren. I suspect you have learned your lesson about tampering with magic beyond your abilities. However, I question the wisdom of teaching you spells of that sort. Why? I wouldn't use them wrongly. Finnegal gave up on the bookshelf and turned his full attention to Eren, his face taut and serious. Some would say that any use of those spells is wrong. Wielding magic as a weapon demonstrates short-sightedness, a weakness of the will. There is always a better way. But many of your spells are meant for battle, Eren said. No one would dare raise his hand against you. Finnegal snorted. I learned the greater portion of those many years ago, Eren, when I was not so old or wise as I am now. And my skill in battle, such as it is, has provoked more fights than it's deterred. If I do find myself in a fight, wouldn't it be common sense to know a spell or two that can end it quickly? I don't want to be able to kill people with a word. I just want to know that I can defend myself if I have to. Answer me this, Aaron. If you had no spell that could serve as a weapon, would you seek out a fight or avoid it?
Aaron snorted. Avoid it, of course.
That's why I'm hesitant to teach you spells that might lead you into a fight you can't win. If you know you cannot prevail, you'll make sure that you don't find yourself in a dangerous situation. In my experience, if you give a boy a sword, he starts thinking that it's the answer to any problem that comes along.
Finnegal glanced away, rubbing his temple.
You're young yet, Aaron. Despite your best intentions, you're impulsive and rash. I'd rather not encourage these traits if I can help it.
You've used your magic in battle before, haven't you? Aaron pressed. Were you wrong when you did that?
I won't be baited, Aaron, Finnegal said sharply. The matter is closed. Now make certain that you have packed the books you wish to study over the next few weeks.
Aaron bit off his response and stomped away. Some mage he'd be if he was beaten to a bloody pulp by the first brigand to corner him, a head full of safe and useless spells in his mind. He resolved to change Finnegal's mind one way or another. For the next few weeks, he badgered the Elven Lord several times a day on the topic, until even Finnegal's elven patience began to wear thin. The unfinished argument soured Aaron's taste for elven lore, and their wanderings in the Mayorchwood's golden glens and green hills became a series of tedious hikes and silent, tense evenings by the campfire. Aaron knew his limits. He was capable of mastering the enchantments in question and had the common sense not to use them unless he had to. Finnegal's suspicion and reticence abraded his nerves and challenged him to show that he was more advanced than the Elf Lord believed. The festival of midsummer approached, a time of dancing and celebration in Aaron's home. For the first time in his studies, loneliness crept into his heart. Even though his mind was fully engaged each and every day with the boundless learning Finnegal offered him, Aaron still missed Kestrel and Ariel.
I'd be a dead man if I returned to Mayorchlin and Foros caught me, he decided. But what if I could ensure that I wouldn't be caught? I could come and go as I pleased.
Finnegal was still in the habit of setting off by himself for a day or two, leaving Aaron in the campsite they'd last moved to. For months now, he'd allowed Aaron to keep one or two of his spellstones at a time in order to create a glyphwood of his own based on Finnegal's token. Over the spring, Aaron had recorded a dozen spells in this way, including a minor illusion that could change the appearance of an object. This was the key element in his plan. The green, humid heat of Flame Rule found wizard and student in the cascade-misted glen where Aaron and Ariel had met Finnegal. After a few days of exploring the nearby area and discussing elven history by night, Finnegal decided to cross the forest to check on the western woodlands. I may rest under a different tree every night for my spirit's ease, but I roam the Mayorchwood to watch over it as well, he said, as they rested by the stream that evening. I have a feeling that trouble's brewing near Oslan, and I'd better go look into it. Can I come? Aaron asked hopefully.
Finnegal shook his head. No, I mean to travel fast and return within a day or two. And, to be honest, I want to strike a little fear into the hearts of those bandit lords who are cutting into the forest, and it's better if I don't have to watch out for you as well. You'll be fine here.
Huh, I guess so.
Aaron's heart skipped as he realized that this was the opportunity he'd waited for. Calming himself, he asked, "May I study the spider's climb while you're away? I'd like to carve another glyphwood." Finnegal glanced up absently. "Of course. I should have no need of it. Help yourself." Aaron stood, dusted off the seat of his breeches, and moved over to the pouch that held Finnegal's spells. The wizard had set it down near his bedroll. Deliberately suppressing the urge to steal a guilty look over his shoulder, Aaron spoke the word of passage necessary to open the pouch, and reached within, feeling for the desired stone.
His fingers brushed over the cool blue slate that held the spell of Spider's Climb, and moved on to grasp the stone called the Fire Hand. He removed both stones, concealing the Firestone in his sleeve. From his left sleeve, he removed a red, egg-shaped rock that was a perfect duplicate for Firehand. He'd used his spell of seeming to create the fake earlier that day. Unless Finnegal actually examined that particular stone, he'd never detect Aaron's theft. Shaking like a leaf, he closed the pouch and straightened. "Find it?" Aaron gave Finnegal a nervous smile and showed him the blue stone marked with the climbing spell. The second spell stone was hidden in his sleeve. "Right here. I think red maple would suit it well." "For your glyphwood?" "Yes, that should work." If Finnegal suspected anything, he showed no outward sign of it, and with no further words, he returned his attention to the smooth stones of the spell he readied. Aaron quickly retreated to his place by the fire, his heart pounding. He was horrified by his own audacity, but now that he had taken this step, he'd have to work fast to copy both spells before Finnegal returned. At length, Finnegal dropped the stones he held back into his pouch, picked up his few belongings, and whistled to Bailey. The white wolfhound shook herself and stood, tail wagging. "No time like the present, as humans are wont to say," Finnegal said. "Be careful not to stray too far from the Vale, Aaron. You're near Mayerchlin, and you never know when one of the Lord's men might be about. I should be back in a day or two." He touched his hand to his brow in the silent farewell of the elves and vanished into the starlit night. Aaron waited an hour to make certain that Finnegal was well on his way. When he was sure that he wouldn't be caught, he slipped Firehand from his sleeve. The stone seemed a hot accusation in his hand. With a scowl, he silenced his reservations and began his work. If he finished the fire spell but didn't master the spider climb, he could tell Finnegal that he'd had trouble with the translation, gaining an extra few days to finish his study of the spell sigils. "I'll need a wood that burns clean and hot," he murmured, considering the spellstone. "A dry old bit of deadwood. Maybe hickory. And I'll need to find a way to keep it away from the rest of my glyphwoods." He couldn't ever let Finnegal see the Duaran he'd made from the stolen stone. Of course, there was also the question of how he would smuggle Firehand back into Finnegal's pouch without alerting the wizard. Cold apprehension gripped Aaron's heart as he realized the depth of his duplicity. It might have been a petty theft, one that would do Finnegal no harm at all, but the Elven Lord trusted him. Stilling the protests of his conscience, Aaron stood and began to search for a suitable length of wood. Chapter 4. A long week passed, and Finnegal did not return to the thunder and mist of the Cascades Glen. Aaron mastered both spells with ease, and then devised a hidden pouch in his bundle of glyphwoods to conceal the intricate shapes and markings of the fire spell. On the morning of the 12th day of Finnegal's absence, Aaron awoke to another hot, hazy day, typical of high summer in the Mayerchwood. It was the 9th day of Eliasius, 1 year to the day since he'd fled Mayerchlin. A full year, he wondered. It didn't seem possible, yet his breeches and sleeves were a little too short, and his shirt felt tight across the chest. He washed in the cold, clear waters of the stream, shaking his golden mane dry and relishing the cool, damp air of the glen. Climbing out of the swift-moving stream, he searched the green, wet walls of Finnegal's dell for some sign of the mage's return. Nothing but cool mists, water-shaped boulders, and the lowering trees above met his gaze. Aaron was usually comfortable being alone, but today the silence and solitude weighed on his spirit. On a sudden impulse, he dressed, packed his bow and pouch of glyphwoods, and set out toward Mayerchlin. He wanted to see with his own eyes how the town fared. He covered the 12-odd miles to Meerchlin in the long, still hours of morning, trotting effortlessly. As he approached the village, Aaron slowed his pace and used all of his woodcraft to circle toward Kestrel's house without setting foot on the villagers' runs and lanes. He emerged from the forest in the broad, cleared lands behind Kestrel's homestead, pausing in the warm shadows of the tree line to gaze out at the cottage and farmyard. It was silent. The barn was open and dark. Abandoning caution, he broke out of the forest's cover and trotted forward, his face taut with worry. The house was empty. He circled it 3 times to make sure, searching each room. Broken crockery was scattered by the hearth, and every chest or cupboard in the place had been ripped open, and its contents dumped on the floor. As far as Aaron could tell, nothing was missing except for Kestrel and Ariel. It was clear that the place had been searched, and there might have been a struggle, but there was nothing that could tell him what had happened. Aaron swore and kicked angrily at the wreckage. He stepped out the front door, looking across the brown rooftops of the village at the walls of Castle Rayadel. Could he risk approaching one of the neighbors to ask after Kestrel and Ariel? Finally, he turned away and retreated to the safety of the forest. He didn't dare enter Meerchlin, not without a chance to plan and prepare. Rayadel would have no mercy on him if he were caught, and whatever had happened to Kestrel's household had happened weeks or months ago. By the time he returned to the Cascades Glen, it was late in the afternoon, and the small dell was shadowed by the sheer tree-crowned bluffs on all sides. Aaron was tired and hot. A tight knot of concern was clenched under his breastbone, and it dragged at his steps like a physical burden. He collapsed on his bedroll unceremoniously, staring out over the darkening forest. "Greetings, Aaron. If I'd been a goblin, I could have run you through." Finnegal stood from the shadows, a glimmer of moonlight rising from a dark, still pond. The elven lord seemed nearly ethereal in substance, as if he lacked the strength to tether himself to the world around him. Finnegal rarely showed fatigue, but Aaron could see at a glance that he was exhausted. "Finnegal, I was worried about you." Aaron scrambled to his feet. "What happened?" The wizard sighed and moved closer, taking his customary place across from Aaron. With a brief word and a gesture, he caused a small, dancing flame to appear in the stone circle they used for their campfire, when they needed one. Aaron noticed that the glen was unnaturally cool, despite the warmth and stillness of the air in the forest. Finnegal shivered visibly, chilled in some way that Aaron could not perceive. "As I feared, trouble was indeed on my doorstep," he began. "All of southern Chesenta is in chaos these days. For years now, the land's been ruled by brigands, rebel noblemen, and mercenary kings who spend their time bickering over their meager holdings like starving dogs fighting for a scrap of food. More than a few have decided to win a fortune from the Mayorchwood by pillaging the ruins of Calmeacor, so every now and then I must discourage them. It is usually not too difficult to do so." "What was different this time?" "I discovered that Beaskos of Vion had hired a wizard of his own, fearing the reputation of the Stormwalker. He set a trap for me." "You fought Beaskos? Are you hurt?" Finnegal shook his head. "I survived. I was forced to employ many powerful spells. Beaskos and his armsmen are no more, although I don't doubt that some other ruthless outlaw will take his place in a decade or two, with the same dream of carving out a kingdom for himself." "What of the wizard?" Finnegal warmed his hands by the flame, staring into the flickering light. "I was forced to deal with him as well. A dangerous conjurer, skilled in the raising of fiends and horrors from the darkest depths of the netherworld. I couldn't allow such a creature to set evils of that sort loose on the world. He was nearly a match for me. Aaron was stunned. I thought you were the greatest mage of them all. You know spells that I could never dream of mastering. I am far from the greatest of mages, Aaron. And even if I claimed that title, I should be far from the wisest. My strength is in knowledge and skill. But there are those who take an easier road to power, like the conjurer I faced in Vion. And if power is all a wizard cares to master, he can be a dangerous enemy indeed. Finnegal rubbed his hands together and sighed again. It was a dreadful contest, one that I nearly lost. He drew me into the plains of darkness and shadow that lie alongside our own, where he was strong and I was weak. There was something wrong with his sorcery, a taint or corruption that fed on the darkness. Other worlds and fiends. Aaron shuddered at the references. He'd heard the tales, and a few of Finnegal's tomes attempted to explain the mysterious spheres and planes that lay beyond Faerun, but he'd never thought that he might speak to someone who had been there. It unnerved him to think that a world of invisible peril surrounded him, a world that might reach out to claim him should he misspeak a spell or set foot in the wrong place at the wrong time. Finnegal unclasped his pouch of spellstones, dropping it to the ground. How did matters stand in Mayerchlin? Mayerchlin? Aaron glanced up in guilty surprise. You went back there while I was in Vion, did you not? I thought that was where you'd gone when I returned here and found you missing. Finnegal's eyes fastened on Aaron. It was not a wise thing to do, Aaron. You know that Rayadell's men consider you a criminal. If I'd known that I was going to be driven from my home, I might have done something to earn it, Aaron growled. I could have shot Foros dead instead of stabbing him in the shoulder. He sighed and looked up at Finnegal. It's been a year since I've seen my home. When you vanished for days and days, I started to get restless. I knew Mayerchlin was close by, and I wanted to see how Kestrel and Ariel fare. A year? It didn't seem so long, Finnegal mused. But I forget that a year means so much more to one of your age than it does to me. I scarcely noticed. He returned his attention to Aaron, his piercing gaze holding the young forester's eyes. Imperceptibly, the elf's detachment relaxed. Not all was well? No. Kestrel's house was empty. They weren't there. Ah. You fear they've come to grief? I can't see why they would leave. Kestrel's not wealthy, but he's got everything he needs on his lands. Rayadell must have imprisoned him, or driven him away. And Ariel, too. Aaron sighed. Probably to get back at me. They don't have kinfolk somewhere else? No, Aaron replied. Kestrel was the last of his family. He lost his brothers in the rebellion of 13 years ago. And Ariel, of course, has no one but her father. The more Aaron thought about it, the more concerned he was. There's something wrong here. I've got to find out if they're all right or not. If you even set foot in Mayerchlin, you're likely to be clapped in irons, Finnegal pointed out. I don't care. Aaron had had a glimpse of his old life when he visited Kestrel's house. Now that he thought about what might have happened in his absence, he felt as if he'd left them to face his enemies by fleeing into the forest. If Foros has hurt Kestrel and Ariel, I'll make him answer for it. They've done nothing wrong. Rayadell's father may not hold Kestrel and Ariel. Well, I have to find out, don't I? Aaron stood and kneaded his hands together, gazing up at the narrow band of stars shining overhead. I'll go back tomorrow, late in the day. Someone will know what's happened. Finnegal sighed and stood. I agree that you must find out whether your kin are in danger, but you won't help them at all if you fall into Rayadel's hands. I know a spell or two that may be useful for slipping into Mayatlan without revealing yourself. You told me that Kestrel's house looked as if it had been empty for some time, right? Yes, that's right. Several weeks at least. Then another day won't hurt. I'll teach you the spells you need to know, and you'll be much safer. Would you come with me, Finnegal? The elf shook his head. Eren, I'll travel to the edge of the forest and watch for you, but I don't think I should set foot in Mayatlan. In the first place, I am still recuperating from my fight in Vion. Secondly, if it becomes necessary for me to confront and defy Lord Rayadel, he'll hold all elves to blame, if not the Mayatwood itself. I might be able to topple one spoiled noble, or maybe two, but if all the lords of Chesenta were to come to Rayadel's aid against the elves who remain in these lands, we wouldn't stand a chance. If my actions gave Rayadel or any other Chesentan lord the excuse he needed to invade the Mayatwood, I could bring ruin to this place. Then this is something I must do myself, Eren said. The night is still young. I will begin by showing you the charm of invisibility. If you are careful, this may be all the magic you need to enter Mayatlan and leave again unharmed. Finnegal reached into his pouch and produced a cloudy, translucent piece of quartz, marked with a complicated symbol. Here. Examine the stone, Eren. By the time dawn grayed out the stars, Eren was able to cast the spell of invisibility competently, if not comfortably. Despite his fierce desire to strike out for Mayatlan immediately, the need for sleep overwhelmed him, and he was forced to rest a few hours in the early morning. When he woke, he found Finnegal sitting cross-legged on a boulder overlooking the icy pool at the foot of the small cascade. The elf stared absently into space, lost in the endless halls of his ancient memory. He stirred slowly as Eren approached. Finnegal? Are you well? Merely tired, Eren. Let's use this afternoon to transcribe the charm of invisibility to a glyphwood, so that you will have a permanent record of your own. Then, tomorrow, or the next day, you can study a new spell. Finnegal, I don't have time for that. The elf looked away, watching the play of the water upon the rocks. Another spell may be the difference between success and failure in your endeavor, Eren. If it turns out that you needed the extra preparation, you'll regret your haste now. Eren forced a shrug. We'll see. Finnegal rose smoothly. Your human side is too strong, Eren. Haste will be your undoing someday. Very well. Let us go. Bailey! With an anxious yelp, the white wolfhound appeared, prancing with eagerness. The old elf ran his fingers over her head with a sad smile, shouldered his slim satchel, and followed Eren out of the dell. By now, Eren could travel nearly as swiftly and silently as Finnegal himself. Ignoring Finnegal's reservations, he loped north and west along hidden trails, approaching Mayatlan by a circuitous route. They reached the edge of the village by mid-afternoon. The day was hot and overcast, and the gray skies threatened a violent storm before long. Beneath the eaves of the forest, Finnegal caught Eren's arm. Remember, if you cast the charm of invisibility, you will be invisible to the eye only. You can still be detected by sound, smell, or touch. If you attempt to harm someone, or if you cast another spell, the charm will fail. Good luck. I will wait here for you. Don't worry, Finnegal. I'll be careful. Eren gave the wizard a reassuring smile. He hopped the fence that surrounded Kestrel's homestead and gave the place a cursory search. At first, he thought that nothing had changed from his last visit. The barn was still empty, and there were no chickens or goats in the farmyard. But by the house, a deerskin was strung on a frame, scraped and drying, and the small smoking shed was acrid with recent use. With some trepidation, Aaron entered the house, but found it empty. No one was home at the moment. Could Kestrel and Ariel have returned? Many of their small belongings were missing, but others remained and showed signs of use. He thought it over and decided to question the neighbors. Old Torek down the lane had always been a friend and had little love for Lord Rayadel. Aaron turned west and trotted across the open fields to the farmer's house. Torek's fields seemed in good shape. It had been a good summer for the crops so far, with sunshine and rain in the right proportions. He glanced around furtively, but no one was near, so he rapped on the farmer's door. "Torek? Sheila? Anybody home?" Sheila Goldsheaf, wife to old Torek Goldsheaf, opened the door and peered out. She was a stout, apron-clad woman of middle years, blessed with the ability to talk incessantly about even the most trivial matters.
"Aaron? I never thought to see you again. Where in Faerun have you been?"
"Hello, Sheila. I hoped you could tell me where Kestrel and Ariel have gone." Aaron glanced up and down the lane. "May I come inside? I'd rather not be seen here."
Of course. Come in quickly. Why, it's been a year that you've been gone now. So much has happened. The old lord, he's fallen ill, and young Foros is pretty much in charge at the keep. Kestrel is in the castle's dungeon, but Ariel's—
"Aaron, you're back!" Ariel rushed up and caught Aaron in a strong embrace. "Where have you been? What have you been doing?"
"I was going to say Ariel was released a few days ago, and she's staying here with us while she cleans up Kestrel's cabin," Sheila continued. "And I was going to add that she was here right now, but I see that you found that out for yourself."
The matron ushered both Aaron and Ariel into the cluttered interior of her home, pulling up a couple of stools by the hearth. Aaron looked from Sheila to Ariel. It was good to see human faces again. Ariel. He hadn't realized how much he had missed her. Kestrel might have been a father to him, but Ariel was both his sister and his best friend. He missed her direct honesty, her wit and dry humor, even the shape of her face. "I can't stay, Sheila. Rayadel's men still have a warrant for me. You're at risk as long as I stay here."
"Oh, hush," Sheila snapped. "Answer Ariel, young man. She's been beside herself with worry."
Aaron drew in a deep breath and replied, "I'm still staying with the friend I met last year, Ariel. I'm sure you remember him. I've learned a lot in a year. I can read and write in both Common and Elvish, and my other studies are going well. But there's so much more for me to learn. Even if I could come home, I think I'd stay where I am." He returned his attention to Ariel. "Now tell me what's happening in Mayerchlin." Ariel glanced up at Sheila. Her face lost some of the enthusiasm she'd shown at seeing Aaron again. "Father's been imprisoned in Rayadel Keep for almost 3 months now," she said quietly. "I was thrown in the dungeon too, but they let me go on Midsummer." "Why did Rayadel arrest you?" "Foros was very angry with Father and I for helping you to escape Mayerchlin, but the old lord wouldn't allow him to arrest us. After all, we didn't know you were wanted when you left. But over the winter, old Lord Rayadel fell ill."
"They say he hasn't risen from his bed in 2 months or more," Sheila added.
"So Foros is the Lord of Mayerchlin now?" Aaron asked. Ariel nodded. "Not in name, but he's the heir, and he's serving as regent until his father gets better."
"If he ever does,"
Sheila observed. "The very day his father agreed to relinquish his powers to Foros, he drafted a warrant for Kestrel's arrest, and mine as well." Aiding a felon, obstructing the law, seditious speech, conspiracy to rebellion. I didn't know he could think of so many charges. Ariel paled, and her voice grew small. So, Father and I were thrown into the dungeons.
Aaron snorted.
Rayadel's nothing but a bloodthirsty brigand. He can't use his father's laws to pursue his own vendetta against me.
Sheila frowned.
King Jeriax in Oslan came down his side 13 years ago, Aaron. The castle's guardsmen are the only law in Mayersland. You should know that by now.
The young mage spat a curse.
I'm sorry, Ariel. Were they rough with you?
She shook her head.
Some of the guards would say things to me, but no one ever touched me.
Why did they let you go? Ariel shook her head.
I don't know.
Aaron thought about the news.
What could he do to help Kestrel? Could he spirit the Forester out of the dungeons with magic?
If he did, Kestrel would be no better off than Aaron was. As an escaped prisoner, he'd have to flee Mayerchland too. What if he turned himself in? Foros would have no reason to hold Kestrel. Well, nothing save spite, he reminded himself. But Aaron's own life would almost certainly be forfeit. Aaron even considered the possibility of circumventing both Rayadel and Jeriax to appeal directly to Gormentor, the Overking in Achanix, but he couldn't begin to imagine how he might do that. Outside, he heard the clattering approach of a number of horsemen. Animals nickered and snorted, stamping the hard earth of the farmyard. Aaron frowned, puzzled. Why would so many riders be coming to see Torrik at one time? Unless... soldiers. The Lord's men. He leapt to his feet, seeking escape. Foros Rayadel didn't let you out of prison to show his generosity. He let you out to see if you would lead him to me. Ariel groaned. It makes sense. And I did exactly what Rayadel wanted me to. Oh, Aaron.
Surround the house. The boy's inside.
Through the oilskin windows, Aaron could see the dark shapes of guardsmen racing for the door, 6 or 7 at least. He thought desperately. There was no place to hide, and Rayadel's men already covered both doors.
Ariel, Sheila, cooperate. Tell them anything they want to know,
he hissed. Then, raising his hand and dusting himself with a pinch of pure white sand, he brought the mystic symbol of the charm of invisibility to his mind. The weave streamed through him, electrifying his senses. With a word, the world around him seemed to become gray and mist-wreathed, as if he viewed it through a dark glass.
Aaron! Where did you go?
Ariel cried. At that instant, mailed swordsmen kicked in both the front and back doors of Sheila's cottage, storming into the room with their blades ready. More streamed in behind them, ransacking the place, overturning furniture, tearing down every hanging or curtain that could possibly conceal a slender young man. Aaron whirled, avoiding contact with the enraged soldiers, and barely escaping a fatal collision. At the sergeant's command, 2 guardsmen dragged Sheila and Ariel out into the farmyard, blades at their throats. Aaron used the opportunity to slip outside just behind them, while the rest of the soldiers continued to wreck Sheila's home. Just outside, the young Lord Mirok sat atop his horse, eyes glittering with anticipation.
I thought it a waste of my time to watch the lass, but it looks like Foros's plan has worked, he remarked. Where's Aaron?
Here are the women, my lord. There's no sign of the boy,
growled the sergeant.
What? There must be,
Mirok roared.
Search again!
The sergeant nodded and ducked back inside to supervise the efforts of his men. Aaron moved slowly to one side,
holding his breath. There were soldiers all around, but none even glanced in his direction. He was safe for the moment, but Ariel and Sheila were held securely by Rayadel's men. After a long moment, the sergeant stomped back outside.
"There's no sign of him, my lord. I'm certain of it."
The sergeant spread his hands.
"We saw him enter and watch the house closely. I don't know how he got out."
Miraak scowled and turned his gaze to Ariel.
"Where's Aaron? We know he was here."
Ariel cried out in pain as the soldier holding her knotted one hand in her hair and twisted savagely.
"I don't know," she gasped. "He used magic to disappear."
"What kind of nonsense is that?"
Miraak roared.
"Foros will have my head if I let Aaron escape."
He glared at his prisoners and narrowed his eyes.
"Fine. Burn the house."
"No!" shrieked Sheila. "It's my home!"
With 2 quick steps, the leader of the guardsmen reached Sheila. He smashed her to the ground with his mailed fist. Sheila collapsed, bleeding in the dry brown earth. Aaron stood transfixed by horror, watching as the guards abandoned their search and set torches to the cottage's roof. Black smoke streamed into the sky.
"Miraak, you can't do this!"
Ariel wailed.
"You have no right! Sheila hasn't harmed anyone!"
The stocky lord tore his gaze from the billowing flames and locked his eyes on Ariel's face.
"Where is Aaron?"
"By Azuran, I don't know. Far from here by now, I hope."
Ariel struggled against the guard who pinned her.
"How did he escape?"
"I told you, he used magic."
Miraak sneered.
"That wretched lout has mastered sorcery? Think of a better lie than that."
The burly nobleman sneered at Ariel.
"Perhaps you need more encouragement,"
he said, licking his lips.
"Strip her!"
The guard holding her shot a disapproving look at the lord, but set his jaw and seized the homespun dress, tearing it from Ariel's shoulders. Miraak swung down from his horse and swaggered forward. Aaron understood what kind of encouragement Miraak had in mind. With a loud cry, he sprinted forward, knife in hand. Guards whirled, searching for the source of the shout. Aaron reached the man holding Ariel and slashed his face. The guard screamed and reeled away, holding his hands to his lacerated jaw. And the strange, dim haze that cloaked Aaron's vision began to brighten as full daylight returned. His assault on the guard had broken the spell. He was becoming visible again.
"There he is!"
shouted Miraak. He drew his slender sword from its sheath and charged forward. The other men of the detail drew their own blades and advanced. Torik's house was a mass of flames now, and the heat smothered Aaron. He glanced wildly about, faced with steel on all sides, and suddenly he knew with absolute certainty what to do. He pressed his hands together and summoned the image of Firehand to his mind, reaching out through the weave to grasp the turbulent flames that danced and leapt in the burning house behind him. A great jet of scorching red flames exploded from his hands, engulfing Miraak from the waist up. Aaron held the jet on the lord for only a moment, then slewed it around to drive back the guardsman. Miraak shrieked and staggered away, his puffed coat burning like oil-soaked tinder. The guards in their mail fared better, but the blast of heat singed faces and hands. Most were incapacitated for a moment. As the jet of flame played out, Aaron reached down to seize Ariel's hand and bolted for the safety of the forest. The girl stumbled in shock, trying to cover herself with her torn dress, but she found the wits to stretch out her legs and match Aaron's pace. Behind them, Lord Miraak toppled and fell in a blazing heap.
"Aaron, where are you going?"
Ariel panted. "I've got to get you away from here," he answered. "You can stay with me in the forest. Come on." Instead, Ariel slowed and stopped, wrenching her hand back.
"No, Aaron. I can't come with you."
Aaron halted, panting. The guards were mounting their horses, shouting and cursing, but they had a 200-yard lead. "Come on! They'll be upon us in a moment!" Ariel wrapped her arms around her torso and backed away from Aaron.
"What have you become, Aaron? You killed Miraak. You've murdered a lord."
"Ariel, I did it to save you!" The girl shuddered in horror.
"Don't say that!"
Aaron threw up his arms in exasperation. "We don't have time for this, Ariel. Foros will just throw you in prison again." She turned her back on him.
"You'd better go."
"Ariel, I did what I had to do." Aaron looked past her, at the horseman coming after him. He reached forward to catch her sleeve, but she twisted away from him, tears streaming down her cheeks. Aaron cursed and retreated, watching the soldiers gallop toward them. "I'll set this right somehow, Ariel." He bolted, hurdling a stone fence and sprinting for the cover of the trees. Behind him, Ariel turned and started walking toward the Count's men. Aaron crashed into the underbrush by the forest's edge, his heart hammering in his chest. He almost ran right past Finnegal, but at the last moment the tall elf caught him by the arm and spun him around. The look on the elven mage's face was merciless. "What have you done, Aaron?" he barked. "When did you learn that spell?" Aaron stumbled to one knee. "Miraak was going to hurt Ariel. I had to do something." "So you shaped the weave into a torrent of flame and burned him alive. Where was the justice in that?" A spark of defiance guttered up in Aaron's heart. He glared into the elf's inscrutable face. "You were right here. If you didn't want me to defend myself, to defend the people I love, you should have acted yourself." He surged to his feet, his anger building. "You weren't waiting for me, Finnegal. You were hiding." The elven mage fell silent. His eyes flicked past Aaron to the soldiers rushing into the forest, beating the brush with their sword blades. "This discussion is not over yet. Now come. We must get away from this place." He wheeled and sprinted into the dark verdancy of the forest, vanishing almost faster than Aaron could see. Finnegal did not speak to Aaron for days after they fled into the forest. They avoided the torchlit manhunt with a few simple tricks of woodcraft and magic, but the wizard's features blazed with fury when Aaron tried to break the silence. Cold judgment mantled the ageless elven lord, an impenetrable barrier that Aaron dared not breach. Bitterly, Finnegal moved deep into the Mayorchwood, seeking the shelter of Caer Huen. Aaron trailed helplessly in his wake. The cold, white walls of the elven tower brought no relief. Finnegal spent long hours each day in the forest, speaking no word to Aaron when he came or went. 2 days passed as Aaron waited for the wizard to berate or punish him. He tried to distract himself with his studies, but he had no desire to grapple with unknown magics or press the foreign shapes of spells into his mind. He was dreadfully worried for Ariel, although he hoped that his flight had won her some measure of safety. But the fearsome image that banned rest from his heart was the memory of roaring flame and the screams of Miraak as he withered and died like a moth caught in a candle. After days of staring out over the endless torrent and the chaotic waters of the winding river, Aaron came to a decision. He rose, returned to the tower, and carried his pouch of glyph woods to the rocky bluff. He pulled the carving for the fire spell from his collection and weighed it in his hands, looking out over the gorge. With an anguished cry, he hurled the slender rod of wood end over end into the foaming waters. He felt Finnegal's presence behind him as the elven lord watched the spellwood vanish in the foam. "Does that ease your heart?" he asked quietly. "No," said Aaron. "I didn't want to kill him, Finnegal. But when I think about it, I would do it again to keep him from hurting Ariel. Or me. What does that make me?" "Killing is a hard thing. When you kill, you murder a small part of your own spirit. Fear the day when it does not trouble you to take a life," Finnegal said. "Taking that which you have not earned is an offense to the spirit, too." "If I hadn't known how to cast Firehand, Miraak might have raped or killed her," Aaron rasped. "Better that you hadn't set foot in Meyerchlin. Miraak would have had no cause to trouble Ariel, no reason to fire your neighbor's house. And you would have had no reason to kill him, Aaron. That's easy for you to say. You don't have kinfolk in Foros Rayadel's dungeons." Finnegal looked away, a flicker of unreadable emotion crossing his face. Emboldened, Aaron pursued him and spoke to his back. "I'm human, Finnegal. I have a heart. You may find it noble to stand watch, never interfering, but I can't do that. Not when people I care for are in danger. If that means that you've failed to teach me patience, then so be it. I wasn't meant to learn it." "You can't deny your heritage, Aaron. You are of the Tel Kasir." The elven lord wrapped his cloak around his shoulders against the wind and spray, his face white with anger. He measured Aaron for a long moment, and imperceptibly his gaze softened. "And yet you are human, too." "Maybe you are right, Aaron. I might have found a better course for you if I had intervened. Your failure is my failure." Stretching out one arm, he breathed a few soft words and beckoned. From the white, booming rapids, a small length of wood flew, tumbling into his hand. "Take your glyph wood. The spell has been cast, and the fault does not lie here." "I'm never casting that spell again." "You may have need of it some day, Aaron. It is foolish to forget what you have learned." Finnegal passed one hand over the Duwarin and dried it with a simple magic. Then he handed it to Aaron. Aaron looked at the glyph wood for a long time before returning it to his pouch. "I'm going to go back. I can't let Foros Rayadel terrorize Ariel and Kestrel any longer." "Aaron, you can't defeat Rayadel." "You could, Finnegal," Aaron said bitterly. "Whether or not that is true, I will not attempt it. It would be reckless and irresponsible of me." "So you'd unseat a bandit lord in Vian, but the one in Meyerchlin is beneath your notice?" Finnegal's eyes flashed. "I live to serve Kalmeakor, Aaron. Beaskos of Vion pillaged the old places of my people, and so I acted. But I refuse to endanger the land I guard by setting my hand against Foros Rayadel, his master in Oslin, and behind him, the Overking of Acanix." "Then I'm on my own," Aaron snorted. "I beg you, do not throw away your life in an attempt to end Foros Rayadel's." The young forester shook his head. "Whatever it takes, I mean to get Kestrel out of Rayadel's dungeons. If Kestrel escapes, Ariel and he can leave Meyerchlin. They've no other kin there. Would you be willing to find a place for them, maybe in Seyden or Rodenar? Or is that interfering?" Finnegal's voice was frigid. Yes, I would help them, Eren. But be warned that I will no longer teach you if you wield your magic against Rhaeadel. I did not share my knowledge with you so that you could spite your enemies. You have it within your grasp to do much more than that. He wheeled and strode away, raising his hand for Bailey. The hound shot one mournful look at Eren, and then trotted after her master. Eren watched Finnegal leave, shaking with suppressed emotion from the confrontation. To his surprise, the Elven Lord halted and glanced at him one more time. I must tend to the eastern meadows for a few days, he called. Stay here and study what you will. I am not accustomed to being castigated by half-human striplings, but I will overlook the words you spoke in anger if you, too, put it in the past. Or, if that does not suit you, then go to Maeghlin and do what you think you must. But if I return and find that you are not here, Eren, you will not be welcome in Caerhun again. Chapter 5. Eren remained on the bluff, deep in thought, until the sun sank into the west, staining the cold waters below with 1,000 brilliant colors. Finnegal's parting words troubled him greatly. The Elf Lord was not given to exaggeration. Never to study magic again? Eren couldn't bear the thought. He'd been changed by the year he'd spent under Finnegal's tutelage. He was not the simple woodcutter's lad he'd once been. Magic engaged his mind, his heart, on a level so intimate and demanding that it had become part of him. And he'd come to understand that he was only scratching the surface of what he might someday learn. But, on the other horn of his dilemma, Eren could not stand by and let Foros Rhaeadel exact his vengeance by striking at Kestrel and Ariel. As far as he was concerned, Eren had given Rhaegos and Foros exactly what they deserved when he wounded them last summer, and even Miraak's death had been nothing more than self-defense. But as long as Foros Rhaeadel was the lord of the land, the young tyrant was free to do anything he liked in order to secure his own brand of justice. 6 dozen swordsmen in Castle Rhaeadel ensured that Rhaeadel could interpret the law any way he cared to. What choice did Eren really have? He turned and headed back to the tower, thinking of what he could do to even the odds against Rhaeadel. Finnegal had told him to study what he would. As long as he was going to defy the wizard's will, he might as well stretch the letter of Finnegal's parting words. As night fell, Eren let himself into the tower's library, searching for rhymes of magic and wonder. The spell of shape-changing was still far beyond his abilities, even if it hadn't been erased by his carelessness. But there were plenty of other spells that might lie within his ability in the old bardic text. I'll need every edge I can get if I hope to pull this off, he thought. I might be rash by Finnegal's standards, but that doesn't mean that I can't take the time to do this right. He found the text where he'd left it. Lighting a lamp with a simple cantrip Finnegal had taught him almost a year ago, Eren sat down and began to page through the spellbook, looking for the enchantments he'd need. Eren worked at a feverish pace, refusing to allow exhaustion or emotion to distract him. Now that he'd chosen his course, he intended to follow it no matter what the consequences. Although he hated to waste the time, he forced himself to sleep on the second night, readying himself for the day to follow. In the gray hours before dawn, 10 days after his confrontation with Miraak and the Rhaeadel armsmen, Eren rose and found himself alone in Caerhun still, with no sign of Finnegal. He turned to the glyph woods he'd prepared and settled down to commit the spells to memory. Within an hour, he'd mastered 6 spells at once, a feat he'd never managed before.
The minor victory felt cold and empty. With his spells readied, Aaron stuffed his pack with provisions, shouldered his bow, and set off for Mayerchlin. The village was a good 40 miles or more from Caer Huon, and he used the elven run that Finnegal had taught him to cover half the distance by the time the sun set. Now that he was on his way, he was eager to press forward and get on with it, but again he made himself lie down and rest while the moon sank beneath the horizon, and the darkest part of the night went by. Before dawn, he woke and gathered his things, setting off for the village to the north. He ran easily for hours, stripped to the waist to stay cool in the sticky warmth of the day. Sweat streamed from his brow and glistened on his back. Late in the afternoon, he arrived at the edges of Mayerchlin. The fields were tall and ripe, corn and grain higher than his head. Aaron deliberately avoided Kestrel's homestead, deciding not to risk an encounter with guardsmen or trackers watching over the place. He settled down under the shadows of the wood, a mile around the village from his old home, and rested from his travels. Eventually, the long, hot afternoon faded into a warm dusk. By twos and threes, the townsfolk sought out their homes as the light failed. Aaron waited until the sun had been down an hour or more before he finally stirred from his hiding place. Time to get started, he told himself. Standing in the shadows beneath the trees, he dusted himself with sand and murmured the words to the invisibility spell. As before, the Dweomer seemed to immerse him in a smoky, dark glass. For a moment, Aaron feared that the spell's effect might ruin his own vision too, but slowly his eyes adjusted. Confident in his concealment, he moved into the town. First, he ventured through back lanes and empty pastures to Kestrel's house, coming upon it from the town. Lights showed through the windows, but he spotted a pair of dark-clothed guards keeping watch over the house from a short distance. Aaron frowned and slid forward silently, passing Rayadel's soldiers without a sound. He crouched by the open window and peered inside. To his surprise, Sheila Goldsheaf and her husband Torek were sharing a small crock of stew in the hearth room. Aaron glanced around to make sure that the guards were out of earshot, then whispered, "Sheila, it's Aaron. Stay where you are and keep your voice low. The guards haven't seen me." The stout matron looked up in amazement and returned her attention to her stew.
"You shouldn't have come here, Aaron," she said. "You're to be killed on sight here."
In the darkness, he smiled. "I'll take pains not to be seen. Kestrel's still in the castle dungeons?"
"Yes."
Despite herself, Sheila glanced toward the window.
"Ariel, too. There was talk of burning her as a witch, but the guards swore they'd seen you kill Mirok with sorcery, so Rayadel's holding her for conspiracy."
Aaron nodded. "I thought that would be the case. You're welcome to the house, Sheila. I don't suppose that we'll be needing it anymore."
"Aaron, wait! What are you going to do?"
"Farewell. Don't ever tell anyone you spoke with me here." He glided off into the night, slipping past the guards easily, and made his way by open fields and farm lanes toward the castle itself. The fortress was an old shell keep ringed by a newer curtain wall. The lower bailey was a small, muddy courtyard surrounded by crowded stables and barracks. A second wall guarded the upper bailey, the reserve of the lords of the castle. An old ditch circled the castle, spanned by a wooden trestle at the main gate. 4 soldiers stood watch by the yawning doorway, their mail gleaming in the bright lantern light by the gate. Aaron paused at the far end of the footbridge and crouched by the woodwork, despite the dark mantle that cloaked him. "They cannot see me," he told himself. "I have nothing to fear as long as I move slowly and silently and don't walk into anyone." Steeling himself, Aaron stole quietly across the bridge and slipped past the guardsmen, edging within an arm's reach of the 2 who stood beside the door.
For one perverse moment, he was struck by the insane desire to shout in the guard sergeant's ear, simply to watch him jump, but he clamped his mouth shut and moved on. Once inside the wall, Aaron darted across the bailey. The courtyard was exactly as he remembered it from the magical test Finnegal had administered more than a year ago, and his neck itched at the memory of the hangman's noose. He almost lost his nerve, standing still and silent in the middle of the courtyard while he wrestled with his fears. After a long moment, Aaron forced himself to move on, passing the inner gatehouse that protected the keep from the outer bailey. Only one sentry stood guard here, and the fellow was leaning against a wall, dozing. Inside the keep, Aaron turned right and slid along the wall. He knew that the keep's eastern tower served as a dungeon. He met no one within the echoing stone corridor that led from the entry hall to the tower. Shortly, Aaron came to the heavy, iron-bound door to Rayadell's prisons. Lantern light and low conversation spilled out from the guardroom inside. He set his hand to the door, but stopped. What would the guards inside think if they saw the door open by itself? And even if he managed to slip past them and into the dungeons, how could he bring Kestrel by them again? Aaron scowled and scratched at his chin. He had a spell to deal with the guardsmen, but he couldn't risk alarming them by just walking straight in. He thought about it for a long moment and struck upon a plan. Facing the door, he balled his fist and hammered on the sturdy wood with all his might, rattling the door on its hinges.
"For the love of Azuran, come in already!"
cried an exasperated voice from within. Aaron didn't relent. He pounded the door again until he heard the scrape of a chair being pushed back. He stopped and stepped to one side. An angry guard with a bristling mustache threw open the room's heavy door, glaring into the hall.
"Hey, knock it off!"
Seeing no one outside, the guard swore viciously and stomped into the hall, looking left and right. Aaron quickly stepped inside and out of the way. The guardroom was small, with just 2 jailers on watch. The guard who had come to the door returned a moment later, shaking his head and swearing.
"Someone's playing a prank on us," he muttered.
"Probably that rascal Darrett,"
the second guard said.
"I guess you didn't see anything?"
"No, the weasel must have run off. He'll be back, though. He's not bright enough to pull a trick just once."
While the men talked, Aaron circled the room, taking stock of the situation. The guardroom made up the lower floor of the tower, and a staircase spiraled down into the tower's dungeons. On one wall, a heavy ring of keys hung by a hook. The first guard eventually returned to the table, where he and the second man were engaged in a game of hopstone with ivory tokens. No other guards, the prisoners below. Good. Aaron moved into position. Setting his jaw, he began to work a spell of slumber he had mastered not 3 days ago in Finnegal's library. As he reached for the weave to shape the enchantment, his cloak of invisibility faded. But both guardsmen were asleep before they could even draw sword against the wispy apparition that faced them. Aaron quickly locked the outer door, bound and gagged the guards securely, and retrieved the ring of keys from the wall. Then he descended into the dungeon. At the bottom of the stairs, he found a rusty iron grate. This opened easily to the second key he tried, and he pressed on down a long, dim corridor lined by small doors on either side. "Kestrel?" he called softly. "Are you here?"
"Who's that?"
a weak voice replied from a cell at the end of the corridor. Aaron hurried to the door and peered in the barred window. It was dark inside, but his elven eyesight aided him. Kestrel pushed himself to his feet, brushing matted straw from his clothes.
"Aaron? Is that you?"
"It's me, Kestrel." Aaron grinned. Although he looked as if he hadn't bathed in a year, Kestrel seemed in good health. "I've got the keys. I'll have you out in a moment." The old forester rubbed his hands together and came up to the door.
Foros is after your blood, Aaron. You'd have been better off to stay away from Mayerchlin altogether.
I tried, Kestrel, but when I heard that Foros had imprisoned you and Ariel, I decided I had to do something. It's not right for you to be jailed for something I did.
Nonsense, lad. In the first place, I did do something. I went straight to old Lord Rayadel after you left and tried to set things square. Foros wasn't at all happy with the idea of someone telling his father your side of the story. He remembered that when his father fell ill and he took over the ruling of the land. Besides, you're like a son to me. I'd give up my freedom to know that you were safe.
Kestrel's eyes gleamed in the dim light. Here, I found the right key. With a scrape and a click, the lock opened, and Aaron reached in to help Kestrel out. The woodsman stretched and smiled.
To Chazar's sword, it's good to be out of that cell.
Then his eyes narrowed.
Wait a moment. Aaron, how'd you get in here?
I used magic.
Magic? But... That's right. Ariel said you'd taken up with the Stormwalker. She's here too, about 3 cells up, on this side.
The two quickly found Ariel's cell and quietly set her free. Aaron didn't like the way she looked at all. She was pale and shivered constantly, ill from her stay in the prison cell. She'd been so deeply asleep that she hadn't heard him enter the cell row. As the two men helped her up the stairs to the guard room, Aaron quickly recounted his visits to Mayerchlin and something of the past 12 months.
Astounding,
Kestrel muttered.
I'd never have imagined that you could wield magic, Aaron. That's for the mages and lords of the great cities, not the kind of folk who live around here.
I've only scratched the surface of what Finnegal knows. Aaron smiled ruefully. I don't expect he'll take me in after this. He didn't want to defy the rightful lord of the land, even a black-hearted snake like Foros Rayadel. He wanted no part of this.
I'm sorry, Aaron.
Kestrel put his hand on his shoulder.
I wish this had turned out differently.
Aaron nodded. In the guard room, they paused for a moment to plan their next move. Kestrel was in good shape, considering his incarceration, but Ariel was so exhausted that she could barely support herself against the wall.
Well, Aaron, she said weakly, you managed to get in here. What's next?
First, get out of the castle without getting caught. Then, I don't know. We'll have to leave Mayerchlin. After this, Foros will be looking for all 3 of us.
I had figured that much already, Kestrel said.
He scowled.
We'll have to go far and fast. Probably safest to seek refuge in the lands of some city such as Surinar or Mordulkan. I don't care to have Oslin's constables on my trail.
He glanced around the room. Both guardsmen still slept, although Aaron had tied them up to make sure they wouldn't be going anywhere.
Here, Aaron, you and I can borrow these mail coats and helmets. Ariel, well, she's obviously not looking too good. It's not unreasonable that a couple of guards might be taking her to the village to have old Mayara look at her, right?
Aaron agreed and knelt by the smaller of the 2 men, removing his mail hauberk. The fellow woke up, but, tied and gagged as he was, he couldn't do anything more than glare at Aaron. Kestrel helped himself to the other guard's gear, and within a few minutes the 2 foresters could pass for Rayadel's swordsmen at a distance. Supporting Ariel between them, Aaron and Kestrel cautiously left the guard room and turned back to the keep's gate. At this hour, the hallways were deserted, and they did not encounter anyone until they reached the sentry post. The drowsy watchman was now awake and alert, pacing back and forth across the stone doorway. His attention was on the courtyard, not the hall behind him.
What do we do?
Ariel whispered. Aaron grimaced. I'd hoped that he would still be sleeping. I can work a spell.
No need.
Kestrel interrupted.
"I remember a trick or two from my younger days."
He eased his borrowed dagger from his belt and crept up behind the sentry. Reversing his grip on the weapon, he quickly knocked the sentry's helmet off his head with his left hand and brought the heavy pommel down on the crown of the fellow's head. With a groan, the sentry went limp. Aaron caught his helmet before it clattered on the stone steps, while Kestrel lowered the unconscious guard to the floor. They waited, listening for a moment, but they didn't hear anything to indicate that they had been noticed. "The lower gatehouse is guarded by 4 men," Aaron whispered. "I may be able to deceive them."
"What about the postern?"
Kestrel asked. "This castle has a postern gate?"
"Most do, Aaron. It's right over there, on the other side of the courtyard. Didn't you scout it out?"
Aaron shook his head. "I didn't even think of it." Kestrel grinned in the starlight.
"A year of learning, and it never even crossed your mind? If I were Finnegal, I'd be wondering whether you had rocks in your head."
"Won't the postern be locked?" Ariel asked. "I can do something about that," Aaron answered. "Then it sounds better than trying to talk our way out of here," Ariel muttered weakly. The 3 of them started down the keep's wide steps and veered left. Yellow light burned in the barracks room that ringed the lower bailey, and Aaron could hear soldiers laughing and thumping tables in the castle's tap room. Kestrel led them straight toward the lantern light, but they went past the building to a small, shadowed alcove in the curtain wall. Aaron's eyes adjusted quickly to the gloom. A small, heavy door sheathed in iron plate was embedded in the wall. "The postern?" he asked.
"That's it," Kestrel said. 13 years ago,
13 years ago, you should have been strung up as a rebel, old man." A harsh voice grated behind them. Whirling to face the threat, Aaron gasped in shock. Foros Rayadel himself stood behind them, sword bared, with a stocky shoulder in the uniform of a guard sergeant a pace behind them. "My thanks for leaving the sentry with a knot on his head, Moriath. If I hadn't noticed that he wasn't at his post, I never would have caught you here."
"Foros," Aaron spat.
He was terrified, but at the same time, an incandescent rage boiled in his heart. For years, the mercenary lord's son and his friends had bullied him, finally driving him to strike back. And when he had dared to raise his hand in his own defense, Foros had seen to it that everyone Aaron loved suffered for his defiance. "Let us go and we'll never trouble you again. You win. I'll leave Mayerchlin with Kestrel and Ariel, and you'll never have to see any of us again." "I can make certain that you never trouble me again by having you drawn and quartered." Foros grinned ruthlessly. "Or perhaps burned at the stake. That would only be fitting, considering what you did to Mirok."
"Aaron," Kestrel said, "can you open the gate?"
"Don't bother. It's locked." Foros sneered. "Kestrel, if you lay down your sword this very instant, you and Ariel will live. Otherwise, I'll burn you along with Aaron." Aaron licked his lips and risked a quick glance at the postern behind them, before turning to keep Rayadel in his vision. They were within the postern's alcove, with Rayadel and the sergeant blocking their escape to the courtyard, and stones surrounding them on all sides. There were dozens of guards only a few feet away in the tap room, but Foros hadn't called for reinforcements yet. Carefully, he said, "Yes, I can open it."
"Good."
With a lightning-fast motion, Kestrel's hand dipped to his belt. Steel glinted in the darkness as his dagger, thrown underhand, sank into the throat of the guard sergeant. Rayadel blinked in astonishment, but recovered quickly. With an angry roar, he leapt forward and stabbed at Kestrel. The wily old forester barely freed his sword from the scabbard in time to parry the nobleman's attack.
"Get started,"
Kestrel grunted. Aaron watched, mesmerized, as Foros attacked Kestrel with a furious rain of blows, slashing and hacking with all his might. The young lord was a good swordsman, blessed with a powerful build and quick hands. Kestrel stood a foot shorter and weighed at least 50 pounds less than Rayadel, and he had spent the last 3 months in a filthy dungeon cell. But Aaron was surprised to see that he was holding his own for a moment, displaying a surprising amount of skill and reactions even faster than Rayadel's.
"Time's on my side, old man," Rayadel said.
"Guards! Guards!"
"Aaron, the gate before more soldiers come,"
cried Ariel. She dragged at his arm, pulling him away. "Right," he muttered. He turned his back on the duel and faced the postern gate again. Closing his eyes, he set his hand on the door and uttered a simple phrase, summoning a spell of opening to his mind. Beneath his fingertips, he felt the old, rusty lock slide and click. He set his shoulder to the door and pushed it open, a breath of cool air slipping through the widening crack.
"I've got it!"
he cried.
"Then get Ariel out of here,"
Kestrel snarled.
"I can hold him a little longer."
He stumbled with fatigue and bled from several small cuts, but somehow he still held Foros Rayadel at bay. The young lord tried to circle past him, only to be halted by the gleaming point of Kestrel's sword. Behind Rayadel, several guardsmen had already appeared, and more were coming at a run.
"I don't think so,"
Rayadel said. He feinted, drawing Kestrel's guard out, and smashed the forester's blade against the stone wall. On the backswing, he struck Kestrel across the scalp, sending him reeling to the ground, stunned. Foros raised his sword, poised to run him through while his defenses were down.
"Father!"
shrieked Ariel. Without a moment's hesitation, Aaron reached out to seize the taut fabric of the weave that surrounded him. He drew his hand over his face while pointing at Rayadel, and breathed the words to a spell. Foros straightened with a startled cry. He reeled, stretching out to steady himself on the wall.
"Curse you, Moriath! What have you done to me? I can't see!"
"Be glad I only blinded you," Aaron snapped. He reached down and helped Kestrel regain his feet. Roaring in frustration, Rayadel slashed out uselessly. Even as the castle's guards pushed their way past their ranting lord, Aaron pushed Ariel through the postern, then helped Kestrel. The older man was bleeding freely from a long, shallow wound across his forehead, but he seized Ariel's arm and dragged her out into the night. Aaron slammed the postern shut and released his passage spell. Inside the heavy door, the lock clicked and reset itself. The castle's soldiers hammered on the other side, but to no avail. The postern was designed to handle any amount of pounding.
"Where now?"
Kestrel asked. "The forest," Aaron said. "They'll be on our trail in moments. We can lose them in the Mayerchwood."
"Good enough for now,"
Kestrel replied. Helping Ariel along, they hurried from the forbidding walls of Rayadel Keep and vanished into the night. Fleeing Mayerchlin, Aaron led Kestrel and Ariel to the stream-riven gorge near the ruins where he had first met Finnegal. Aaron remembered what the elven mage had told him about the safety of the hidden vale, and it seemed as good a place as any to conceal themselves. By the time they reached the gorge, Kestrel was exhausted, and Ariel was deathly ill from the sickness to which she'd fallen prey during her imprisonment. Aaron hoped fervently that Finnegal would be waiting for them there, but the only sign he found of his teacher was a leather satchel left by their old campsite. Inside, there was a small sack of coins, a wax-sealed vial, and 2 letters, one addressed to him, and one to someone by the name of Telemachon of Simbar. While Kestrel built a small fire and looked after Ariel, Aaron broke the seal on the letter with his name on it. In Espruar, it read, "Aaron, the gold is for Kestrel to build a new home. I recommend the town of Seyden, at the head of the Adder River. King Giriax of Oslan calls himself Seyden's lord, but the folk there are free men who show Oslan's soldiers and constables no courtesy. They'll take Kestrel's gold with no questions asked. The potion is for Ariel. She is quite ill and should drink the entire vial immediately. Make sure she rests for 2 or 3 days before you move on. The letter is for Telemachon, a master at the College of Mages at the University in Simbar. If you wish to continue your studies, go there and present the letter to him. He knows me of old and will allow you to study there. I fear that I have nothing more to teach you. Perhaps you will find what you seek there. Finnegal. Aaron read Finnegal's letter over and over again. He knew he had defied Finnegal by returning to Mayorchlin, but in his heart he had never believed that the elven mage would end their association over the issue. Humans made mistakes, and knew how to forgive the mistakes of others, but in the final test, Finnegal was inhuman and unfathomable, driven by emotions and memories that Aaron could only guess at. His journey into the ancient wisdom of the Tel Kasir was over. Elven blood or not, Aaron's path lay somewhere else. In the days that followed, Ariel recovered completely from her illness, and Kestrel regained his strength and quick smile in the sunlit glades of the forest, while his adopted father and sister hunted, fished, and made themselves comfortable in Finnegal's refuge. Aaron attempted several journeys to the places that Finnegal and he had visited. There was no sign of the Elven Lord, and even Caer Huon was deserted and empty. He returned to the Vale of the Waterfall after the last trek, weary and bitter. Ariel tended a small fire by the rushing stream, a pair of dressed rabbits at her side, while Kestrel sat across from her, carefully straightening and paring an arrow shaft. Both looked up as Aaron splashed across the cold stream and joined them.
"Any luck?"
asked Kestrel, watching Aaron shrug off his pack. "Not a sign of him," Aaron replied. "When Finnegal doesn't want to be found, he won't be found." Father and daughter exchanged a look. Ariel turned to face Aaron. "We've decided that it's time to move on," she said. "Fall's coming on, and we'll want to raise a house while the weather's still warm."
"Seiden's a good town," added Kestrel. "I passed near there when I was a soldier in the Overking's army, maybe 20 years ago. Lots of good timber and land."
Aaron nodded absently, not really paying attention. The old forester studied his face for a long moment.
"You're coming?"
Aaron glanced up at him. He hadn't thought that far ahead. "I don't know," he said. Over the past 2 weeks, he'd lost himself in his wanderings through the forest. He knew that Finnegal could not teach him anymore, but he'd hoped to at least see him face to face again, to justify his actions, to persuade the elf to allow him one more chance to continue his studies. He didn't think he could go back to the simpler life he'd known before the day he'd met the elven wizard. "It would have been better if I'd never met Finnegal," he said aloud. "I'd never have known what I stood to lose." "What have you lost, Aaron?" Ariel asked softly. He threw his hands in the air. "You couldn't understand." The girl's face hardened. "Try me." Aaron bit back a sharp retort. Kestrel and Ariel did not deserve his anger. Nor did Finnegal, to be honest. He'd made his own decisions. He'd pursued Finnegal that first day, begging the elf to show him how to work the magic. And the wizard had warned him from the beginning that Aaron lacked the patience, the temperament, to follow the Tel Kasir path. Imagine that you discovered one day that you lived near the sea, and that it was your heart's desire to become a sailor. You found someone who can teach you what you need to know, and you learn enough to sail within a mile or so of the shore. You don't have the skills yet to voyage wherever your heart would take you, but you can smell the strange far lands on the wind. You can feel the waves telling you of the places they might take you, and before you is the great, wide sea, with nothing but your own inexperience and limitations to keep you from great voyages. Then, you find that you will not be permitted to learn the last of what you need to know. So there you sit, at the shore, the sea always in your sight to taunt you with the thoughts of what might have been. Ariel fell silent. She weighed Aaron's words, her eyes dark with reflection. Kestrel stopped his work and turned a long, thoughtful gaze on Aaron.
Some would say that it would be better to get up and leave the seashore, in that case, he said. Return to wherever it was you first came from, and content yourself with being the person you were born to be.
I don't know if I can do that.
I've told you before of my days in the Overking's army, before Moriath's revolt. They were good days, with stout comrades and a battle or two I fought in and survived. But the time came for me to lay down my arms and go home, and I did. Yet I knew many soldiers who never really went home. Oh, they returned to their farms and towns and took up their trades again, but in their hearts they still lived in the days of their youth. And they were sadder for it, Aaron, because they couldn't find the spirit for life they'd had before, and they spent their days trying to recall it.
Kestrel returned to his knife work.
We could use your help, Aaron. I'll have land to clear, timber to cut, a house to raise. In my experience, good, hard work is the cure for a lot of ailments.
Because he loved Kestrel as his father, Aaron made himself think about the forester's words. But he couldn't bring the image into focus. Every cell in his body seemed to shrink away from the prospect. He reached into the pouch at his waist and removed the wax-sealed letter marked Telemachon, weighing it in his hand. I've got to try it, he realized. I'm sorry, Kestrel, Ariel. My road doesn't lead to Satan. Chapter 6. A cold, gusty wind blew across the bright waters of the inner sea as Aaron disembarked in the crowded dock district of the city of Simbar. The great city was a marvel beyond Aaron's comprehension. Everywhere he looked, myriads of people seethed and swarmed, engaged in 1,000 activities. The docks were cluttered with the ships of many lands, and the broad roadstead within the city's seawalls was crowded with more riding at anchor, a floating forest of masts and spars. Drifting along with the press of people, Aaron shouldered his pack and headed into the city. Dodging through the crowd, Aaron climbed up a steep hillside. Simbar sprawled across several low hills that met the inner sea between two high, proud headlands about a mile apart. Aaron soon discovered that he'd landed in the part of town known as New Simbar, which clustered around the western headland and its apron of hills. This was the commercial district, covering almost twice the territory of Old Simbar around the eastern headland. From Aaron's vantage, high on the flanks of the hills of the new city, he could make out several majestic monoliths rising over the old city, great pyramids of crumbling stone that towered over the white palaces and forums of the city's center. "What are those?" he asked one passer-by, a merchant's tout carrying a thick ledger crammed full of cryptic notes.
"The pyramids?"
The fellow gave Aaron an odd look.
"New in town, eh? The biggest one is the Great Temple of Gilgium, deserted by the Inferi when T'Chazar drove them back to their own lands 400 years ago. It's not but a landmark now. The little ones surrounding it are temples and shrines built to honor Inferi gods, back when Gilgium was master of this land."
"Are any of them still in use?" Aaron wondered.
"No, not by the Inferi," the tout laughed. "Some of the philosophers hold their schools by the minor pyramids, and many of the city folk use them as meeting places and places of debate. You can see the Septinar's palace there by Gilgium's pyramid."
Even in provincial Mayorchlan, Aaron had heard of the Septinar. The faceless ruler of Simbar, the Septinar was reputed to be a mighty mage, and was considered one of the few kings strong enough to claim the title of Overking of all Chesenta. Aaron studied the alabaster citadel of the city's king for a long moment. To his surprise, a great, dark crowd clustered around the palace gates, roiling and clashing in a sea of discontent. "There's some kind of riot going on over there," he said with some alarm. The merchant shook his head, disappointed but not concerned. "The mob," he said. "The demagogues have been stirring them up, claiming that T'Chazar the God King will return someday and depose the Septinar." Even though Aaron was half a mile from the scene, he could hear the dim roar of hundreds of voices shouting, and smoke drifted skyward from unseen fires. Why don't the Septinar's soldiers disperse them? "Simbar balances on 3 legs, lad. The Septinar, the base-born mob, and the noble senators, who look after their own pockets. If the Septinar backs the mob into a corner, they'll burn the whole city to spite him, and the High Senators will step in to pick up the pieces. No, the Septinar knows that it's his task to look for enemies outside of Simbar's walls, and until the demagogues actually try to overthrow him, he'll let them be. Our city has more pressing concerns than hooligans and rabble-rousers." Aaron stared. The great city, overrun by rioters in the streets, while its overlord watched idly. He never would have believed it if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes. He felt acutely conscious of his rural upbringing. Nothing in Mayorchlan had prepared him for this. He let his eye rove past the Septinar's palace across the old Acropolis. On the seaward side of the hill from the king's palace, a jagged stump of an obelisk speared the sky like a broken sword blade, barely clearing the skyline of gleaming buildings opposite him. "What's that jagged building?" he asked. "That's the Broken Pyramid, once the stronghold of the Untheri mages who ruled Simbar. It's said that the Untheri shattered it themselves, rather than allow it to fall into our hands when T'Chazar led us against them. Those buildings nearby are the university." "The university? That's where I'm going." "You don't strike me as a philosopher or a sage, so you must be an artisan. What is your craft?" "You misunderstand me. I intend to study at the College of Mages." The merchant snorted. "If you say so. You want to head for that building there, on the seaward point of the Acropolis." The stump of the broken pyramid was ringed by a low wall and several bland stone buildings covered by brown vines. The elevation isolated the tower and its surroundings from the city proper. Its nearest neighbors appeared to be a small number of walled palaces that shared its lofty vantage, and then the cluttered streets of the docks and merchants' homes. "I'll leave you to your studies," the merchant said. "Although you shouldn't consort with wizards, lad. Magic is dangerous stuff." More dangerous than armed bands pillaging in the streets, Aaron thought to himself, but he thanked the merchant and let the last remark pass without argument. He descended into the broad, sun-warmed thoroughfares of the city's center and made his way into Old Simbar. Here, the buildings were generally smaller and built closer together, constricted by the remnants of ancient city walls that had been pulled down and moved farther outward as the city grew over the centuries. Keeping his eye on the pyramids marking Simbar's eastern border, Aaron circled well clear of the Septinar's palace and wound his way up to the steep, doubled roads that climbed Old Simbar's Acropolis. At the top, Aaron got his first good look at the college. There weren't many trees or buildings on the hilltop to block the howling north wind of late Marpanoth, and his cloak fluttered and snapped behind him as he gazed over the grounds. Simbar's great harbor fell away behind him, with its moored ships and maze of docks and piers. The hill was only a couple of 100 yards wide, and past the college, Aaron glimpsed the rough brown foothills of the coastline, arcing eastward along the inner sea. The wind drew tears from his eyes, but he stood motionless, absorbing every detail. Once, long ago, a fortification here commanded the entrance of Simbar's harbor. A low, stone rampart of great age edged the hilltop. Long buildings of rough stone blocks formed a wide quadrangle, with a large, impressive hall of some kind in the center. A 6-foot wall of the same fieldstone ringed the buildings, broken by a couple of wrought iron gates. To his right, the ruins of the broken pyramid stood to the south of the college buildings, a tumbled mound of weed-grown rubble that divided the mages' school from the rest of the university and old Simbar below. He could feel the weave that surrounded the place, the subtle demands of existing spells, the bright surges of spells being worked nearby, even as he watched, and the dim remembrance of unimaginable power in the ruins of the pyramid. After a long moment, Aaron shook himself and set off for the nearest gatehouse. 2 soldiers in gleaming breastplates stood guard, sheltering inside the small building. As Aaron approached, they barred his way.
"Halt and state your business,"
said one. "I'm here to study at the college," Aaron answered. The guards laughed.
"If I had a silver talent for every waif that marches up here to become an archmage, I'd be a wealthy man,"
one remarked.
"Go away."
"I have a letter of introduction," Aaron said. "Can you tell me where to find Telemachon?"
"That would be Master or Lord Telemachon to you, pup,"
growled the second guard.
"Let's see it."
Aaron reached into his tunic and pulled out the letter Finnegal had left for him. The parchment had a golden gleam in the afternoon light. He handed it to the guard. The guard scrutinized the letter.
"What's this chicken scratching?"
he said, pointing at the name. "It's written in Espruar, Elvish." The guards exchanged a look.
"All right,"
one said.
"Come with me."
Leaving his fellow behind to mind the gate, he led Aaron into the college grounds. They followed a paved path to the southernmost building. As they climbed the shallow steps to the hall, a lean man in robes of red brocade emerged. His face was swarthy and crooked, with beetling brows, impenetrable eyes, and a bristling halo of tightly curled, oiled locks that continued into a carefully cropped beard. A fierce, yellow grin seemed to be sculpted in his saturnine features, as if the greatest challenges of power and circumstance afforded him boundless amusement.
"Ho! What have we here?" he called.
"Some serf with a letter for Master Telemachon, Lord Arisius," the guardsman answered. "He wants to enroll."
"A new student?"
Lord Arisius turned his attention to Aaron, making a show of examining him from head to toe. With comic exaggeration, he tisked his imaginary findings.
"I see that the pool of undiscovered talent in this world grows shallow indeed. What's your name, lad?"
"Aaron Moriath, sir."
"May I see the mysterious missive, good Corden?"
"Of course, Lord Arisius."
The guard handed Aaron's letter to the magician.
"I was going to escort the boy to Master Telemachon's quarters, my lord."
With no hint of humor, Arisius weighed the parchment in his hand, his brow furrowed as unknown thoughts gathered behind his features. For a moment, Aaron feared that he would impulsively break the seal and read it himself, but with a sudden flourish, Arisius returned the letter to Aaron.
"Then do so, by all means,"
he replied to the guard. To Aaron, he said,
"It is irregular for a fish to find his way into our little pond with nothing more than an elven letter, but I suspect that there is more to you than meets the eye, Aaron Moriath."
With that, he sketched an outrageous bow and capered off, bubbling with a good humor that encompassed any who passed near. "Who was that?" Aaron asked the guard, more than a little astounded by the master's exaggerated greeting.
"Lord Arisius, High Conjurer and a senator of the city. Remember his face. He could be one of your instructors."
"I will," Aaron promised. He followed the guard into the hall. While the drab buildings of the college seemed to be nothing more than fieldstone barracks on the outside, The interior was much more lavishly appointed. The floors were made of gleaming hardwood. Rich, dark paneling and crowded bookshelves covered the walls. High, narrow windows allowed symmetrical squares of sunlight to fall across the dark corridor. A melange of dust, oil, and aromatic wood created a subtle odor that Aaron found distinctly pleasant. Corden led him past several chambers, mostly studies and reading rooms, to a paneled door at the end of the hall. The guard knocked at the door.
"Master Telemachon, I have a lad here with a letter addressed to you."
"Show the boy in, good Corden."
The voice quavered with age. The guardsman gestured at Aaron and followed him in. This room was a personal study, with tall windows of leaded glass that rattled in the winter wind. A rotund, stoop-shouldered man with watery eyes and a mere wisp of white hair clinging to his wattled head sat at a small writing desk, scratching at a thick journal with a sharp quill. With a heavy sigh, he set down his pen and rose to face Aaron. Telemachon was dressed in heavy robes that resembled Arisius's in cut and style, but his were light blue in color, and he draped a long hood of indigo around his shoulders. He eyed Aaron for a long moment and said,
"Wait outside, Corden."
"Of course, my lord."
The guardsman withdrew. The old master held out his hand.
"Your letter, lad."
"Yes, my lord," Aaron replied. He quickly stepped forward and handed the parchment to Telemachon. "It's from Finnegal Kylian of the Mayorchwood."
"Finnegal."
The master frowned. Moving over to stand in the light of one of the windows, he broke the seal and perused the letter several times. When he finished, he glanced up to meet Aaron's gaze. Aaron was surprised to see that some of the weakness and uncertainty in the older man's expression had vanished.
"You are Aaron Moriath?"
"Yes, my lord."
"Do you know anything of the contents of this letter?"
"No, my lord. Finnegal only told me that it was a letter of introduction, and that I could show it to you to gain admittance to the College of Mages."
"I knew Finnegal a long, long time ago,"
Telemachon mused.
"My studies led me to his doorstep more than 40 years ago. Is he well?"
"I haven't seen him in 3 months, but the last time we parted he was in good health," Aaron said.
"Good,"
grunted Telemachon. He faced the door and raised his voice slightly.
"Corden!"
The door cracked.
"Yes, Lord Telemachon?"
"Bring Melisande here, please."
Telemachon turned back to Aaron as the guard disappeared. He paced ponderously back and forth, hands clasped behind his back.
"Finnegal's taught other students before you, Aaron,"
he said.
"I've never known him to send an apprentice on to study elsewhere. He finishes what he begins."
Aaron shifted nervously. "I wanted to learn more than he was willing to teach."
"Oh?"
The master glanced at him.
"Very well. I don't set much store by what you may or may not have done before you walked through that door. That includes any learning or skill with the art you may think you already possess."
He held up the parchment.
"Finnegal says that you must be instructed, and he cannot do it himself. For his sake, I will allow you to remain here as a student."
Aaron let a breath of relief escape from his lips.
"Don't relax just yet, Aaron. I have no idea who you are, what you know, or what you may be capable of learning. Without Finnegal's letter, you would not be a potential student, and without his offer to compensate me for your tuition, you would not be allowed to remain."
"Tuition?" Telemachon smiled humorlessly.
"It is not insignificant. But I will sponsor you, since Finnegal asks it of me."
There was a knock at the door, and a delicate Vilhanese woman about Aaron's age entered. She was short and slight, with dark eyes and a heart-shaped face. Aaron was reminded of his woodsman's garb and lack of formal learning. The girl's graceful carriage, sophisticated features, and studious expression marked her as a lady unlike Aaron had ever known.
Melisande of Erebor, Master Telemachon. You sent for me?
Ah, Melisande. This is Aaron Moriath, a new student from Mayerchlin. You are excused from your studies for the rest of the day. Show Aaron the college grounds and get him settled in, if you please.
The girl glanced at Aaron without expression.
As you wish, Master Telemachon.
The old master inclined his head to Aaron.
I expect I shall see you in a day or two in class. I am the High Diviner, and you must begin with the basics of my art.
He returned to his writing desk, sighing as he sat down. Melisande caught Aaron's attention and nodded at the door, but before they left, Telemachon held up his hand.
One last thing, Aaron. I am your sponsor, so I shall be keeping a close eye on you. I advise you to devote yourself completely to your studies. More than a few students allow themselves to become distracted here. You would be wise to avoid their example.
As Telemachon requested, Melisande led Aaron to each of the buildings within the college walls, explaining each in a smooth voice with just a hint of a throaty Reach accent. Of course, the College of Mages was only a small portion of Simbar's great university, but Aaron had already observed that the common scribes and artists who studied in the whitewashed Acropolis below did not intrude upon the affairs of the wizards in their lofty perch overlooking the city. Slaves, serfs, and commoners of all descriptions might win a place in the university by virtue of talent and patronage, but the wizard school was evidently reserved for the noble-born. Aaron didn't need Melisande's wary glances to figure out that the college was a place of his betters. We'll see about that, he promised himself. Melisande started the tour with the Master's Hall as soon as they left Telemachon's chambers. The northern half housed the college's council rooms, administrators, and the private studies of the masters.
You won't spend much time here until you're a student, Fish,
she remarked. I'm not a student now? Aaron asked in surprise.
Of course not. You're a novice, a fish, as we're called. Once you've shown a command of each of the 8 disciplines in the novitiate examination, you are allowed to wear the student's tabard and cap.
She looked him over and smiled.
I don't suppose you have any idea of what the disciplines are, do you?
Abjuration, alteration, conjuration, divination, enchantment, illusion, invocation, and necromancy, Lady Melisande, Aaron replied. I know them better by their elven names. Melisande raised an eyebrow.
I see you have some learning already. And you don't have to call me lady. All novices are equals in the college. You should defer to a student. They're the ones who wear the tabards and caps over their tunics. Lady or sir is appropriate for them. And, of course, show deference to any of the masters. They dress as Telemachon does, although in different colors depending on the discipline they favor.
I noticed that Telemachon and another master wore hoods, Aaron said. What does that mean?
The hood marks Telemachon as one of the ruling council, the High Diviner. The highest master in each discipline sits on the council. I don't know who introduced you to him, but he knew who to talk to. Any one of the high masters can sponsor new novices just by saying so.
She gazed at Aaron in frank appraisal. Aaron shifted his feet nervously. After a long moment, she released him with a curt nod.
Well, come on, Fish. I can't afford to spend all day leading you about.
How many masters, students, and novices are there? Melisande frowned, counting in her mind. There are 9 masters on the ruling council, plus another 19 masters who don't sit on the council. Memorize their names and faces as soon as possible. There are 41 students right now, and 87 novices. 88 now, including you.
Not every novice succeeds in becoming a student?
No, about half of the novices can't pass the novitiate examination.
She grimaced.
My own examination is scheduled for 3 weeks from today. I'd hoped to spend the day studying for it. I'm still uncertain of the invocation and necromancy spells I intend to cast.
Leaving the Master's Hall, Melisande led Aaron into the open plaza in the center of the college. Over the next hour, she showed him the east and west halls and the great library in the center of the square. East and west were the college's instruction buildings, filled with classrooms, lecture halls, meeting rooms, and laboratories. Since it was now the middle of the afternoon, many of these rooms were in use. Melisande didn't interrupt any classes or lectures to introduce Aaron, but she quietly pointed out any masters they encountered. By the time they left West Hall, the blustering wind had increased to gale force, and the temperature had dropped precipitously. They hurried into the last of the college's 5 buildings, a plain building pitted by row after row of narrow, slit-like windows.
The Students' Hall, Melisande said. This is your home for as long as you stay here.
The foyer resembled the entrance of the Master's Hall, but it seemed plainer and brighter. The Master's building was steeped in an air of dignity and reserve, a weight of tradition that brooked no insolence. But the moment Aaron and Melisande stepped inside the students' quarters, they were nearly bowled over by a pair of novices bounding through the hall, attempting to tag each other with small spheres of colored light, a magician's game of tag. Aaron caught Melisande by the arm and dragged her out of the path of a novice. "Is everyone this enthusiastic?" Melisande sniffed.
No. Bolden and Eldren appear to have suddenly lost their reason, that's all.
The taller lad was a freckle-faced boy several years younger than Aaron, with an unruly shock of red hair on top of his head. Panting, he skidded to a halt. "Hey, Eldran, look! A new fish! What's your name, fish?" The other boy spared Aaron a passing glance while he whisked the yellow sphere into Bolden's ribs with a sweeping gesture. The glowing sphere splattered as it struck the taller boy, covering him in a golden halo.
Ha! Gotcha!
Satisfied that he'd had the better of the match, he paused to assess Aaron. He was a little younger than Aaron, too, and stood half a head shorter than he.
Bolden, Eldren, this is Aaron Morius, from Mayerchlin. Aaron, these are 2 of your hallmates.
Hallmates? What a new fish, Bolden snorted. How'd you get stuck shepherding this clod around, Melisande? Melisande shot him a dirty look and then turned her back on the boy.
All the novices and students are divided among the 4 halls in this building, Aaron. There's an east and west wing, and each has 2 floors. Hallmates look out for each other. Bolden, Eldran, and I belong to Sword Hall. The others are Crown, Ring, and Scepter.
So that's why you showed me around. Telemachon sent for one of my hallmates to get me settled in. Melisande nodded.
2 of our students graduated recently, so we were due to get some new fish. Come on, we'll show you to your room.
A grand staircase of polished wood swept up from the entry hall, curving into a balcony that ringed the chamber. On one side was a doorway surmounted by a heraldic crest featuring a gilded crown. Opposite it, another doorway marked by 2 crossed swords led into a long corridor. "Sword Hall?" Aaron asked. Melisande nodded. They marched about halfway down the hallway past door after door before she halted in front of one, undid the clasp, and pushed it open. The room was about 5 paces wide and maybe 7 deep. A narrow window looked out over the outside wall and to the barren coasts beyond the city walls. The floor was gleaming hardwood.
The furnishings included a small bed, a dresser, a standing chest, a writing desk, and an empty bookshelf.
"Your new home," she announced.
"This will do," Aaron said. To be honest, it was a far finer room than any he'd called his own in Mayersland, but he was determined not to let his hallmates guess the truth. He shrugged his bedroll and pack from his shoulder onto the bed, drifting to the window in amazement. He'd seen too much in one day. Wandering through the city, meeting Telemachon, walking around the College of Mages, he'd never dreamed how much existed outside the small villages and wide forests of his home.
"Stand to!"
barked Baldin. Aaron nearly leapt out of his boots, whirling and raising a hand to defend himself. All three of his companions faced the door, bowing. In the doorway stood a tall, handsome youth, a red tabard and cap over his gray breeches and white shirt. He leaned against the lintel, surveying the scene, a well-pleased smirk resting on his confident face. His gaze halted on Aaron.
"Please don't tell me that this dung-toting peasant is our new fish,"
he said languidly.
"Yes, sir, Lord Dalric,"
answered Baldin.
"He's our new fish, sir."
The young wizard straightened and advanced, a scowl settling over his features.
"Haven't they taught you anything yet, fish?"
Aaron noted the inferior pose the others had assumed, and realized that Dalric expected him to copy them. Awkwardly, he did so. "I only arrived today, my lord."
"From what stinking midden heap I can only imagine,"
Dalric commented.
"What idiot let you in here?"
"Master Telemachon."
"And for what possible reason would the High Diviner allow a wretch like you to soil my hall?"
With a conscious effort, Aaron bit back a sharp retort and instead answered, "I'm here to study magic, my lord." Dalric laughed harshly.
"By Azuran, why not teach a pig to sing while we're at it?"
Despite the warning glance Melisande shot at him, Aaron straightened and looked Dalric in the eye. "I've studied some already," he said evenly.
"What? Did some hedge wizard teach you how to make potions with bat wings and mudwort?"
"No. I had the honor to study under a great elven mage. He sent me here to continue my learning." Dalric stalked around Aaron, circling him.
"Very well. Let us see you work some elven magic, new fish. Impress me with your powers."
Melisande raised her eyes and spoke.
"Lord Dalric, we haven't had a chance to explain things to Aaron. He doesn't know any better. Please, allow us to correct his abominable behavior. There's no need to trouble yourself with such an insignificant creature."
Dalric wheeled on Melisande with such savagery that Aaron almost expected him to strike her. But at the last moment, he reined in his anger. He narrowed his eyes and said,
"You are not to inform me of what I may or may not find insignificant, fish. However, you are correct in observing that you have failed miserably in preparing Aaron to become a novice of the college. In reparation, the three of you may empty every chamber pot in Sword Hall 3 times a day for the next week. And, Melisande, since you are so anxious to make amends, you may make my bed in the morning and turn down my covers in the evening."
Dalric allowed his eyes to rest on Melisande long enough for the Vilhanese girl to flush and look at the floor.
"But it's my ignorance, and no fault of theirs,"
Aaron protested, disregarding the silent warnings of his fellows.
"Make that 2 weeks,"
Dalric amended.
"Each time this fish is disrespectful to me, I'll add another."
Aaron fell silent. He could see where this was going.
"Now I asked you to work a spell,"
Dalric continued.
"I cannot believe that you have any worthwhile command of the art, but since you seem to think so, let's see you prove it."
He crossed his arms and offered an indulgent smile, but his eyes were cold and hard. "Yes, my lord," Aaron replied. He searched through his mind for a moment, seeking something appropriate. He was fleetingly tempted to lash out with Fire Hand or the charm of blindness simply to see how Dalrique would react. Instead, he chose to work the charm of invisibility. With a whisper and a quick, skillful turn of the cool currents of the weave around him, he vanished from sight. The novice's eyes widened in surprise, but they held their tongues and waited motionlessly. Dalrique, on the other hand, was visibly shocked. He mouthed a vile oath and scowled.
"You know the spell of invisibility?"
he said, speaking in Aaron's direction. "Yes," Aaron answered. To illustrate the scope of his spell, he opened and closed one of the dresser's drawers. "Finnegal, my old tutor, taught me the spell months ago."
"Release it at once,"
Dalrique demanded. Aaron did so, slowly fading back into view. The older student glared at Aaron for a long moment, and then stomped out of the room.
"Remember, 2 weeks of chamber pots, and more if you don't get him squared away quickly,"
he barked over his shoulder. He slammed the door shut behind him. Melisande, Baldin, and Eldran heaved sighs of relief. Aaron faced them. "I'll take care of the chamber pots."
"You'll do no such thing,"
Melisande retorted.
"If Dalrique suspects that you carried out just 1 pot, he'd skin us alive for disobeying him. Do you understand me?"
Aaron nodded slowly. "I do." Baldin dragged out the chair by the desk and straddled it, resignation on his face. "Well, make yourself comfortable, Aaron. We've got a lot to tell you about the rules of the Hall. Before we start, I have a question. Why was he so surprised by the spell I chose?" To Aaron's astonishment, all 3 novices laughed.
"Because Dalrique can't work it himself,"
Melisande said.
"Illusions are his weakest school. If you already know how to weave a spell as advanced as that, you won't be a novice for long. He'll make your life miserable for a few weeks, but you'll be recognized as a student in no time at all."
Chapter 7. Aaron met the rest of his hallmates in the refectory that evening. Besides Melisande, Baldin, and Eldrin, there were 18 more fish who shared his lowly status. Most were high-born Chesentans from all over the country, even a few from cities that were rivals or enemies of Simbar, and a handful from other lands. By 2s and 3s, they drifted into the refectory, joining Aaron and his new friends at the table reserved for the novices of Sword Hall. Somehow, Melisande and the 2 boys had found the time to quietly spread the news among the novices of Aaron's arrival and his moral victory over Dalrique. From one end of the table to the other, he was greeted with broad smiles and easy jests. Aaron was beginning to understand that adversity builds fellowship. The 21, now 22, fish of Sword Hall were united against the ruthless tyranny imposed by the students. "Well, he shouldn't have challenged me to prove myself without knowing a thing about me," Aaron replied to their congratulations. He looked around discreetly. The masters dined at the high table, and long tables just below were reserved for the students of each of the 4 halls. Dalrique held court among the Sword Hall students, laughing and conversing without a care in the world. From time to time, other students, and even a master or 2, came over to speak with him. Apparently, Dalrique was a student of some importance. "Why does everyone hover around him like that?" Aaron asked Melisande.
"He's a Corinian,"
she said with a shrug. Aaron frowned, trying to understand the significance of that statement. Then, it struck him. The Corinians ruled the wealthy city of Surinar, one of the principal rivals of Simbar. Born to one of the highest families in Chesenta, and he's no better than I, Aaron thought. So much for nobility. He allowed himself a moment to revel in his minor victory over Dalric Corinian before returning his attention to his surroundings. "I thought Suranar fought against Simbar and was defeated," he said slowly. "If he's a prince of a beaten city, why is he so important?" His highborn hallmates stared long enough for Aaron's face to flush red. Melisanda eventually took pity on him. "Do you know anything of the alliances of the land, Aaron?" she asked quietly. "I've never had cause to concern myself with such matters." In rustic Mayerchlin, the great alliances and intrigues had seemed 1,000 miles distant. A peasant or low-born freeholder such as Aaron was so far removed from the affairs of lords and kings that it was useless to waste thought on the matter, but here things were far different.
"Think on it, Aaron,"
Melisanda said, lowering her voice.
"Which cities lead Chesenta today?"
Simbar and Akanix, of course. Their alliance defeated Suranar and Luthchek. They're the only strong cities left.
"And with no foes to ally against, what is there to bind them together?"
"Nothing, I suppose. But what does this have to do with Dalric of Suranar? His city was Simbar's rival before the time of troubles, but it's been ruined by Akanix." "You forget that Suranar was always a wealthy city," Baldin interjected. "Its might is the coffers of its merchants, not its strength of arms. The Corinians have rebuilt the city very quickly."
"The alliance between Akanix and Simbar is a thing of the past, and the fragile truce that exists now might be blown away by a strong wind. Now do you understand?"
Melisanda said. Aaron's head swam. So Simbar, as a city-state, teetered precariously between one rival, Akanix, and one enemy, Suranar, just as the Septinar himself faced the opposition of the city's demagogues and the censure of the noble senate. He nodded slowly, his eyes on Dalric. Akanix and Simbar balanced the scales. A resurgent Suranar might tip them. And so Dalric holds court in Simbar's College of Mages. Aaron grimaced. He couldn't have picked a more powerful enemy if he had tried. He methodically attacked his food for a time, mindful of his common manners. The novices ate at trestle tables at the end of refectory. The students shared smaller tables in the center of the room, and beyond the tables held by the students stood the high table of the hall, where the masters ate. Aaron counted 26 seats at the head of the hall, but only about half were occupied. While he watched, a master in a yellow robe paused by the table of the Sword Hall students to speak with Dalric. "So, if Dalric is here to entertain offers of alliance against Akanix," Aaron said, "why isn't he guesting in the palace of the Septinar?"
"Because the Septinar wants no part of the Corinians or Suranar,"
Eldran replied, a little too loudly.
"As soon as Suranar chooses a side, Akanix will be forced to find other allies like Mordulkin or Erspur, and that means war all across Chesenta. But Simbar's senators, and even some of the demagogues, disagree with the Septinar's stance. There's talk that the Septinar won't hold his seat for long." The black looks he received from his neighbors embarrassed the enthusiastic apprentice into a self-conscious silence. Flushing, he shifted in his seat and leaned closer to Aaron, lowering his voice. "Or so it's said, anyway. Some of the masters belong to parties opposed to the Septinar," he continued. "If they overthrow Simbar's king, who knows what might happen?"
Factions opposed to the Septinar? Foreign intrigue? Wizards shifting from party to party like children picking sides for a game of hide-and-seek? Wizardry seemed simple by comparison. Aaron chewed slowly, thinking. How does anything get done?
"In the college, the Septinar's men decide the issues. The senators and the demagogues oppose each other, so Lord Telemachon and the other masters who support Simbar's king throw their weight from one side to the other," said Melisande. "Most of the students are noble-born, and they choose sides as well." "Which masters belong to which factions?" Melisande glanced around and lowered her voice. "You don't want to speculate too openly, but here's where matters stand. The High Masters of Alteration, Conjuration, and Necromancy are from families that support the Senate over the Septana. 5 of the lesser masters from these schools are in this camp too. Some favor peace with Acanix, and others a new alliance with Suranar. The Masters of Illusion, Invocation, and Enchantment are populists who favor the mob. 7 lesser masters in these schools stand with them. The demagogues agitate for war with Acanix and the overthrow of the Septana. Finally, Telemachon, he's the Master of Divination, you might recall, the Master Librarian and the Master of Abjuration are the Septanar's men. They lean toward honoring our truce with King Gormantor of Acanix." Aaron eyed the mages and archmages Melisande had pointed out. "Where do we fit in?" "Until we're students, we don't matter," Baldin said. "And don't worry about it, Aaron. It's all scheming and double talk. It's not as if they're going to start slinging spells at any moment. They've been at this for a very long time." Eldran looked up from beside him and jabbed an elbow into Baldin's arm. "Whoops! Stop talking about it. Ciara's coming to join us."
The camaraderie of the novices faded as a heavy-set young woman in a tabard and cap of green sat down at the head of their table. She eyed the nearby novices with contempt, ignoring Aaron, then turned her attention to her dinner. Slowly, the fish resumed their subdued conversations, taking care to ensure that Ciara was not disturbed.
"Are we allowed to speak freely at the table?" Aaron asked Melisande quietly. "Yes, although it's a good idea never to say anything about a student or a master when we're chaperoned. The students take turns supervising us."
"Why?"
"To make sure that we don't disgrace Sword Hall by doing something that draws a master's attention to our table," Melisande replied, with a tight smile. "Students never brace you up when a master's present, since it wouldn't be proper to involve a real wizard in something so insignificant as correcting a novice's behavior. But you can bet that students remember everything you do wrong, and take it out on you later."
After the evening meal, Aaron and his fellows returned to the students' hall for a few hours' study. Both novices and students alike had dozens of thick tomes cluttering their rooms and attacked them with desperate energy until late in the evening. Melisande retired to her studies, but Baldin and Eldran remained in Aaron's room to help him memorize the names of every master, as well as the students of Sword Hall. Afterward, they talked late into the night while arranging Aaron's few belongings. Aaron found himself yawning continuously. It had been a long day, and he finally turned in after midnight. After Baldin and Eldran left, he extinguished the lamp and dropped onto the simple mattress. Although his limbs trembled with physical and nervous exhaustion, Aaron could not sleep. His mind raced as he grappled with everything that he'd seen and learned during the day. But eventually, fatigue won, and he drifted off to sleep. Over the next few days, Aaron attended his first lessons at the College of Mages. The novices of Sword Hall divided their day into a morning and afternoon class and had formal classes and lectures 8 days out of the 10-day week. Each of the disciplines of magic was discussed at least once per week by a master garbed in the colors of the school he represented. Other lectures touched on history, ancient languages, the natural world, and other arcane topics. As promised, Lord Telemachon lectured on divinations the second day of Aaron's schooling. The old master ignored Aaron throughout the entire lecture. Aaron was surprised to see no sign of the students in these lectures, but he soon found out that students did not study alongside novices. They met with the masters in smaller groups at infrequent intervals. For the most part, they pursued their own courses of study. And now that he knew what to look for, he began to spot signs of the partisanship dividing the college. More than a few masters and students went out of their way to associate with their fellows and snub colleagues belonging to a rival party. Tension and distrust were a way of life within the ivy-covered walls. On the afternoon of the third day of lessons, Aaron and his fellows gathered in the cold chamber of conjuration. Like the other halls in which they attended the masters, the chamber was lined with plain stone benches for the novices. Its walls were marked with arcane designs and intricate relief work, and the room was illuminated by anchored spheres of wizard light. Aaron gazed around in curiosity while his hallmates conversed in low whispers. At 1/2 the hour, Master Orisius swept into the room with a springy stride. He grinned and waved his arms expansively.
"Why, if it isn't the hungry little fish of Sword Hall," he announced, feigning surprise. "What little piece of wisdom shall I allow them to devour today? How can I assuage their ravenous greed for knowledge?"
Without waiting for an answer, he tugged on his beard and smiled.
"Today, I think we shall attempt the conjuration of ordinary animals. The techniques we practice today are indispensable components of greater and more powerful conjurations you may learn as students."
Aaron straightened and leaned forward. After days of drudgery at Dalric's command and dry hours of esoteric lecturing in the halls of instruction, a master was finally going to show him how to work a spell. The other novices buzzed with eagerness. On average, only 3 or 4 lectures each week actually involved the working of magic. He listened attentively. Orisius spent an hour describing the arcane formula that locked the spell's power in the mind, the materials that energized the summoning, the gestures and phrases that bound the conjured creature to the wizard's will. While Aaron tried to absorb Orisius's lecture without comparison to the elven magic he already knew, he couldn't help but observe that the approach was different. Human magic was ritualized. Instead of images or symbols, spells were memorized by long, complicated phrases in ancient tongues. Elven magic was more fluid, shaped by the circumstance of location and need. Human magic, on the other hand, seemed swifter and more mechanical. Orisius concluded his monologue by causing a string of magical writing to appear in the air before the novices with a simple turn of his hands.
"Record these words in your books, my dear little fish," he announced. "They are an element common to many of the easier conjurations, a single stone in the tower of your spell, if you will. Then, commit them to your memory."
While the novices busily scratched away with pen and ink to copy the magical phrase, Orisius paced the room, observing their work.
"Balden, you clod! You've miscopied Calgius as Colvius. You'd conjure nothing but a head cold with that. Bram, since you seem to have mastered the spell already, you shall be the first to cast. Hurry up! I'm growing tired of keeping these letters in the air."
Eventually, the last of the novices looked up with a sheepish grin, realizing that everyone else had readied himself to work Orisius's simple spell. Aaron had taken longer than anyone else to copy and understand the phrasing, but the actual process of memorization had been easy for him. He was ready not long after Melisanda, the fastest of the novices, had finished.
"Excellent,"
Orisius announced.
"Now, watch closely while I work the cantrip."
He spoke the magical phrase loudly and clearly, holding his hands in front of his chest, palms turned inward. Aaron felt the light caress of the weave at work. To his senses, it seemed cropped or truncated, squared off by the rigorous and unyielding framework of the conjurer's words. But it worked. There was an odd sizzling sound, and a scrawny squirrel appeared in the center of the room.
As you can see, I chose to conjure a squirrel,
Orisius explained.
I did so by concentrating on everything I would expect of a squirrel while working this spell. Now, since this is a mere fragment of conjuration, the effect is quite temporary, and our magical phrase included no means to control or direct the animal upon its appearance.
Alarmed by the situation, the gray rodent chittered and ran in a circle, seeking escape. Orisius watched with a crooked smile.
My hospitality does not appeal to you, Master Rodent. Very well, then. Remove yourself from my presence at once.
He raised one hand, spoke a single, sharp word, and with a flash of light, the squirrel vanished.
As you can see, my little fish, the last word of the conjuration serves as a dismissal. I advise you not to forget it, in the event you conjure up something you'd rather not spend a lot of time with.
Master Orisius, where did the squirrel come from? Aaron asked. The master conjurer beamed and bobbed his head.
Why, I have no earthly idea, young Aaron.
Did your magic actually create a living squirrel?
Oh, that would be a powerful spell indeed to create life out of nothingness. No, Aaron. A conjuration simply borrows what you seek from somewhere else. Sometimes it is magical energy itself that you borrow, with an advanced spell of this sort. But, to answer your first question, somewhere in this wide world, there is a rather confused squirrel wondering what just happened.
It almost seems unethical, Melisande mused aloud. What right do we have to wrench a creature from its native surroundings? Orisius hopped up and down in delight.
Ah, wonderful! Master conjurers have debated this very topic for years beyond counting. Truly, my little fish, you astound me this morning. But let's set aside this thorny issue for the moment. Promise ourselves that we shall not injure or misuse any creature that joins us today, and proceed with the practice of this spell. For the summoning itself is not sinister, my lords and ladies. Only the purpose to which the summoner sets his guest is for good or ill.
One by one, the Sword Hall novices worked their way through the fragmentary conjuration. Most of the students recited the words and performed the gestures correctly, but the effort to seize and wield the magic around them brought beads of sweat to their brows and grimaces of pain. Aaron felt as if he were watching tone-deaf musicians blindly plucking at an instrument's strings, hoping by dint of repetition to find the note they sought. Even Melisande, the most skillful of the novices, frowned and seized the power necessary for her spell with a cat-like lunge.
Novice Aaron, show us how it is done,
Orisius directed. He wore an expression of beatific patience. Yes, Master Orisius. Aaron stood and advanced to the center of the room. He carefully pronounced the unfamiliar words while imitating Orisius's posture and gestures. He could sense the ethereal currents of the weave that swirled in the chilly air, the dense power that waited within the stones of the room, the fiery sparks burning in every living heart. With ease, he wove the elements together, heart racing with the brilliant clarity of magic in his mind and hands. He pictured a seagull in his mind, there were plenty in and around the harbor, and through the magic of the spell, he felt the image in his mind spring into existence before him. Aaron opened his eyes. In the room's center, a gull stood, regarding him patiently. Unlike the creatures conjured by the other novices, it didn't waver or fade. Aaron had woven well enough to hold it effortlessly.
"Well done, Aaron,"
Arisius breathed.
"I see now why you were sent to study with us."
Aaron accepted the praise with a scant nod. The spell's simple enough, but the words aren't familiar to me.
"The words are paint and canvas, lad. You'll need to know how to use them sooner or later. But the way you make them work, that is the essence of the art."
Arisius stroked his beard thoughtfully.
"I shall have to keep an eye on you, Aaron Moriath. Do you recall the dismissal?"
He nodded and repeated the last word of the conjuration. With a tiny portion of his mind, he released the currents of magic that held the gull in the chamber. It ghosted out of view, taking wing as it returned to nothingness. He glanced around and realized that the other novices were looking at him with open astonishment on their faces. They don't feel the weave as I do, Aaron realized. I may not have their learning, but I can wield magic as easily as they. The silence stretched out for a long moment, until Arisius suddenly burst into motion, wringing his hands melodramatically and grimacing.
"Alas, our brief time together is at an end. Next week I shall return with another conjuration for you to master. In the meantime, practice and study, practice and study."
The novices stirred and rose, shuffling to the door. Aaron turned to gather his things and join them, but Arisius caught his arm and drew him aside.
"Where did you say you'd studied, Aaron?"
I learned from Finnegal, the Stormwalker of the Mayorchwood, a lord of the Tel Kasir.
So that was Telemachon's secret.
Arisius nodded to himself, his eyes distant. After a moment, he looked back to Aaron.
"You will not remain a novice for long. You may have to familiarize yourself with the tools of human wizardry, but you can gather and weave magic that none of your fellows can even perceive yet. It is an injustice to treat you as a novice."
I noticed how awkward my classmates were. But until I learn the languages they've already studied, I'll only be able to use a fraction of my talent. Arisius dismissed his objections with a wave of his hand.
"When you become a student, Aaron, you will be asked to choose a discipline. Think about the tabard and cap of conjuration. I would greatly like to work with you in more advanced studies."
I don't know what to say, Master Arisius. The Saturnine Master grinned.
"You do not have to decide yet, Aaron. Now go, and catch up to your hallmates. You'll need their fellowship for at least a little longer."
He bobbed his head and retreated, leaving Aaron alone in the cold stone chamber. Simbar's weather was cooler and wetter than that of the Mayorchwood, especially in the last months of winter. The great city was raked by winds howling across the inner sea for weeks in a row. The novices were permitted to leave the college grounds during the days of the week's end, when no formal lessons were scheduled. From time to time, Aaron explored the old city with his hallmates, although his empty purse kept him from joining them in their more expensive revels. More often, he spent his free hours engaged in relentless study, holed up in a remote recess of the college library or in an unused classroom in the academic halls, hoping to escape Dalric Corinian's attention by making himself hard to find. Aaron struggled to master Thoras, Old Untheric, and Ancient Roric, the forgotten tongues that most of the college's masters used for the recording of spells. However, he excelled in the working of the phrases and fragments the masters used for practical demonstrations of spellcasting. Even schools with which he had little experience, such as necromancy or conjuration, he grasped quickly. In a matter of weeks, he caught up to and surpassed the most advanced novices among his hallmates. It wasn't in Aaron's nature to be satisfied, not as long as the vast store of knowledge held within the college walls remained unconquered. Within a month of arriving, Aaron understood just how little he knew, how far he had to go, and instead of settling down to patiently journey into the realms before him, he decided to plunge ahead with inexhaustible energy. He was here to learn as much as he could. There was no point in attacking the task ahead with anything less than his complete and obsessive attention. With challenging studies to engage him, Chesenta's greatest city to explore, wealth and comfort enough to feel guilty about his good fortune, and associates who shared his intelligence and interests, Aaron was content for the moment. But one inescapable condition ground him down every day: the spiteful malice of Dalric and the circle of students who followed in his wake. The Suranaran prince had not forgotten Aaron's defiance at their first meeting, and at every opportunity he found some way to make Aaron miserable. His room was inspected and found wanting on a regular basis. His knowledge of Chesentan history, lineage, law, and the inane trivia pertaining to the college and its former students was examined through dogged interrogations that exposed a weak chink in his armor. Aaron had never learned the histories and heroes' names that Dalric and his noble friends had been taught in childhood. Aaron was required to write out the roles of kings and nobles hundreds of times and submit them to Dalric for review. Aaron's only response was to immerse himself even further in his studies. His natural talent for wielding magic quickly earned him the admiration and envy of his fellow fish. Even Melisande frequently sought out Aaron to help her study for her upcoming novitiate examination. Aaron lived for the chance to spend a quiet hour with her. Melisande's face haunted his dreams, and it took all of his willpower to force these thoughts to the back of his mind when she was near. On a bittery cold evening 2 days before her test, he lingered after they'd finished going over the last of her spells, unwilling to return to his own quarters. "Dalric's waiting for me. I can just feel it," he sighed.
"I've never seen him single out a fish the way he's watching you, Aaron," Melisande told him. "Dalric even arranges for other students to keep an eye on you when he has to attend a lecture or do some research."
"It's working," Aaron said bitterly. "Sooner or later I'm going to lose my temper, and then he'll really have me." Melisande offered a sympathetic smile.
"You're something completely antithetical to what he believes about the world. A commoner who is better than he."
"I might be a better mage, Melisande, but I don't have his wealth or his power. Why does he resent me?"
"Because Dalric Corinian is accustomed to being the best at whatever he turns his hand to. It's how he was raised."
She reached out and touched his shoulder.
"Be patient. You're as ready for a novitiate examination as I am, and once you become a student, he can't touch you."
The door thumped loudly, and Dalric's clear voice rang outside.
"Out in the hall, fish!"
"Guess he got bored," Aaron muttered. Melisande rolled her eyes and stood. They filed out and found Dalric waiting in the dark, gleaming hallway, arms crossed over his chest. He smirked with anticipation.
"Aaron, it seems that you spend a good deal of time in Melisande's rooms," he observed. "Don't you realize that she is quite above your station?"
Aaron flushed. Dalric's remark cut too close to the truth. "I was helping her study," he replied.
"Ah, well, since you have time on your hands to help your hallmates, I am certain that you won't mind running a small errand for me."
Dalric stepped closer and sharpened his gaze.
"I require a stone from the Broken Pyramid."
"The Broken Pyramid?" Aaron looked up. The ruins of the Untheric obelisk were avoided by all but the masters. Many precious artifacts, and sleeping dangers, were said to be lost in the blasted rubble in the catacombs beneath, but the word among the novices was to give it a wide berth. Aaron swallowed and asked, "What manner of stone?"
"About this large,"
the prince said, using his hands to measure an imaginary rock about the size of his 2 fists together.
"Anyone should do."
"Lord Dalric, the ruins of the pyramid are dangerous,"
Melisande said.
"Can Eren do this in the morning?"
Dalric raised an eyebrow.
"I am afraid that I have an immediate need for a stone in a spell I am studying. You are not a student yet, Melisande. Do not presume to tell me how and when I should conduct my studies."
He ran his eyes up and down her body, then added,
"Since you are concerned for Eren, you may join him. I don't expect you'll need a cloak if you hurry."
Melisande glared back at the prince, but held her silence. Not daring to protest any further, the 2 fish hurried outside into the howling night. The air was so cold that it took Eren's breath away. On the exposed hillside, the wind scoured them with a stinging spray of needle-like ice.
"Sorry I got you into this,"
Eren gasped, shouting to be heard over the wind.
"I shouldn't have opened my mouth,"
the girl replied.
"Let's get his damned rock and get back inside. It's freezing out here."
The sky was overcast, and the hilltop was dark. Once they left the warm yellow circle of light spilling from the windows of the students' hall, they could barely see their hands in front of their faces.
"You know he's going to send us back at least 3 or 4 times before he gets tired of this game,"
Melisande barked. "I know. Might as well get it over with." Eren blundered toward the skirt of rubble that surrounded the monolith, visible only as an ebon shadow in the darkness. Even with his keen elven vision, he could scarcely make out where they were going. He stumbled over some unseen obstacle on the ground and fell to his hands and knees. "Ouch! Wait a moment, Melisande. I'll make some light." Her teeth chattered from somewhere nearby.
"Good idea. I can't see a thing."
Stone grated on stone in the darkness. A rasping growl cut through the winds howling from somewhere ahead. Eren suddenly felt colder, as if a ghostly hand had brushed his heart with an icy touch. He slowly rose, peering into the night. "Melisande? What was that sound?" Her voice was startlingly near.
"I don't know. You'd better summon your light," she whispered.
Eren nodded. He started to weave the spell, but he heard the sound of a man's voice. Something slid in the rubble. Then, the sensation of magic at work tugged at Eren's body, the powerful and desperate jolt of a mighty spell worked in haste. Ahead of them, a brilliant flash of ruby light speared through the night, illuminating the scene. Kneeling in the apron of debris at the tower's foot, a brown-robed master with a dun hood confronted an awful beast, a dog-like thing the size of a small horse. Its mouth gaped open with a double row of teeth, one set vertically across its nightmarish maw. The master's spell launched a lance of energy at the creature, a fiery bolt searing Eren's eyes and charring stone. But the flame splashed from the beast's flanks harmlessly. As the brief flare of light died away, the creature crouched and leapt with impossible speed. The master's scream rang through the darkness as night cloaked the scene again.
"Eren, your light!"
cried Melisande. Abandoning subtlety, Eren barked the brief syllables of the Dweomer. With his hands, he wove a bobbing sphere of wizard light and cast it into the air to hover a few feet ahead of them. A globe of eerie blue radiance brightened the night. Eren shuddered in horror. The dog thing had the master in its jaws, splintering bone and rending flesh. The dying man groaned and wheezed, pushing weakly at the creature's black snout.
"By the gods,"
Aaron murmured. Although every bone in his body ached with the desire to flee, he forced himself forward 2 steps and raised his hands, considering which of the spells at his command to employ. As he watched the scene in sick horror, he noticed an odd metallic gleam on the creature's foreleg. A strange silver band graven with twisted runes was clasped to its dark flesh. He pushed the odd bracelet to the back of his mind and started to speak the words for Firehand. He had to do something, even though it was clear that nothing could aid the master. Melisande caught his arm and dragged him back.
"No, Aaron! It's too late for him.
We've got to help him somehow!" The Vilhanese girl shook her head.
It wasn't even phased by the best spell a master could throw. The only thing we could do is get killed. Come on! We'll get help!
Numbly, he nodded assent. They backed away quickly, stumbling across the loose stones of the tower's wreckage. Aaron could not wrench his eyes away from the terrible scene before him. The creature was tearing the master to pieces.
"What in Faerun is that thing?" he stammered.
"I have no idea, but I recognize the master. That's Rayamon, the High Master of Abjuration."
"Not anymore,"
Aaron gasped. Suddenly, he tripped over an unseen stone beneath his feet and fell heavily. Rubble grated and clattered over the bitter shrieking of the wind. He scrambled to his feet, bruised and a little embarrassed, but the monster's great head swiveled from its grisly work, 2 small, squarish ears quivering and twitching, its nostrils flaring. "It doesn't have any eyes," he noted in surprise. Then he realized that the creature could hear quite well. It sniffed and took a tentative step toward them.
"Aaron,"
Melisande whispered,
"it's got our scent. Be quiet.
"It can't see us,"
he said softly. The bitter wind gusted, racking him with cold, and he realized that the howling gale was the only thing standing between the 2 of them and an unpleasant death. They were downwind of the creature, and even with its unnaturally acute senses, it could barely make them out. Aaron stood slowly, trying not to jostle the loose rubble any more than he already had, but small stones clicked and scraped beneath his feet. The creature snarled into the night and bounded in their direction, leaping from spot to spot as it tried to flush them out. Melisande started to bolt, but Aaron caught her arm in an iron grip. He pressed his mouth to her ear and whispered,
"If we move, we're dead. Don't make a sound."
Sniffing and growling, the horrendous creature tracked back and forth across the rubble, swinging its great dark head from side to side as it cast about for some hint of their location. Aaron could feel Melisande shaking like a leaf in his arms. For a long moment, the thing seemed to stare right at them, only a dozen paces distant. And then, with an angry snort, it broke away, bounding back to the place where Master Rayamon lay. With deliberate care, it rooted through the splintered wreckage of the wizard's body, as if to make absolutely certain that no possible spark of life remained. Then, its work done, it bounded off into the night, vanishing like a shadow. The supernatural chill, the cold presence, faded away like a memory of pain. Aaron gasped for air and dragged Melisande into motion.
"I think it's gone.
Come on." Staggering against the freezing winds, they headed toward the flickering yellow lights of the hall. Although Aaron couldn't feel the creature nearby, his shoulder blades itched, anticipating the pounce of black claws from the flickering shadows. "What was that thing?" Aaron asked again, muttering to himself.
"Some kind of fiend, I think," Melisande replied. "If Dalric had sent us out a few minutes earlier, it might have come across us instead of Master Rayamon."
They darted up the steps to the master's hall and battered their way inside. In a matter of minutes, they gathered a half-dozen masters and a handful of students, including Telemachon and Arisius. Although several of the wizards viewed the novices with extreme skepticism, their obvious fright carried their story for a moment, and the procession started out into the cold.
"There had better be something truly horrifying out here," one of the masters stated, as they returned to the scene. "If I've been dragged out into a night like this for a prank, the two of you will wish you'd never been born."
Telemachon remained silent, but Arisius spoke up.
"I suspect that even the most addle-pated novice would have more sense than that. But we shall see."
Several of the masters created powerful spheres of brilliant mage light, driving away the darkness as they approached the ruins with deliberate caution. Aaron's heart sank. There was nothing there. No trace of the monstrous creature he and Melisande had seen. He could feel the eyes of the masters turning toward him.
"The two of you will have a lot of explaining to do," one said ominously.
"Wait,"
said Telemachon. He directed his light at the rubble. A tatter of red fluttered in the wreckage. The masters fell silent as the mangled corpse of the master abjurer appeared. Perversely, his face was untouched, staring sightlessly into the ebon sky.
"What of the creature that attacked him?"
Arisius said.
"Melisande, where did you see the creature?"
It was right here, Master Arisius. It had already killed Master Rayamon when we fled."
"You abandoned him?"
one of the students asked.
"Easy now,"
Arisius said.
"If a High Master could not defend himself against the creature that did this, how could two novices have made any difference? In this case, discretion was clearly the better part of valor."
"There will be questions to answer," the first master said in a low voice. "Many questions."
Telemachon knelt by the body, his face expressionless.
"Indeed. First, we must see if the creature still lurks nearby. Summon the rest of the masters, and get these two inside."
Chapter 8. No sign of the creature was ever found. Melisandre's novitiate examination was delayed by the death of the Master Abjurer, the extensive interrogations that she and Aaron endured, and the chaotic maneuverings of electing a replacement to the college's ruling council. Classes and lectures were suspended for a week as the masters debated, schemed, formed alignments, and broke them, and finally elevated a senator's son to the council. Students and novices alike waited nervously, although Aaron noticed that Dalric spent much of his time conferring with the masters. Supposedly, no student had any say in how the masters managed their affairs, but the Prince of Surinar could, and did, make his voice heard. A few days after the ceremony of advancement, Aaron was surprised to receive a summons from Lord Telemachon. When a High Master sent for a novice, the fish dropped what he was doing and answered the call, so Aaron trotted over to the Master's Hall with all due haste. The hall fell silent and suspicious, still simmering with the unresolved arguments and the disturbing circumstances of Master Rayamon's death. He went straight to Telemachon's chambers. "Lord Telemachon? You sent for me?" The Master Diviner sat immersed in a sea of musty tomes, crackling yellow scrolls, and old rag-paper books stitched to wooden covers. His own personal library was quite extensive, but he had doubled its size since Aaron had last been in his chambers. Telemachon was visibly fatigued. Dark bags pouched under his eyes, and he wheezed with each breath. The diviner frowned and looked up from his book.
"Aaron, have a seat."
The novice carefully cleared a leather chair and sat down. Thank you, my lord.
As Finnegal foretold, you have demonstrated great promise as a mage,
the old wizard began.
While you still need to work on your mundane lessons, particularly your command of Untheric and Old Roric, I understand that your spellcasting skills are without equal among the novices. Therefore, you will stand for your novitiate examination at the end of the week.
Aaron glanced up, his eyes alight. I'm ready.
Of course you're ready. I know that you can pass the examination easily, or I wouldn't have challenged you to attempt it. We'll observe the forms, but you need to be instructed as a student, not as a novice.
Yes, my lord.
I didn't expect this so soon, Aaron,
Telemachon said, meeting Aaron's eyes.
But several students are about to graduate, and we expect to place some new fish soon, so there's no sense in holding you back. Most of the High Masters favored accepting you as a student based on your performance so far.
Aaron assented with a nod. He knew he could learn more as a student, and it would incense Dalric Corinian if Aaron climbed from the ranks of the novices to the exalted status of student. It also meant that he could remain close to Melisanda. I won't fail, Lord Telemachon. The old wizard leaned back behind his desk, studying Aaron.
Are you certain you've recovered from your harrowing experience of a week ago?
Yes, my lord. I was not injured.
Through auguries and divinations, we've gleaned some information about the creature that attacked Master Rayamon,
Telemachon said.
It was a Yugoloth, a supernatural horror from black dimensions beyond the circles of the world. A powerful fiend indeed.
Aaron straightened in his seat. How could such a creature appear in the middle of the college?
Obviously, it was summoned here,
Telemachon said, a trace of irritation in his voice.
There are a number of wizards among us capable of such a feat, which leaves us to ponder the reason of it, not the means.
I've been told that the ruins of the pyramid are dangerous. Could Master Rayamon simply have stumbled across something better left undisturbed?
Perhaps,
Telemachon said without expression.
Yet, I find it curious that a powerful mage, one of the best among us, should simply happen to be abroad in the tower's ruins on such a night, and that he should happen to disturb something, and that the thing he unleashed should happen to be a creature capable of destroying him, and that his death should happen to occur in front of two defenseless novices, conveniently located to observe that no one else was near to rend Rayamon limb from limb.
You suspect foul play? Aaron asked.
Suffice it to say that I find the circumstances of Master Rayamon's demise to be suspicious,
Telemachon replied. But who would kill him? And why? Telemachon shrugged.
That,
he said,
is what we still need to learn. Although it does not escape my notice that Rayamon was one of 9 members of the ruling council, a supporter of the Septenar, and that he has been replaced by Andresius, who is a lord and senator of the city. With one unfortunate encounter, the balance of power has shifted.
You don't think one of the masters favoring the Senate killed him, do you? The High Diviner turned a frigid gaze on Aaron, the weakness and fatigue of his manner slewing away to reveal an iron will beneath.
Novice Aaron, it is unwise in the extreme to speak such accusations of a High Master. The affairs of the ruling council are not the concern of novice or student. Do I make myself clear?
Aaron recoiled. Yes, my lord, he muttered. Lord Telemachon, neither Melisanda or I had any part in this. Imperceptibly, the diviner's ire softened.
I know, Aaron. I suspect you were simply moved into place as one might move a piece on a chessboard. Some of my compatriots are not so certain of that.
He settled his bulk into his chair and steepled his fingers in front of him, turning his gaze out the window.
Have you considered which colors you want to wear when you become a student?
He asked suddenly. No, my lord. I haven't thought that far ahead. Illusion and invocation are my strongest disciplines. Aaron paused and added, A few weeks ago, Orisius told me that he wanted me to consider conjuration as my school of choice. Telemachon scowled.
Orisius wants you, eh?
He said my talents lent themselves to summonings.
Do you feel that is true?
No other master has encouraged me to choose another school, my lord. I hadn't wielded many conjuration spells before I came here. The spells I studied under Finnegal were invocations that relied on the elements around me, or illusions crafted from my own force of will. He shrugged. I think I could choose any school except necromancy and do well, but I'd do best in illusion or invocation.
I believe so too, Aaron. Master Serum is a good man, one of the best here. Think on the yellow of invocation.
Aaron smiled thinly. Invocation, the direct manipulation of the weave through natural forces such as wind or fire, had always been his strong suit. I will, he promised. Telemachon nodded and drew his hand over his face, dismissing Aaron with a wave.
You are excused from your classes for the rest of the week in order to prepare. You and Melisande will take the examination together, along with Briette of Crown Hall. Now go study. You have no excuse for a mediocre showing.
As Telemachon advised, Aaron secluded himself for the rest of the week, throwing himself into his studies and preparing for the examination. Traditionally, the test lasted 3 days. Most novices could not hold more than 2 or 3 spells in their mind at once, and since the test consisted of demonstrating at least one spell from each of the 8 disciplines, the prospective student was allowed to rest and study the next spells he would have to cast during the course of the examination. Aaron probably could have managed all 8 in a single day, but it would have sorely tested his limits, so he decided to take full advantage of the examination's generous rules. The first morning, Aaron, Melisande, and the 3rd novice reported to a small chamber in the college's academic halls, where they were called upon to perform extensive translations of documents in Thoras and Untheric. Aaron passed these with fair marks, although he was allowed a chance to gain some additional credit by demonstrating his familiarity with Espruar. In the afternoon, the 3 novices took turns casting spells before the assembled masters of the ruling council in the college's council chambers. This was the first time Aaron had set foot in the room, and he found it intimidating. The chamber was floored in dark, rich hardwood, and the masters' seats were gleaming, paneled boxes carved with ornate figures. While the college masters were sometimes less than punctual about attending other duties, the novitiate examination was considered a serious matter, and all 9 high masters were present. Orisius offered Aaron a sly grin when his turn came, but Telemachon and the others showed no partiality. Aaron had decided to get the more difficult spells out of the way first. He started with the only necromantic spell he'd yet mastered, a baleful spell known as the Cold Grasp. He performed it flawlessly. Without pause, he moved on to a basic abjuration, a barrier against evil. For his final effort of the day, he demonstrated the spell of opening, the alteration he'd used to escape Rayadel Keep months ago. In all 3 cases, he passed with flying colors. On the following day, his morning was consumed by an extensive oral examination on the theory, practice, and ethics of magic, administered by one of the lesser masters. Again, Aaron passed without note. That afternoon, before the ruling council, he cast his spells of conjuration, enchantment, and divination. Melisanda struggled with her castings that day, and the third novice, Briette, fell short in his last spell, failing the examination. He was sent back to his classes with the rest of the novices. On the third day, Aaron suffered through an interminable grilling on the fine points of Chisentan history, geography, and lines of descent, barely passing. But he saved his best spells for that day, proving his command over illusion magics by working the charm of invisibility and then showing his affinity for invocations by casting Fire Hand. When he finished, the guardsman showed him to a small antechamber to await the council's judgment. 15 minutes later, he was called back into the council chamber. Telemachon, Orisius, and the other masters watched as Aaron bowed and announced himself. "Novice Aaron, at your service, my lords," he said. Telemachon stood slowly and glanced down at a piece of paper before him.
"Novice Aaron, you have passed the novitiate examination. You no longer have any assigned classes. As a proven wizard, you may pursue your studies by arranging to study under any high master you wish."
"Although you should keep working on your history,"
the sardonic master enchanter remarked. Telemachon resumed.
"Have you decided which discipline you will devote yourself to?"
Aaron drew a deep breath. "My lords, if the council favors it, I will study in the School of Invocation under Master Serum." He noticed Orisius's face darken for a moment, but the Master Conjurer quickly recovered. The assembled masters turned to a tall, muscular Calishite in their midst. He wore yellow robes with a topaz hood draped over his shoulders. He smiled and nodded. "The Master Invoker is glad to accept student Aaron into the School of Invocation," Serum answered. Telemachon waited a moment for any other remarks and rapped a small scepter against the lectern before him.
"Very well. By decree of the council, Novice Aaron is raised to the standing of student, and his studies now fall under the purview of the High Master of Invocation. Congratulations."
"Thank you, my lords," Aaron said. "Come see me first thing tomorrow, Aaron," Master Serum added. "We will speak of your next endeavors. I look forward to working with you." Aaron bowed once more and withdrew, a spring in his step. "Look out, Dalric," he thought. "I'm not your captive any longer." On his way out, he found Melisanda waiting in the antechamber. She looked anxiously at his face as he left the council rooms.
"Did you pass?"
she asked. Aaron couldn't keep the grin from his face. "Easily. And you?" The Vilhanese girl smiled too.
"No problem."
With an impish laugh, she caught him by the arm, and they paraded back to the students' hall, ignoring the soft spring rain that had started to fall over the college grounds. The elevation of novice to student was a cause for celebration, and the other Sword Hall novices swept the new students away from the college grounds to commemorate the occasion with an evening's revelry in the city's livelier quarter. Although he had no idea where to go or what to do, Aaron allowed the carousers to drag him along as they set out into the city. The night was still and damp, with a fine, cool rain drifting down in gray mist gathering on every surface. It was cold, but not bitterly so, and for a short time the silver fog concealed the grime and wear of the city in a delicate shroud. They reeled from tavern to tavern, finally ending up in a respectable tap house called the Rampant Lion. The college's students and novices were familiar with many of the alehouses ringing old Simbar's Acropolis, and the Lion was one of their favorites. Inside, a merry fire crackled in the common room's stone hearth, and dozens of merchants, officers, and ribaldrakes shouted, laughed, and drank their fill. The Lion didn't cater to the laborers and longshoremen of the docks. The patrons' belts were heavy with silver and gold, and they paid well to drink in fine company. Aaron tried not to gawk as they pushed through the crowded room toward a private booth. His companions might have been accustomed to taverns such as the Rampant Lion, but the tap room in Mayertslin was the limit of his experience.
"What do you think, Aaron?"
asked Baldin, nudging him with an elbow. He nodded toward a dark-haired barmaid whose dress displayed her charms to great advantage.
"Isn't this a great place?"
Aaron concentrated on pints of Threskellan ale. Although the novices were about the youngest of the tavern's patrons, he did see a few noble rakes not much older than himself come and go through the course of the evening. After a few pints, he stopped caring. In an hour or so, the Sword Hall novices were roaring with laughter and pounding their mugs on the table for more.
"Congratulations, Aaron," Melisande said. "You are no longer Darik Corinian's flogging post."
The other novices had turned their attention to a contest of bawdy songs. Her pale, fine-featured face was flushed with drink. She straightened, smoothed her dress, and stood with a little unsteadiness.
"Well, the hour's late. I think I'm going to head back to the college."
"Not alone you aren't," he stated. "These streets aren't safe."
"You might recall that I know some magic," she said.
"Why take chances?" Aaron rose, somewhat unevenly, and settled his tab and Melisandre's as well. Their hallmates were just getting started, and had found a couple of friendly dancing girls to hoot and holler over. Baldin, Eldran, and the others hardly even noticed as the two new students said their goodnights and found their way to the street. Aaron insisted on hiring a passing carriage. The cool air reminded him of just how much he had had to drink, and everything seemed too sharp, too well-defined. When he turned his head, his entire field of vision seemed to stagger and swim. "The university," he ordered in a firm voice, and burst out laughing a moment later. Melisande joined him. The driver rolled his eyes and flicked the reins. The carriage lurched into motion, throwing Melisande against Aaron. That started another round of laughter as the horses' hooves clopped on the cobblestones and wet snowflakes swirled in the air. Aaron glanced over at Melisande. She was looking up into the warm, dark clouds overhead, ruddied by the countless lights and lanterns of the city. Her dark eyes and slender features took his breath away, and his heart hammered in his chest. Aaron reached out and pulled Melisande close, circling her slim body with his arms as he kissed her soundly. She gasped in surprise, but leaned into him for a long, perfect moment before suddenly pushing herself away.
"Oh, Aaron, why did you do that?"
she said quietly. He gazed into her eyes until she looked away. "I love you, Melisande. I've never known anyone like you." The wine in his head and heart emboldened him, unfettering the adoration he felt for her. He leaned forward to take her in his arms again. Melisande held up her hands and shied away.
"No, Aaron, that's the wine talking."
"No, I love you. I've loved you since I first set eyes on you, Melisande." Aaron caught her hands in his. "I'd feel the same drunk or sober." Melisande turned her gaze to the black sweep of the harbor to their left as they climbed the steep streets leading to the college. Dim lanterns bobbed on ships at anchor, far beyond their sight.
"Aaron, there's no easy way to say this, so I'll just say it. You're my friend, and I care for you. But I don't love you. Not the way you want me to. Please, try to put it out of your mind. I couldn't stand not having you as a friend."
Aaron started to speak, trying to think of something he could say to convince her that she didn't understand. But his rational mind asserted itself through the fire in his heart. In the space of a heartbeat, the world dropped out from beneath him, leaving him with a great, hollow hurt in the center of his chest and a face burning with embarrassment. "I'm sorry," he managed.
"I know. Let's just forget about it."
Melisande tried to smile, but Aaron could see the wariness in her eyes. Regardless of what she said, neither of them would simply forget what had happened. The coach clattered to a halt. With a sigh, the driver hopped down and offered his hand to Melisande. She stepped away quickly, distancing herself as she wrapped her arms around her chest and shivered. The driver offered Aaron a blank shrug.
"That's 20 talents, my lord."
Although it emptied his purse, Aaron didn't even notice the lordly cost of the ride. Melisande waited for him, but did not speak as she turned and headed toward the college gate. He bowed his head and followed. Head pounding from an excess of strong ale, Aaron dragged himself out of bed the following morning and dressed himself. It took him a moment to get his bearings, and when he sat up and swung his feet to the cold stone floor, his head still seemed to swim a little. He buried his head in his hands and groaned as the details of his encounter with Melisande returned to his mind. There was a hot ache in his heart that had nothing to do with the drinking he'd done the night before. I should have known I wasn't good enough for her, he thought angrily. A high-born noblewoman. What was I thinking about? Melisande had told him once that the college made no distinctions based on race or rank, but she'd remembered her station quickly enough. Aaron might have fumed in his room for hours, but a sharp knock sounded at the door. One of the college servants appeared, a gold-hued bundle in his arms. "Excuse me, student Aaron. Your new garments, sir." He hung a tabard of rich yellow brocade with a matching cap in Aaron's armoire. Despite his ferocious hangover, Aaron smiled in satisfaction. The servant bowed and added, "The respects of High Master Serum. He awaits your pleasure, sir." Aaron groaned. Serum had wanted to see him first thing. One glance at the window told him that half the morning was gone already. As the servant withdrew, Aaron rose, scrubbed his face in the basin of cold water he kept by the door, and dressed. He belted the tabard over his tunic and donned the cap, enjoying the moment despite his tardiness, and then hurried out of the room. He found the Calishite master in one of the laboratories of the academic halls, engaged in an esoteric conversation with a young student of abjuration. Serum was a tall, well-built man with a broad chest and a handsome, coffee-hued face. "Good morning, Aaron. I see you've finally decided to accept my invitation." Aaron bowed awkwardly. "I beg your pardon, master, but—" The Calishite laughed and waved his hand. "Do not concern yourself, Aaron. I understand perfectly. The passage from novice to student is worthy of celebration, and, from what I hear, you do not indulge yourself in such activities often. Come, let us walk for a while." Aaron followed as Serum excused himself. They stepped out into the soft, still morning, admiring the first green buds of ivy appearing on the college buildings. Serum headed toward the open ramparts facing the sea, hands clasped behind his back. "So tell me, Aaron, why did you choose Invocation?" "I felt it was my strongest school, my lord." "When we are alone, you may call me Serum. I do not stand on formality." He flashed an easy grin at Aaron and continued. "I have seen that you are very skilled, Aaron, but I want to know why you think that invocations are your strong point. You could have done well in any school." "Invocation is direct," Aaron said slowly. The spells of this school are tangible, forces you can touch with your hands and shape with your will. Fire, wind, ice, and energy are all weapons. You can measure yourself by the control and discipline you achieve in wielding them. Serim glanced at Eren. I will not measure you by those standards, Eren. No, but I will. That is your right. The Master Invoker paused by the stair that led down to the harbor landing, looking out over the city. As a student, Eren, you are free to pursue any endeavor that catches your interest. Read any text you wish, seek any knowledge that appeals to you. Set your own hours. The only limits placed on your learning are those that you choose for yourself. Once a quarter, you will stand before a board of masters to explain the studies you intend and to demonstrate that you continue to progress. I consider it advisable for you to meet with me or the other Masters of Invocation, Lady Silna or Master Darren, 2 or 3 times a week. But if you offer me good enough reason, I will set aside even this minimal requirement. What should I study? Eren asked. Whatever you like, as long as it is within your skill. Serim turned a serious look on Eren. When do I start? Eren asked. Today is as good a day as any, Serim replied. I will meet you in the academic hall 2 hours after noon to show you the basics of a few advanced wind spells I don't think you've seen yet. Between now and then, I think you should visit the library and spend some time reading up on your history. And you might also call on some of the other masters and arrange for lessons in the fields you feel you need to work on. Eren grimaced. That was a full week's work right there. And he understood that Serim had offered him this schedule to help him get his feet under him. Within a month, he'd be expected to keep himself this busy. But even as the specter of long nights and days upon days in the library intimidated him, he also felt some deep part of his heart igniting to the challenge. No waiting for his slower classmates to catch up to him. No time wasted in lectures that reviewed what he already knew. The freedom to attack any topic that caught his interest. His grimace spread to a smile. I'll be ready, he promised Serim. As the final weeks of winter passed, Eren immersed himself in his new studies. He had few other alternatives. As a student, he was strongly discouraged from associating with those who had been his friends when he was a novice. Since he'd advanced so quickly, there weren't any students he had known as a hallmate other than Melisanda. Given the cold rift between them, Eren couldn't stand to be in the same room with her. Spring came fully to Simbar as the month of chess passed. The city was scoured by winds even more fierce than those that had whipped over the barren rock in the depths of winter, but these winds were warm and heavy with rain, not sharp and dry. Wet snow and freezing rain gave way to endless showers, leaving the college grounds a black mire that could pull off a boot if one stepped from the cobbled paths. Eren began to grow restless, anxious to feel the warm sun on his face again. He'd been immured within the college's dark stone halls for almost 5 months now. On the first day of Myrtul, Eren found himself studying into the late hours of the evening. He finished struggling through a recent copy of an old Mulhorandi text on the wizards of ancient Ra-Manthar and wandered over to the library to replace it. The musty smell of old books, the endless aisles of gleaming wooden shelves, and the unearthly silence of the chamber always soothed him. He'd come to know the place well in his months at the college, and these days he probably spent more time here than he did in his room. Absently, he made his way to the shelf from which he'd taken the treatise and put it back. Eren had run across some interesting references in the book. Although the modern copy was only about a century old, the original manuscript had been penned a few years before the wars that destroyed Ra-Manthar more than 14 centuries ago. He searched the nearby shelves for some of the texts mentioned by the ancient Mulhorandi writer, with little luck. He turned his attention to the extensive scroll racks along one wall of the library. Aaron flinched at the imposing wall full of scroll cases, but he patiently set to work. After a long hour of examining librarians' cryptic notes, Aaron finally tracked down one of the scrolls he sought. He pulled it from its place in the rack with care. It was as long as his forearm and weighed 10 pounds or more. He carried it over to a table in a dark corner and spread it out to make sure he'd got the right one. The text was in a language he'd never seen before. "What in Faerun?" he murmured. It seemed that the wrong scroll had been placed in the case. Aaron shrugged and started to roll up the parchment again, thinking that he would bring the matter to the attention of the master librarian in the morning. Then his eye fell on a cryptic set of marks at the top of the page. The runes were oddly curved and punctuated with weird whorls and dots. He frowned. Something about the writing seemed familiar, although he was certain he'd never seen any example of this language in print. Where could he have seen something like this? His heart lurched in his chest, and he gasped in shock. He remembered where he'd seen it all right, gracing the dull silver band that circled the claw of the creature that killed Master Rayamon. The ominous runes in front of his eyes returned his thoughts to the frigid night in the ruins of the pyramid. He glanced around involuntarily to see if any monstrous things lurked in the dark aisles between the bookshelves, but the library was silent and empty. With trembling fingers, he unrolled more of the parchment. "What is this?" he whispered. The familiarity of the runes was one thing, but without any idea of the language, he had no idea what they meant. He scanned ahead, despairing of ever solving the riddle, and then he saw his key. A second column of text began running parallel to the unreadable glyphs. A translation into Old Roric. I might be able to read it, Aaron thought. Quickly, he bundled up the new scroll he'd found, stuffed it under his cloak, and hurried out of the library. Aaron returned to his room and spread out the Roric text, rummaging for some rag paper and a quill to begin his transliteration of the document. In less than 10 minutes, he gave up, his heart sinking. The scroll was encrypted in some unknown cipher. Whatever knowledge the mysterious runes and whorls held, it was not meant to be read casually. Aaron frowned, trying to decide what to do. Blam! A massive fist rocked Aaron's writing desk through the wall, stunning him. Angry and frightened voices replaced the laughter outside. What in the world are they up to out there? He wondered aloud. He rose and stuck his head out the door. As he expected, Baldin and Eldran were at the bottom of it. The far end of the hall was smoking with an acrid reek, and the walls and floor were marked with sooty streaks. A couple of small fires burned up and down the hall, adding to the smoke and stink. Aaron looked at Baldin. "What was that?" he asked. "Oh, sorry, Aaron. Eldran and I were trying to work a spell and—" "I can see that. What happened?" "I mispronounced a word, and he tried to correct me in the middle of the invocation." Baldin grinned sheepishly. "We got a little more than we bargained for."
"I'll say you did, you goat-brained fish!"
Roaring in anger, Dalric Corinian strode out of the smoke, his fine garb smoking from several burned patches. Aaron started to laugh at the comical scene, but the guffaw died in his throat when he saw the look in Dalric's face. The older student was enraged beyond reason. With contempt, he raised his hands and barked a harsh syllable, sending streaks of magical energy darting at both novices. Eldran was struck in the midsection. He clutched his belly and dropped to his knees, groaning. Baldin tried to twist away, but the streaking energy curved to follow him, and charred a fist-sized patch of his shoulder. He screamed, staggering against the wall. "Dalric! Have you lost your mind? That spell can kill!" Aaron found himself in the middle of the hall, facing the prince, before he even realized he'd moved. "For Azuth's sake, they're just novices. They didn't mean it."
"Out of my way, peasant!"
Dalrique bellowed.
"I'm going to see that they never befoul my hall again!"
"I agree that they should be punished, Dalrique, but not with deadly force," Aaron began. The Corinian prince ignored him and pushed by. He seized Eldran by the shoulders, raised him from the floor, and kicked him in the belly, right where his spell had struck. Eldran coughed and crumpled, retching. Dalrique drew his foot back to kick the novice on the ground. Anger ignited in Aaron's heart. When Dalrique leaned back to kick the novice again, Aaron dropped and scissored his legs through the prince's, toppling him to the cold stone floor. The older student flailed in anger, twisted quickly, and barked the words for another spell. With one hand, he grasped Aaron's ankle, and a fat blue spark of energy flashed. Aaron was hurled backward as every muscle in his body spasmed at once. He crumpled against the wall, the smell of his own burning flesh in his nose.
"You dare to strike me?"
Dalrique snarled, surging to his feet.
"You dare?"
Shaking his head, Aaron looked up just in time to see the prince spinning to lash a kick at his head. He held his hand up, palm outward, and spoke a single word. A circular field of gleaming force sprang from his hand, creating a lambent shield that halted Dalrique's kick with the mass of a stone wall. The prince recoiled, staggering back a few steps, and Aaron pushed himself to his feet, his mind racing. What next? Dalrique was almost frothing at the mouth. He'd use any spell at his command and damn the consequences. Aaron needed to either subdue him quickly or leave. But if he fled, the prince might take out his anger on Baldin and Eldran, neither of whom could defend himself. Dalrique narrowed his eyes, glaring at Aaron. Deliberately, he crooked his hands and started to bark out the words of another spell. Aaron started his own enchantment, but the prince finished first. With a sulphurous stink, a small, warty thing with the jaws of a bulldog and fangs like needles appeared in the hallway. It snuffled and growled.
"Kill him!"
Dalrique screamed, pointing at Aaron. The creature bunched its stringy muscles and leapt with impossible speed and precision, jaws gaping, right into Aaron's counterspell. He'd meant it for Dalrique, but the summoned horror seemed a more immediate threat. Seizing the weave's delicate currents with unconscious ease, he braided them into a roaring jet of flame that burst out from his hands. It struck directly in the creature's face, impaling it on a lance of white agony. The thing discorporated with an agonized howl. Behind the creature, Dalrique retreated a few steps and shielded himself from the heat, but the billowing fires scorched him badly. Aaron blinked to clear his eyes, trying to get a good look at Dalrique. A seething green sphere of acid came hurtling from the smoke, but Aaron's shield still held, and the corrosive splashed harmlessly against the wall. It sizzled and smoked fiercely, adding to the stink. Aaron closed his eyes, hummed, and quickly grasped the cords of magic that flowed through the living hearts nearby, working a spell of sleep. But Dalrique's force of will was too great to overcome, and the prince shrugged off his attempt. With a malevolent grin, Dalrique spoke a few harsh words and crushed Aaron's shield with a counter-magic spell.
"You'll rue the day you ever crossed my path,"
he crowed. He began another spell. "Believe me, I already do," Aaron replied. He was running out of options quickly. Do I dare to attack with any more deadly spells of my own? He thought. Ignoring the hot pain that burned in his injured leg, he searched desperately for the right spell. Wait. Perfect! Aaron reached out and summoned the energy for a spell of blindness, and this time he beat Dalrique to the punch. He danced aside and called, "You can't hit what you can't see, Dalrique." The prince howled in rage as Aaron wrested his sight away, losing the spell he was attempting to cast. He thrashed helplessly for a moment.
"Damn you, Aaron! This is a coward's trick!"
"Well, you should have saved your counterspell instead of wasting it on my shield," Aaron replied. "Now can we put a stop to this?" Dalrique uttered a vile curse and started to speak again. Aaron realized that the prince was working another counter. I didn't think he would commit it to his mind twice, Aaron thought. In just a moment, the prince would dispel Aaron's charm of blindness and resume the fight. Aaron scowled. Enough was enough. He took 3 strides forward as Dalrique finished his counter magic. The prince's sight returned just as Aaron's hard-driven boot caught him in the belly. Dalrique doubled over, and Aaron delivered the best uppercut he could throw, dropping Dalrique to the floor. Aaron stood over his fallen foe, fists raised, ready to continue if Dalrique had any more fight left in him. "Come on," he shouted. "Get up!"
"That," drawled a cold voice behind him, "will be quite enough of that."
Aaron turned and found himself facing Lord Arisius. The High Conjurer's face, normally so mobile and insincere, was fixed in an icy glare. "My lord, Aaron began.
"Explanations are neither necessary or desired, student. There is no excuse for this sort of behavior. Deadly spells are just that, deadly. Either one of you might have been hurt, maimed, or killed. We will not have our students brawling like common drunkards in a filthy tap house."
Aaron stepped away from Dalrique. "Yes, my lord," he said. Arisius contemptuously surveyed the scene. Baldin slumped against the wall, one hand clapped to his shoulder, eyes wide as saucers. Eldran appeared to still be unconscious. Lucky for him, Aaron thought. Dalrique, singed, tattered, and pummeled, was just now pushing himself to his feet. Finally, Arisius turned his eyes on Aaron. There was a large, charred patch on his breeches where Dalrique had grasped his ankle and loosed his spell, and his arm stung with smoldering drops of acid. The hall itself had suffered spectacular damage.
"All of you, come with me. It is clear that you need the attention of a healer. Master Arisius, I demand that Aaron and these 2 louts be escorted from the college grounds immediately,"
Dalrique groaned as he climbed to his feet.
"They are to be expelled at once."
The High Conjurer turned his gaze on the Surinaran.
"And you were blameless in this incident?" "I think not, my prince. I shall give your recommendation all the consideration that it deserves and act accordingly. Now come on. I don't want to hear one more word."
The moment Arisius's back was turned, Dalrique turned a look of bilious venom on Aaron.
"I'll get you for this," he promised darkly. "If they don't expel you, leave now. It's your best chance to stay alive. Dalrique!"
Arisius didn't break stride. Aaron tried to ignore the prince's threats, but he feared that Dalrique was right. Any discipline the ruling council chose to impose on him was the least of his concerns. Chapter 9. By the ancient laws of the college, a sorcerous duel between students meant expulsion for both parties involved. Aaron fully expected to be dismissed within a matter of hours after the incident in Sword Hall, but 1 day passed, then 2, and then a week without any summons from the ruling council. Finally, Aaron was ordered to move from Sword Hall to Crown Hall. He hated the idea of leaving his few friends behind, but it was clear that he and Dalrique couldn't share a hall any longer, and it was no surprise that the prince was allowed to remain where he was comfortable. Aaron's new hallmates offered little in the way of a welcome. The novices, of course, avoided any student like the plague, and Aaron's peers in Crown Hall were not anxious to befriend someone who had earned Dalric Corinian's hatred. The week after Aaron's transfer to Crown Hall, the summons he had dreaded arrived. He hurried over to the Master's Hall and presented himself to Lord Telemachon. The old wizard was even more haggard and worn than Aaron remembered, and he rubbed his temples constantly, as if to smooth an excess of pain from his mind.
"You are satisfied with your new quarters?"
he grated. "Yes, my lord. I miss my hallmates, though."
"You might have made more of an effort to get along with Dalric, if that is how you feel."
"Yes, my lord."
"Do you know how close you came to expulsion, Aaron?"
Telemachon turned his tired gaze on the young mage. There was no good answer to this question, so Aaron shrugged uncomfortably.
"It came down to a vote of the ruling council. As your sponsor, I abstained. So did Serim. Naturally, Corinian's friends wanted you out."
Aaron counted the High Masters in his mind. "If you and Master Serim abstained, my lord, Dalric's friends hold 4 of the 7 remaining seats. Why wasn't I expelled?" Telemachon sighed.
"The masters who feel no friendship toward the Corinians of Surinar defended you, and Master Orisius chose to cast his vote in your favor. So you remain here by a single vote."
"What of Dalric?" The old diviner laughed humorlessly.
"He was in no danger of expulsion, not with his puppets on the council. You've chosen a powerful enemy for yourself, Aaron."
"He chose me first," Aaron replied darkly.
"Be glad that one of the High Masters voted his conscience. Otherwise, you'd be on a hay wagon back to Mayorchlin."
Telemachon leaned forward on his elbows, fixing Aaron with an unblinking stare.
"Had I a vote in the council, I would have expelled you despite my old debt to Finnegal. I do not believe the rules of the college are to be so lightly dishonored, Aaron. You may go."
Aaron stood and left. He paused in the door, considering an apology. Telemachon ignored him. Aaron bit back his words and stalked out of the room. To his surprise, he returned to his new room in Crown Hall, only to find Master Orisius waiting impatiently, rifling through Aaron's notes with nervous energy.
"Ah, there you are, Aaron. May I have a word with you?"
Of course, Lord Orisius," Aaron stammered.
"Good, good. Let us take a stroll about the grounds."
With a broad grin, Orisius bounded down the hall and out into the long-shadowed afternoon. Aaron lengthened his stride to keep up with the red-robed master. The master conjurer led him to the wedge-shaped ramparts mantling the college grounds, whirled dramatically to survey the city below, and perched on the cold stone.
"I am delighted that you are still among us, Aaron,"
he stated, leaning forward in a conspiratorial manner.
"It was only by the narrowest of margins that I kept you in the college."
"So I'd heard," Aaron said. "Thank you, Lord Orisius. I couldn't imagine abandoning my studies."
"Nor could I, Aaron. Your skill is truly extraordinary for one so young. Your gift must be cultivated. It would be a crime to let you slip from our grasp, so to speak."
The master leaned back, his eyes glittering.
"You chose the yellow of invocation upon your elevation."
I felt that my talents were best suited for it, my lord.
Oh, I am not jealous. You see, I hope to persuade you to study with me yet. May I explain?
Aaron nodded his assent. The master stood quickly and began to pace anxiously as he spoke.
The wielding of magic, he stated, is nothing more than common craftsmanship. A potter or woodcarver takes a raw material and then shapes it into the form he desires with his skill and labor. Well, any wizard does exactly the same thing. He takes the raw stuff of magic and uses the tools of his willpower and learning to shape the spell he needs.
The analogy isn't perfect, Aaron observed. The materials a craftsman works with require no special gift or skill to acquire. But not everyone has the ability to manipulate the weave.
Indeed. And what, may I ask, is the weave? From where do we draw the power to wield our spells? Have you ever wondered how it is that you grasp this power, Aaron?
My master Finnegal taught me that it is the life of the world, Aaron replied. A spirit or potential in all things.
Not true, not true, Arisius interrupted. I did not ask you whence magic comes. I asked you, what is the weave by which we wield it?
Aaron acknowledged the point. The weave itself is the means by which we perceive and wield the magic potential all around us, Lord Arisius. I ask your pardon. It is easy to forget that the weave is only the surface. Finnegal once called it the soul of magic.
And the priests teach us that the Lady Mystra is the weave, the divine gift-bringer who makes the working of magic possible. Is that not so?
Arisius did not wait for Aaron to answer.
Yet not all mages have acknowledged her existence or stewardship. Oh, I do not question the existence of the weave, and the relationship between the weave and the fabric of raw magic that underlies all things. But Mystra has been known in this land of Chesenta for perhaps 4 or 5 centuries now. Before the worship of Mystra came to Simbar, when the Untheri held this land in thrall, we were taught that Thalatos, Thoth in the Mulhorandi lands, was the Lord of Magic.
In my classes, the philosophers state that Mystra has always held power over the weave since the very beginning of things, Aaron replied. Whether or not she is known and worshipped is immaterial. She chooses to make the weave available to all, and so it is. After all, you don't need to venerate a god of fire in order to strike a flame.
Ah, an excellent point, young Aaron. So, could you make a fire if a god of fire did not exist?
Aaron shrugged helplessly. I suppose so. I'm afraid that my learning in philosophy and theology is not equal to my skill in other arts. Arisius grinned wickedly.
On the contrary, dear boy, it simply means that you are not fettered with the age-old lies and deceptions perpetrated upon generation and generation of our youth. Allow me to rephrase the question. Could you work magic if no weave existed?
Of course not, Aaron stated instantly. I couldn't even imagine where you would begin.
What would you say,
Arisius said quietly,
if I were to tell you that you are wrong?
Aaron scowled at the High Conjurer, trying to gauge the master's mood. Arisius leaned close, his grin fierce and yellow in his wide, handsome face. His dark eyes danced with an animated mischief, a formidable intellect toying effortlessly with daring, unthinkable suggestions. Whatever one might say about Arisius and his ambitions, his cynicism, his arrogance, the man feared nothing and bent his knee to no one. Go on, Aaron said.
The weave exists,
Arisius said.
It is one way to wield magic, to touch the power that sleeps in all things. Say that Mystra is the weave, if you like to think so, or that the weave is the soul of magic. It's all semantics, empty words for those who do not wish to accept responsibility for what they do. The weave is perhaps the easiest way to wield magic, but there are restrictions, limitations to what one may do.
The master stood abruptly and spread his arms, changing his course.
Tell me, Aaron, what do you know of the Imaskari?
The Imaskari? Taken aback, Aaron frowned, gathering his thoughts. He'd had only a few weeks of learning of this sort, but he tried to recall what he'd been told. They were old, perhaps the first humans to raise kingdoms. Their lands lay beyond Mulhorand, in what is now the desert of Rorin. The old empires of Mulhorand and Unther are descended from the people who fled the Imaskari kingdoms thousands of years ago. He shivered in his tabard, suddenly chilled by the cold spring wind. It's said that they were mighty sorcerers indeed, sorcerers who thought they could become gods. That is all I know, Lord Arisius.
Indeed. Well, the Imaskari were correct, Aaron. They wielded magic from beyond the circles of this world, magic of staggering power, and they did it without the hindrances, the limitations of the weave. The Imaskari spells wielded a different power, Aaron. A second theme of magic, one reserved for those with strength and will enough to command it. A completely different symbology to impose one's will upon a completely different source of power. Only the dimmest memory of this ancient way remains in the hoary texts and garbled fragments studied inside these walls. It's called shadow magic in these impoverished days.
Shadow magic? Aaron turned his head to study Arisius for a long moment. Why are you telling me this? Arisius's artificial humor died, and his eyes grew dark and serious.
I mean to show you what I've told you about, Aaron. You are one of the few students here who has the strength of will, the breadth of experience, to comprehend the secrets I have to share. You'll wield power few wizards living today could hope to command, learn mysteries that only a handful of mages have explored in more than 1,000 years. Now, will you study under my tutelage?
Aaron considered the wizard's offer. Power? Magic that others cannot master? Arisius's promises intrigued him. The High Master of Conjuration radiated confidence, puissance, under his foolish caperings. Arisius acted like a buffoon because he could afford to. He forged his own path, and Aaron found that he wanted to enjoy that same unshakable self-assurance. Aaron scratched his chin. I'm interested, but what will become of my studies in invocation?
Study with Serim as long as you like, Arisius replied. All I ask for is an hour or two of your attention each week. But I think you should know that you have rivals who are already delving into these secrets of which I have spoken. You showed great courage in standing against Dalric Corinian last week, but it would have been unfortunate for you if he'd known then what he knows now.
Aaron frowned. The one thing he could claim over Dalric Corinian was his skill with spells. He knew Arisius was manipulating him, but he decided that he didn't care. I'll be damned if I'll let Dalric become a better wizard than I am, he thought. Very well, Lord Arisius. When do we start?
This very moment, if you like,
Arisius said. He stood, dusted off his robes, and turned to survey the surroundings. He hummed comically for a few moments, tugging at his beard as he thought.
Aha!
He exclaimed. He took 2 long steps and snatched a fist-sized rock from the ground, hefting it in his hand. Returning to the battlement, he sat down beside Aaron.
I'm going to cast a spell that will enable you to sense the magic inherent in this stone, he said.
I can perceive it already, Lord Arisius. I've always been able to sense the currents of the weave. The lean conjurer glanced at Aaron.
Really?
It's my elven blood, I think. Aaron closed his eyes and allowed himself to draw in the air, the cold stone under him, the distant sense of the great sea. With concentration, he felt the sleepy sense of magic imprisoned in the small stone. Yes, I can sense it.
So much the better, Aaron. I won't have to demonstrate the way things normally appear. Observe.
Arisius lifted the stone in his hand and muttered a few guttural words. The rock quivered and then flew out of his hand, streaking across the open courtyard to roll to rest about 30 yards distant. Arisius smiled and twitched his hands, causing the rock to hop, frog-wise, even pushing it into the air to perform great flying bounds.
What do you sense?
He asked Aaron. The young mage frowned, extending his perception. He found nothing. He should have felt the weave thrumming in resonance with his own mind and heart, the kindred spirit that bound all things together. But Arisius worked his sorcery with no outward sign. How are you doing that? He asked.
Doing what?
Arisius asked innocently. Are you working a spell at all? The conjurer laughed.
Of course, he snorted. You are simply unable to perceive the forces that I manipulate.
Why not?
You are untrained in this magic,
Arisius replied.
With time, I can show you how it's done.
This is the shadow magic you spoke of? Aaron asked, watching in fascination. The magic the Imascari mastered? Arisius nodded. With an exaggerated wave, he sent the stone hurling high into the air and let it plummet to the ground as he rose again.
Come see me later this week. We will begin your lessons. I think you'll be amazed at what you can do once you learn to remove the blinders that have been placed on you.
He sauntered off, whistling. Aaron watched him go, puzzled. How did he do that? He thought. I sensed no magic at work, none at all. What does he know that I don't? He walked over to where the rock lay on the ground and picked it up. It felt strangely warm to his hand, as if it had been near a fire, and as he examined it, the edges seemed to crumble away. He hadn't realized that it was so old and worn. He studied the rock for a long moment, and then let it fall to the ground. Over the next few weeks, Aaron met with Arisius only a handful of times. The High Conjurer demonstrated some complicated spells of binding and command, patterns that seemed incomplete to Aaron. It was as if the techniques allowed him to see only part of some mysterious whole, a painting that called upon every bit of willpower and knowledge as a broad palette lacking one critical color, a hue that Aaron could not yet imagine. The cool, humid winds of Myrtul passed, giving way to Simbar's warm, rainy summer. Cold water surging past Simbar toward the Alamber Sea brought torrential rains every few days, and the days of sunshine between rains steamed Simbar in sweltering humidity. Aaron retreated further into his studies, attacking every lesson with a single-minded zeal that left no room for questions of temperance or balance. Aaron soon realized that he was not the only student Arisius had recruited. Just as Master Serum oversaw a half-dozen students in the School of Invocation, and Arisius also sponsored 5 young adepts in the red robes of conjuration, the High Conjurer had a second circle of students he tutored personally. Dalric Corinian was among these, but there were students who wore the green of alteration and the purple of necromancy in Arisius's confidence. The sessions were always informal. Aaron found that Arisius never asked him to meet him at any specific time, but waited for Aaron to come to him. You've told me that the Imascari derived their magic from powers in the planes beyond this one, Aaron observed one time. The Shadow Weave is a ghost, an echo of our weave in dark plains close to our own. Didn't the Imaskari fear the taint of evil in the sorcery they taught themselves? And aren't we treading in dangerous territory?
Would you be concerned if the Imaskari had learned how to make crossbows or catapults?
Arisius asked. No. That is mundane knowledge. It isn't evil in and of itself, Aaron answered.
Nor is magic,
Arisius answered.
It is a tool. The hand and heart that wield it define its morality.
Aaron frowned and weighed the master's words, but he could find no reply. Arisius freely placed in his hand any knowledge he requested, and in the books and scrolls he studied, he could find no single hint that the ancient magic had ever been marked by evil. He often spent more time perusing the old tomes than the spells of invocation he was supposed to study, and his room was soon littered with scraps of yellow parchment and charcoal rubbings from unspeakably ancient tablets of stone that Arisius kept in his private collection. A week after midsummer, the longest day of the year, Aaron was interrupted by a soft knock at his door. Melisanda quietly let herself in as he hurriedly straightened the tangled mess of parchment and paper that cluttered his room.
Hello, Aaron. I haven't seen you much lately.
Aaron held up his book. I've been keeping busy, and I didn't want to make a pest of myself. She smiled sadly and perched on the sill of the window.
Well, you haven't. You've vanished any time I've set foot within 10 feet of you.
I thought that was what you wanted.
No, it wasn't. I wanted you to keep your distance, yes, but I didn't want you to pretend as if you'd never met me. I've missed your friendship, Aaron.
I'm not Dalric Corinian. I won't force my attentions on a woman who isn't interested in me.
Why does it come down to that, Aaron? In a college filled with arrogant men who think they deserve any woman they fancy, I thought that you'd be above that. But if that's all you see in me, you're no better than they are.
No one here equals my skill, Aaron said coldly. What Dalric Corinian and the others were given, I've had to earn. I'm proud of that, Melisanda. If you can't see—
Can't see what, Aaron? That I belong in your bed instead of Dalric's?
Melisanda hugged her knees to her chest.
I'm not a trophy for you to fight over.
She fell silent for a long time. Aaron didn't know what to say, and simply waited. Finally, she spoke again.
I've decided to go home.
Home? To Erebar? She nodded.
I've learned a lot, but I'm homesick, and I don't think I'm ever going to become a great mage. It's just not my heart's desire to be the best.
You're an excellent mage, Aaron protested.
No. I'm competent. I don't have the gift that you do, Aaron. You know that as well as I, it seems.
With a wry smile, she pushed herself to her feet. One old tome caught her eye. She picked it up, weighing it in her hand, her brow furrowed.
What's this?
That? Oh, that's an Untheric translation of an old Imaskari text. Pretty dry, really.
Imaskari? I'd heard there were some Imaskari works in the library, but I didn't know students were allowed to see them. It's not for everyone.
She flipped it open and skimmed through a few pages.
The letters are familiar, but I don't know the language. You can read this, Aaron?
He shrugged. Master Arisius has taken an interest in my studies. He's been helping me with a lot of the older texts. The old Imaskari knew things we don't today. They did not wield the weave the way we do. They used another source of power to fuel their spells. Melisanda set the book down.
I've heard nothing good about the old Imaskari spells, Aaron. Be careful. Orisius's interest in these musty old tomes is unhealthy.
You don't trust him?
Not a whit. That fool's manner he wears is nothing more than a veneer. He's laughing at all of us underneath his smile. I'm certain of it.
Aaron bridled. Abrasive or not, Orisius is one of the few people here who seems to give a damn about me. He's extremely talented, and I've made great strides since he began tutoring me.
I thought you studied under Master Serim. Why should Orisius treat you like one of his own conjurers?
He shrugged. Orisius says I have great potential. He thinks I can master spells that other students can't understand.
Do you believe that?
She asked quietly, sinking to a hard wooden stool Aaron kept beside his desk. Her glacial eyes settled on his face, cool and distant, waiting for his answer. For the first time, Aaron noticed how tired Melisande appeared. Her features, once lovely and perfect, now seemed to be stretched tight over an unforgiving frame, silk taut against a steel blade. Yes. I won't pretend to any false modesty, not where my magical skills are concerned. I've learned a lot since I was a novice, Melisande. She dropped her eyes.
Yes, you have, Aaron. I'll be taking ship in a couple of days for Chondas and home. It's the right time of year to find a tradesman bound for the Vilhan Reach, so I won't linger long.
Aaron stood up, scattering pages of cryptic notes, and paced nervously in the narrow space in front of his bed. He expected Melisande's departure would wound him deeply, but instead of pain, he felt only a relief. With Melisande gone, that was one less person to whom he had to explain himself or measure his actions. A sudden thought struck him, and he stopped his pacing. You're not leaving because of Dalric, are you? Melisande shook her head.
No, not in that sense. He set off in search of easier prey, I guess. I'm just tired and lonely, Aaron. That's all. Won't you wish me well?
Aaron stared down at his feet for a moment. He was vaguely surprised by the gray and white tunic he still wore, the polished boots, the golden tabard that rustled as he moved. For a moment, he wondered how the reckless young forester dressed in peasant's clothes had come to be standing in this room, surrounded by forgotten lore and ancient mysteries, heart open to the beautiful noblewoman who watched him pace. Don't go, Melisande. I love you, and I want you here.
I was afraid you'd say that, she replied. I suppose I've been wasting my breath.
She stood and brushed her lips across his cheek. No warmth remained in her eyes, and she crossed her arms like iron bars between them.
I'll see you again, Aaron. Take care of yourself, and don't forget who you used to be.
Then she dropped her eyes and slipped through the door. Aaron emerged from his research long enough to watch Melisande's coach clatter away through the college gates on a still and fog-shrouded summer morning. By the time the black coach disappeared in the ivy-bordered streets beyond the college walls, Aaron was already back at his studies. For several weeks, he returned to his virtual isolation within the college walls, ignoring his fellow students and the novices who fearfully bowed any time they crossed his path. From time to time, he happened to run across Baldin or Eldran, but he tried to steer clear of his old hallmates for their own good. He knew that Dalric Corinian would make life hell for the fish if they were caught relaxing in the presence of a student. Surprisingly, his lessons with Master Orisius came to a halt in the middle of the summer. The High Conjurer left the college on several extended trips, and he wasted not a minute in the brief days between his journeys. He simply didn't have time to spend tutoring Aaron, although all of the students in his circle suffered. Aaron didn't mind. He returned his attention to his studies in the School of Invocation, beneath Master Serum, and filled his odd hours with a redoubled attack on the old double text he'd found in the library after Master Rayamon's death. The goal of the High Conjurer's labors became clear on a muggy evening in late Eliasius. Aaron had retired to his room to delve into his books and tomes for the night, but a clamor in the hall caught his attention. He straightened and cracked the door. The corridor was filled with students and novices. "What's going on?" he asked a passing novice.
"There's going to be a master's duel,"
the girl replied. She curtsied.
"It's Lord Arisius and Lord Telemachon. They're going to start any minute."
Aaron dismissed her with a nod. Arisius and Telemachon? Aaron frowned. He'd heard of masters' duels, of course. Novices and students were not permitted to turn their spells on each other, but the masters were allowed to settle differences in a ritualized trial by combat, testing skill against skill. By custom, the loser left the college. It was considered to be better for an irreconcilable difference to be hammered out under strict rules of conduct than for a rift or faction to form, spreading the disagreement. Aaron shook himself free of his astonishment and joined the crowd forming on the barren lawn beyond the students' hall. Arisius stood on the city side, calm and confident, his scarlet robes resplendent in the setting sun. His dark face was split in a fool's grin. Telemachon stood with his back to the bay, leaning on a tall, black staff as if his legs could not support his sagging body. His blue robes were dyed ebon by the twilight. Aaron found himself standing next to Baldin and Eldran. He whispered, "What's this about?" Eldran glanced over nervously and smiled. "Hello, Aaron. None of the masters are saying anything, but a fish I know overheard the council meeting this morning. He said that Telemachon accused Arisius of murdering Rayamon. That was months ago. Why wait until now?" Eldran shrugged. "Who knows? My friend told me that Telemachon moved to have Arisius dismissed and charged, but the senator's faction blocked his motion. Since he couldn't have him removed by a council vote, he demanded the right to face him in a master's duel." Aaron chewed his lip as he watched the two wizards prepare for their contest. Since Arisius's supporters controlled half the council, it didn't surprise him that the conjurer feared no dismissal. Was Telemachon's charge a political move? Or had the High Diviner actually learned something that incriminated Arisius? If anyone could reconstruct the events of that night, Telemachon could. Did Arisius do it? The Master Conjurer had never spoken about the matter to Aaron. What does Lord Telemachon know? He wondered aloud.
"Shh! They're getting ready to start!"
Baldin hissed. In the center of the field, Master Serum signaled for silence. The excited buzz of conversation died away. Telemachon and Arisius approached, standing about 10 yards apart. The conjurer pranced and grinned, unable to contain his nervous energy. Telemachon simply waited, his face pale and expressionless. "You are familiar with the rules, gentlemen?" Serum asked in his lilting accent. Both wizards nodded. "Very well, then," Serum continued. "Master Arisius, you are the challenged party. The first casting is yours." Arisius sketched a flamboyant bow. He wheeled once to wave to the crowd of onlookers, his teeth flashing white in his dark face. Then he raised one hand, muttering a toneless chant under his breath. Aaron felt the flow of power that snapped to the conjurer's outstretched arm as he expertly demanded power from the weave of the muggy air around him. A crackling blue nimbus sprang into sight around Arisius. With an odd, snickering laugh, the conjurer pointed at Telemachon and sent a lashing bolt of cerulean energy dancing away from his aura. acrid ozone reeked in the air. The High Diviner planted his staff in the ground, took a half-step back, and shouted a quick word that was too potent for Aaron's mind to grasp. The dancing bolt of energy swerved from his heart and struck the staff instead, grounding with a shower of sparks and an angry roar. Arisius's first thrust parried, Telemachon readied his counterstroke. With business-like precision, the diviner barked a phrase of forgotten words that resounded with contained power. Aaron sensed the intangible tendrils of the weave as Telemachon turned Arisius's own life force against him. Aaron had a sudden impression that Arisius's skeleton was shining through his flesh and robes, scorching hot inside his body. The conjurer grunted and staggered back, wisps of smoke escaping from his lips.
I didn't think you had the ruthlessness to wield such a spell, Telemachon,
he gasped. He dropped to one knee, but through sheer effort of will, he managed to raise a field of negation that broke Telemachon's fiery grip on his bones. The old diviner wheezed with fatigue, but Arisius was not in much better shape. The conjurer took a long moment to catch his breath, stood up on unsteady feet, and with determination called out a summoning. A lean, powerful beast with bone-edged jaws appeared on the ground between Arisius and his foe. Aaron recognized it from his studies. A Lucrata, a dangerous monster of the Northlands. Students and novices alike retreated from the field of battle, pushing back 4 or 5 nervous steps. Arisius raised his hand and sent the creature at Telemachon in a bounding leap, its jaws gaping wide. The diviner started to speak a spell that would destroy the monster, but it was too swift for him. It seized him in its jaws and, with a quick twist of its head, sent him sprawling, his left arm raked to the bone. Telemachon shrieked and scrabbled backward awkwardly, his girth preventing him from escaping. The Lucrata darted in to finish him, but from some hidden reserve of strength, Telemachon managed to cough out a word of dismissal. Even as its jaws snapped at his face, the Lucrata disappeared, banished back to whatever place it had come from. In the sudden silence, Telemachon whimpered in pain and flailed to find his feet. But somehow, he did so.
I cry foul! No summonings are allowed in the duel, not unless the creature is bound and controlled.
The creature was under my control,
Arisius retorted. You cast no binding spell upon it, Master Serum observed from the side.
Had you watched my spell carefully, you would have seen that I bound the monster as I summoned it.
Arisius grinned suddenly.
It's a refinement I worked out a long time ago. Now, have you had enough, Telemachon? You can end the duel by yielding.
Blood dripped from Telemachon's mangled arm, but defiance blazed from within the old man's heart.
No, I'm not done yet,
he said.
It's my turn, I believe.
He took 2 steps forward to his staff, still stuck upright in the ground, and seized it in his good hand. Blue energy crackled and snapped as Telemachon summoned the first spell that Arisius had cast back from the ground. He shouted a long spell of rolling, brittle words. The staff disintegrated in his hand, and the blue nimbus disappeared, sinking back into the ground again. But a moment later, a brilliant column of energy exploded under Arisius's feet, ravening skyward as the spell burst free of the earth. Arisius was bathed in white-hot power, his flesh blistering and bursting wherever the blue-white energy touched him. He reeled back and fell in a smoking heap. Aaron blinked the afterimage from his eyes, stunned. Arisius was dead. He had to be. No one could have survived that. But to his amazement, the sizzling wreckage stirred and slowly rose. Arisius was badly injured, but Aaron could detect the fraying remnant of a sorceress halo that had protected him from the worst of the blast. Arisius's cheerful manner was gone, replaced by deadly hate.
"Again, you surprise me,"
he croaked through blackened lips.
"Let me show you how it's done, old man."
Arisius began to weave a spell, his hands turning and flashing as he muttered a cold and inhuman invocation. Aaron strained forward, trying to see what Arisius was doing, but he could not sense the weave at work. The delicate web of earth, air, fire, and water remained untouched. Even Arisius's own life force was undimmed by his efforts. Aaron realized that the conjurer was employing the shadow magic, the power he'd shown to Aaron on that afternoon on the ruined ramparts. A clot of darkness formed in the air in front of Arisius, growing larger as his chant continued. How does he do that? Aaron wondered. Arisius cried out with an inarticulate shout and released the sphere. The darkness darted forward, leaving streaming shadows in its wake as it arrowed toward Telemachon. The Master Diviner raised a barrier of gleaming light, but the dark sphere punched through it like a spear point through thatch. It engulfed the portly wizard, seeming to crumple the substance of his body as if he were a paper doll consumed by an unseen flame. Telemachon's screams were swallowed by the thing that destroyed him. In a matter of moments, nothing remained of the High Diviner. The black sphere bobbed, flickered, and faded into oblivion. The assembled college was silent with horror and shock. After a long moment, Master Serim strode into the field. "Arisius, what has befallen Lord Telemachon? What did your spell do?" The conjurer raised his eyes, hot and hateful.
"If he failed to deflect it, he did not survive," he said. "It was a potent enchantment."
Serim's face darkened. "You slew him?"
"He had his chance to yield,"
Arisius replied.
"Now, if you'll excuse me, I am injured and must seek aid."
With an iron effort, the conjurer turned awkwardly and staggered toward the college grounds. Within a few steps, several lesser masters and students, the adherents of his faction, caught him and helped him off the field. Aaron watched him go, dazed. It didn't seem possible that Telemachon was dead. He drifted over to the place where Telemachon had vanished, seeking some sign of the fallen master. "Telemachon was your sponsor, was he not?" Master Serim stood nearby, evidently as shaken as Aaron. "Yes," Aaron replied. "I never thought that he would meet his end this way." "Nor I, Aaron." Serim scowled, glancing around. No one else was near. The novices and students wandered away from the field in a daze. "Listen, Aaron. I know that you have been spending some of your time studying under Arisius's tutelage. Do you know how he worked the spell that doomed Telemachon?" "He is capable of drawing on a source of magic that I can't yet perceive," Aaron replied. "He's been showing me some of his lore, but I don't yet understand how he does it. Be careful of him. There is more to Arisius than meets the eye," Serim said. He paused, watching Aaron closely. "Where are your allegiances, Aaron?" Aaron considered the question carefully. "I'm not ready to abandon my studies. Not yet. I want to know what power he wields and master it if I can." Serim nodded. "It occurs to me that with Telemachon's death, Arisius and his allies in the Senator's faction control a majority of the council. They'll pick whomever they like as his successor. Who do you think it will be? Anyone who will swear fealty to Arisius against the Septinar. I think the High Conjurer is getting ready to make a move on the throne, and that Dalric Corinian of Surinar is out to make a friend of the next king of Simbar. Won't the Septinar destroy him? Eren asked, surprised. Perhaps. Perhaps not. It is the way of things in Simbar, Eren. The Septinar is the most powerful mage who wants the throne. From time to time, a new mage rises who has the skill and the ambition to overthrow the old king. The Kalashite watched the crowd of students and novices excitedly following Arisius back into the college. I've always known that man possessed the ambition. Now, I begin to believe he possesses the skill as well. You're going to oppose him? Serim met his eyes with a haunted look. I wouldn't be surprised if Master Rayamon's murderer strikes again. Those who stand for the Populists or the Septinar are going to be removed from positions of authority, one way or another. Telemachon was my sponsor. Without his support, I'll be forced to leave anyway. Eren paced away, examining the place where Telemachon had stood before he died. Serim? I know it's not a matter for students, but why did Telemachon think Arisius had killed Rayamon? What evidence did he have to make that accusation? I do not know. Lord Telemachon was not allowed to argue his point before Arisius's allies passed a motion absolving Arisius of suspicion. That was what provoked the argument. Telemachon felt that he was denied the opportunity to present his case. I'd like to know what he found out, Eren said quietly, speaking his mind aloud. Serim measured the wiry student with a long, thoughtful look. So would I. Keep me advised of how your studies with Arisius proceed, Eren. I want to know what he teaches you. And in the meantime, you are not without a sponsor. I'll see to it that you can stay here as long as you like. You've been a good student, and you have amazing potential. But watch yourself, Eren. Knowledge is power, and risk. Chapter 10. Within a week of Lord Telemachon's passing, the ruling council named a young master Eren barely knew as the new High Diviner. It was no surprise that the new ruling master was a minor senator and Surinaran advocate who openly deferred to Arisius in council meetings and conversations. Although Eren had little contact with any of his fellow students, and even less with the masters now that Telemachon was gone, he slowly became aware of a growing tension in the air. After years of maneuvering, a challenge to the remote Septinar was growing within the halls of the college. Arisius spent days at a time attending to private business in his estates and lands surrounding Simbar, and the students of the college whispered that he was building support among Simbar's lords and generals for a move against the city's faceless king. It struck Eren as senseless and negligent that the Septinar should sit idly by, watching his foe grow in strength, but the Simbarans among the college thought nothing of it. The city's rules of succession decreed that the Septinar must answer any personal challenge brought against him. The king was free to crush any coup or rebellion with whatever forces he deemed appropriate, but as long as his challenger did not rise in arms against him, he could not use Simbar's soldiers and heroes to defend his own position. Of course, Arisius ensured that the Septinar abided by his own laws by building his support among the generals, the lords, and the people. Arisius grinned and jested when bold or contentious lords and mages demanded to know his intentions, deflecting any suggestion that he prepared to challenge the city's overlord. But the city's demagogues proclaimed his virtues, and cried out for Arisius to seize the throne and lead Simbar to war against Achanix. It was widely known that the Septenar did not desire war, but the mood of the city was shifting away from its faceless overlord. Aaron fumed as the college ground to a halt, students and masters alike wasting their days in shameless rumor-mongering. Annoyed by the distraction, he wondered what would happen if the storm hanging over the college broke. Lord Arisius, as energetic and capricious as ever, resumed his duties a few days after defeating Lord Telemachon. A week after his return, he sent for Aaron. The young student found Arisius in his Spartan chambers in the Master's Hall. He'd never seen the High Conjurer's quarters, and he was surprised by the barren walls and utilitarian furniture. Arisius's flamboyance was carried in his face and his manner, leaving no exaggeration for his belongings. "You sent for me, Lord Arisius?" he asked.
"Ah, Aaron! Yes, of course I did."
The lean sorcerer grinned and bobbed like a servant, pulling out a chair by the narrow window for Aaron.
"How are your studies proceeding? I haven't spoken to you in a couple of weeks."
"Very well, my lord," Aaron replied. "Master Serum has been helping me with some difficult invocations."
"Indeed."
A fleeting grimace crossed Arisius's bearded features.
"I was surprised to learn that Serum had assumed Telemachon's place as your sponsor."
"I could not remain here if he hadn't."
"I would have been glad to sponsor you, Aaron. Your potential is extraordinary, extraordinary. We cannot allow you to leave."
Arisius glanced from side to side, even though they were completely alone, and leaned close.
"Besides, I think things will change here soon. The college has grown too conservative, too hidebound by the artificial distinctions of class and wealth, instead of the real potential of the students. You are perhaps our finest example of a student whose talents far exceed the abilities of those who call themselves his betters. I see a college where the only measure of a student's standing is his power and skill, Aaron. A change for the better, I believe."
Aaron did not know how to reply to that. "I wish it were so," he laughed nervously. "I'm in favor of any arrangement that sets me level with Dalric Corinian."
"Yes, I suppose you would be,"
Arisius said thoughtfully.
"Do you recall the details of our first conversation after your novitiate examination? We talked of the weave and the old Imascari shadow magics."
"I remember. You hinted that the Imascari had mastered another method for working their spells, a power that freed them of the weave." Aaron met Arisius's gaze. "The same power that you used against Lord Telemachon." Arisius smirked and rocked back on his seat.
"Ah, Aaron, you cannot understand how delighted I am that someone perceived the skill of my final spell. I wondered if everyone had missed it."
"It was plain as day. You touched no weave that I could see. Do you mean no one else noticed?"
"Aaron, your gift is unique. You are the only one with elven blood among us, and I suspect that you are the only wizard within these walls blessed with mage sight."
Arisius nodded eagerly.
"Yes, I used the old magic against Telemachon. He was stronger than I expected."
There was something almost unhealthy in Arisius's fevered eyes, the anxious intensity that kept him dancing from foot to foot, trembling and shaking like a man on the verge of a seizure. Aaron sensed danger, risk. A cold hand of caution settled over his heart. But despite himself, he was intrigued. He'd thought he understood where all the pieces fit, but now he realized that at least one part of the puzzle had eluded him. "How did you do it?" he asked quietly. Arisius sighed and spread his hands.
"Alas, I cannot explain. How could you describe what you see of the weave to one of your blind fellows? How could you tell a deaf man what the song of a nightingale is like?
He paced away, hands clasped behind his back.
You are brilliant, Aaron, but you lack the sense you need to wield the power.
Aaron straightened, glaring at Arisius. I don't understand. In our lessons, you've shown me several powerful spells that demand this shadow magic, this source of power beyond the weave that I can reach and shape. But if I can't perceive this source of magic, you've only been wasting our time by demonstrating spells I cannot work. He snorted. For that matter, how did you master this ancient magic in the first place?
I did not say that no one can perceive it, Aaron. I merely observed that, at the moment, you cannot. That can be rectified if you are strong of will and do not lack courage. As far as my own expertise goes, allow me a few professional secrets for the moment. It would be easier to show you than to explain.
Fuming with impatience, Aaron scowled. What must I do? Arisius grinned and leaned close to Aaron, his dark eyes glittering like jet.
Meet me by the ruins of the Untheric Pyramid tonight, an hour before midnight. You won't need any of your books, but you should prepare as many spells of protection and defense as you can manage. We may encounter some frightful dangers in our journey. Oh, and you should ready a spell of night-seeing if you know of any. Wizard light may fail us.
I have little need of seeing spells, Aaron said. He raised his hand to his almond-shaped eyes. I've always had a knack for seeing where others cannot. Where are we going, Master Arisius? And when will we return? Arisius smiled.
Not far, my boy. Not far. Only a few steps, really. But they're some of the hardest steps you'll ever take. We'll be back by morning. If we come back.
Arisius's cryptic offer occupied Aaron's thoughts as he absently found his way from the High Conjurer's chambers. Aaron hadn't forgotten that Master Rayamon had met his death in the ruins of the obelisk. Had Arisius extended a similar offer to the Master Abjurer months ago? No trace had been found of the spell that summoned the beast to the college, and Aaron had seen how Arisius could work spells that no one else perceived. The High Conjurer's melodramatic admonitions did nothing to ease Aaron's mind. He found himself standing in the mouth of the redolent paneled hall leading to Telemachon's chambers. On a sudden impulse, he turned aside, with a furtive glance, and strode over to the door. He was not yet ready to return to his quarters to await nightfall, and the disquiet in his mind demanded some action. If Telemachon knew something about Arisius, he might have left some record among his books and notes, Aaron thought. It didn't seem wise to walk into Arisius's circle with his eyes closed. The door was sealed with a rune to deter casual trespassers. Aaron concentrated, sought the knot of magical energy that formed the barrier, and slipped it aside with a thought. Telemachon's chambers had been rifled, but not ransacked. The disorderly mass of paper and uneven stacks of tomes had been straightened, evidence that someone other than the High Diviner had been here since his death. Aaron carefully circled the room, cataloging its contents in his mind. Nothing seemed to be missing since his last conversation with Lord Telemachon. The longer he looked, the more certain he became that something important was in this room. He sat in the heavy carved chair behind the desk, thinking. Telemachon had believed Arisius killed Master Rayamon. Not only had he believed it, he was so certain of it that he made his accusation public and challenged the conjurer when the ruling council failed to act. What does that mean to me? Aaron breathed aloud, steepling his fingers. Arisius seemed to be one of the few friends he had in Simbar, After all, he was the first mentor who'd seen fit to treat Eren as an adult, to encourage him to exceed the bounds of tradition and experience. But Eren didn't believe for a moment that the High Conjurer's patronage was completely altruistic. Someone tried the door. Eren froze, holding his breath. The latch fell still, and he breathed a sigh of relief, until he sensed a simple magic at work. The latch suddenly lifted itself, and the door opened. "Who's in here?" demanded the tall wizard outside. "Eren? Is that you?" "Yes, Serim." Eren slumped in the chair as the Kalashite master entered and shut the door behind him. He expected the master to be incensed by his act of breaking and entering, but Serim showed no anger. "I detected someone tampering with my sealing mark, but I didn't expect you. What are you doing here, Eren?" Eren started to answer, and realized he didn't have a reason he could easily explain. "I'm not sure. I just wanted to think, I guess," he said. "There are more accessible places for that," Serim remarked. He cleared one of Telemachon's sitting chairs of its debris and joined Eren, gazing around the room. "What is on your mind?" Eren studied Serim for a long moment, thinking. He wanted to test himself against the ancient mysteries that Arisius offered, but he wasn't certain that he trusted the High Conjurer. Serim, on the other hand, he did trust. "Arisius has offered to show me how he worked the magic that destroyed Telemachon. He's asked me to meet him before midnight at the Broken Pyramid." Serim's eyes widened, and he leaned forward alertly. "Do you intend to keep your appointment?" "Yes," Eren said. "Arisius says I'm one of the few students here who can understand his sorcery. I want to know how he does what he does." He offered a confident smile. "After all, I'm here to learn, aren't I?" "Not everyone feels the same, Eren." Serim shook his head. "You should be wary of Arisius's generosity." "Why do you say that?" The Kalashite fixed his dark eyes on the young mage's face. "Eren, you and I both know that Arisius is the most likely suspect for Master Rayamon's murder. He stood to gain from Rayamon's death. Rayamon was a staunch defender of the Septinar. Thanks to Telemachon's demise, we've all seen that Arisius has the capability to work lethal magics that we can't understand or unravel. So let's assume that Telemachon was right, and Arisius murdered Rayamon. Why would he wish to help you understand how that might have been accomplished?" Eren frowned and thought for a moment. "You believe he wants to silence me? With Melisanda gone, I'm the only remaining witness to Master Rayamon's death. Doesn't it strike you as a possibility?" "If that's the case, why bother to show me anything at all?" Eren replied. "We've been working for weeks on some of his conjurations and enchantments. He wouldn't have gone to all that trouble if he meant to kill me. Unless he deemed it necessary to gain your trust," Serim said blackly. "What better way?" "No, I don't believe it," Eren answered. "I'm different, Serim. I can become something greater than any other student here, and I mean to. Regardless of what you think of Arisius's ethics, he can teach me lore that no other master can." "That's your arrogance speaking, Eren," Serim said. "Is it arrogance if I can back it up with ability?" Eren said. "Serim, I don't trust Arisius. I'll exercise all due caution. But if he shows me the power that slew Rayamon and Telemachon, I'll have the answers to their deaths." Serim's eyes flashed, and he stood abruptly. "As you wish," he said. "Your studies are your own. That's the principle we live by here at the college. But they're my business as well, since I am your sponsor and share responsibility for you. I will join you this evening to see how your lessons with Arisius go. But enough, student Eren." Sarum held his gaze until Aaron reluctantly acceded. The tall mage paused a moment, then added,
Aaron, I am only interested in your safety. I do not intend to intrude more than I have to in order to be sure of Arisius's intentions. He glanced at the window outside. It's getting late. I'll leave you to your reflections.
Aaron watched Sarum leave, deep in thought.
I never should have mentioned the tower, he grumbled in his mind. Sarum didn't need to know about my lessons with Arisius. Then again, the High Invoker may have been right. He stood, pushing himself up from the desk. Half-heartedly, he began to rummage through the stacks of paper and flip idly through the tomes. Many were incomprehensible to him. Master Telemachon had had a full lifetime of learning, and Aaron couldn't even begin to make sense out of most of his research. One book, marked by a twisted serpent sigil, caught his eye. He picked it up, skimmed a few pages, and found a slip of yellowed parchment caught between two leaves, covered in Telemachon's crabbed handwriting. It was a column of letters beside strange, curving marks and dots. He struggled to place it for a moment, chewing his tongue. Wait! The Roric scroll, the Yugoloth's bracelet. It's the same lettering. Aaron dropped the book and clutched the scrap of paper in his hands, peering at it. The letters were in ancient Roric, arrayed in a single row. One mark or whorl stood under each. He realized that he was looking at a letter-for-letter conversion, the key he needed to understand what was in the mysterious scroll he'd taken from the library months ago. Should I take this to Sarum? He thought. He hardly even considered the notion before dismissing it out of hand. He'd see what he could make of it first. If Sarum confiscated it or demanded the old Roric scroll, Aaron would never know what was hidden within. He folded the parchment, slipped it into his sleeve, and hurried back to his own chambers, sealing Telemachon's room as he left. The shadows were growing long as he crossed the quadrangle. The afternoon was fading to dusk. In his chamber, he bolted the door and sat down with the old scroll. The Roric text was a circuitous, meandering narrative by an old scholar named Dertius. Aaron had assumed that it was a straight translation of the mysterious second column of writing, but now he suspected something else entirely. In fact, now he thought that it might not have anything to do with Dertius's work. Ancient scribes had often scraped or written over old texts, especially if they didn't seem useful. Dertius had probably had no better idea than Aaron what the other column of text said. Ignoring the scribe's scratchings, Aaron looked carefully at the first lines of the odd text. On a piece of blank paper, he carefully copied the symbols in the exact sequence, leaving plenty of space between each line. Then, using the key he'd found in Telemachon's office, he searched for each symbol's corresponding letter. When he had finished the first line, it read, "The Chants of Arcanasir, as declaimed by Madrioch the Ebon Flame." It's an artificial alphabet, he breathed in amazement. The words themselves were in ancient Roric, but each letter had been replaced by an arbitrary symbol. Madrioch, or whoever had dared transcribe the chants, had invented the cipher to mask its contents. Aaron frowned, wondering what in Faerun he was looking at. Nothing in the title meant anything to him. And it can't be completely artificial, he realized. The markings on the Yugoloth's bracelet matched these symbols. They have power, significance. It's not a mundane fabrication to hide this text only. Aaron set his pen to the tip of his tongue, thinking. Deciphering the old scroll might be dangerous. If the symbols could bind a Yugoloth, they could certainly carry curses as well. Well, I won't know until I start,
he said aloud. He pulled out a sheet of common parchment and set to work by the yellow light of the late afternoon, his pen scratching in the stillness of his chambers. At the appointed hour, Aaron set down his pen. Pale and shaken, he rolled up the chants and, after a moment's thought, stuffed them into an unmarked scroll tube, stashing a simple text on alchemy over it to conceal its presence. It didn't seem like a good thing to leave lying around. Absently, he dressed and stepped out into the cool night. The late summer heat had finally broken, and the night was cool, windy, and damp, with scudding clouds concealing a crescent moon. He hadn't had a chance to make a complete translation of the scroll, and he doubted he would ever finish the work. The chants deserved to be left in obscurity. Aaron understood exactly where the ancient Imaskari had found their power, and it sickened him. Each chant was a litany of destruction, a hateful incantation of decay and foulness. Many were framed as prayers to nameless deities who had poisoned the ancient world with lies, shadows, and war. Orisius had once asked him how humans wielded magic through the weave, and dared him to imagine a way in which a sorcerer could wield magic without touching the weave. Now, Aaron knew. Creatures such as the Yugoloths, and even fouler things, came from beyond the circles of the world. The sorcerer lords of the Imaskari had won their power by binding dark spirits of the planes beyond in their own bodies, gaining unspeakable power at the cost of their souls. Just as the weave was tied to the life of the world, shadow magic was intertwined with forces of chaos and decay that fed on the world. Aaron hoped that there was a chance that he had misunderstood Orisius, that in the forgotten lore of the old Imaskari mages he'd found something clean, a redeemable power, but he didn't think it likely. He had to go through with his appointment to make sure that what he suspected was true. If it was not, then he had no reason to fear Orisius. But if it was, the scroll of Madriok and Orisius's own words would damn him. He circled the ruins slowly until he spied a faint light bobbing in the darkness ahead. "Hello? Lord Orisius?" he called, advancing slowly.
"Here, Aaron,"
the conjurer replied. He emerged from the tumbled heap of cold stones, holding a blue-glowing staff in front of him. The eerie light shadowed his features in a macabre fashion. Orisius grinned fiercely, stalking forward.
"Are you ready?"
Aaron closed his eyes, hoping that he could conceal his true fears from the High Conjurer. "I am," he answered. Behind Orisius, Aaron noticed several other cloaked shapes, waiting. Students and some of the younger masters. Dalric Carinian glared at him with ill-disguised contempt, but held his peace. Aaron took an involuntary pace backward, glancing at Orisius. "What are the others doing here?" Orisius shrugged.
"You are not my only student, Aaron. Here, we all are equals. Now, let us be about our night's work."
"And what exactly is that, Lord Orisius?" From the shadows of the tower's ruins stepped Master Serim, dressed in his yellow robes. "You won't mind if I attend, will you?"
"Master Serim, this is an unexpected surprise."
Orisius's face was inscrutable in the darkness, but Aaron could sense the irritation in his voice. The conjurer glanced at the ring of students and sorcerers behind him, as if to ferret out the individual who'd informed Serim of their meeting time. "I won't interfere with your lesson, Orisius," Serim continued. "Go on. Pretend I'm not here." To Aaron's surprise, Arisius's face split into an ingratiating grin.
Of course, Master Serum. We are honored by your presence. I shall proceed.
He turned away and took a few steps into the cracked rubble that mantled the pyramid. Exchanging silent looks, Aaron and the others followed in a rough semicircle. The lean sorcerer halted suddenly, stooped, and brushed dirt and overgrowth from a red-black slab gleaming among the stones.
Help me clear this,
he instructed, and two of the nearest students knelt to assist. In a few moments, they'd uncovered a man-sized stone that didn't match any of the rubble or foundation stones nearby.
"What's that?"
demanded Dalric Carinian. He hadn't bothered to get his hands dirty with the work.
Our portal,
Arisius answered.
Tonight we will walk in the plane of shadow. This is one of those rare places where the walls between the worlds are thin enough to part with nothing more than an act of will.
Serum raised an eyebrow. A dangerous place to visit, Arisius. Is this wise?
My lesson lies within,
Arisius retorted.
Do you object?
The Kalashite fell silent, although Aaron could sense his concern and agitation. Arisius turned to the other mages present.
Any of you who wish to depart now may go. This is the time to leave if you have second thoughts.
Satisfied that no one was leaving, Arisius returned his attention to the slab of cold stone, speaking over his shoulder.
Stay close to me when we enter, and do not stray from the path I choose. Master Serum is correct in observing that the shadow plane is dangerous, and you must be very careful.
No one required any more clarification. Dalric cleared his throat and asked,
"When does the portal open?"
When the light of the waning moon falls on this stone. That is why I left it covered with dirt.
Arisius stared up into the sky, watching the passing clouds.
Ah, here we go. The moon will emerge in a minute. When it does, I shall go first. The rest of you follow one by one, waiting 2 or 3 heartbeats each.
Aaron looked up at the sky. Overhead, the dark cloud glowed silver along its trailing edge, and through wisps of dark mist, the luminous crescent appeared. He glanced back at the stone. Silver light rippled and flowed, as if the rock had suddenly become a liquid mirror. Arisius waited a moment to let the shimmering settle, then stepped onto the stone. It was as if he stepped into a puddle of shining water, slowly sinking to his knees, his waist, his chest, and then vanishing silently as the silvery moon stuff closed over his head. Although each man there was a mage, no one was untouched by Arisius's feat. After a brief hesitation, Dalric Carinian pushed himself forward and plunged into the shadow pool, flailing for his footing, but sinking out of sight. One by one, they all followed, leaving Aaron and Serum to the end. They paused at the brink of the portal and exchanged a glance. "Do you still wish to do this, Aaron?" Serum asked. The fear he'd suppressed all night threatened to overwhelm Aaron. All his instincts railed against following Arisius into the stone. His feet were rooted to the ground, and cold sweat trickled down his back. This is a fine time to come to my senses, he thought. We're here, he answered. I have to see this through. Very well, Serum said. He stepped onto the stone and glided through it, a luminescent ghost in the moonlight. With a determined grimace, Aaron set his foot on the silvery surface of the stone and stepped into it, sinking slowly into the cold light, as if the stone were bottomless. As he slid into the portal, a chill, sharp as a razor, climbed his body, so intense that his feet ached with cold by the time he had sunk to his chest. His heart surged with panic, and he desperately gulped for air as his head sank under the moon mirror, leaving nothing but a ripple in his wake. When Aaron opened his eyes again, he was standing beneath a starless sky, far hills on the horizon limned by an eldritch glow. Bitter air seared his nose and throat, drying the tears in his eyes. He still stood on the Acropolis, but the hill was different. Below him, crowded Simbar had vanished, leaving only a handful of spare lights glimmering faintly along a sluggish, leaden bay. The topography was not quite correct. There was less water, and the hills seemed steeper and more forbidding. Overhead, the cold skies were empty of all but a few dim and hateful stars.
"Come, Aaron. This is no place to dawdle."
Aaron turned at the sound of Arisius's voice. It took him a moment to understand what he saw. The High Conjurer beckoned from within a tall shadow, silhouetted against a looming shape that towered into the night sky. Arisius was shrouded in a violet aura, a faint flickering light that stemmed from the power of his will and the skill of his magic. Marching toward the great dark shape, each of the other mages was similarly marked, although the color and strength of their auras varied. Aaron glanced down at his bone-white hands and found a delicate blue fairy light dancing over his skin. The sight fascinated him, and he stared in frozen wonder, the unnaturally still and frigid air slicing through his chest with each breath. The conjurer frowned with impatience and repeated his summons, holding out his hand.
"Aaron, the others have gone ahead to the temple. Come on."
"The temple?" Aaron asked, puzzled. He took 2 steps toward Arisius, the cold, hard ground crunching beneath his boots. He looked past the red-robed master, and his heart stopped. Behind Arisius, the broken pyramid stood intact, looking as it must have centuries ago. No other building of the college, or even the city, was mirrored within the shadow, but the pyramid stood, a stark and inescapable monolith beneath the eternal dark. His jaw fell open. "It stands again."
"It never fell here. That is the way of the shadow. It remembers things lost to the daylight, places long gone, people long dead. In some places, it even holds the memory of what might have been."